It was a realm of stars, an infinite expanse where countless small celestial bodies darted by like shooting stars. Amidst this cosmic backdrop, a diminutive, circular spacecraft hurtled through space. Though it appeared small, it accommodated two souls within. Hmm, Daddy, can we go home? I miss Mommy, a young boy, adorned with a red round cap and a little tail at his back, rubbed his eyes and spoke. His innocent face reflected the remnants of a terrifying nightmare that had just haunted him, wherein his father was injured and he himself was abducted. This tender-faced child was son Gohan. Hmm? Daddy. When Gohan noticed the silence around him, he groggily opened his eyes, only to find a strange tube affixed to his mouth and nose. He clumsily removed the tube and surveyed his surroundings with confusion. Where am I? As he fumbled about, he glanced at the adjacent glass, and a vast starry sky greeted his gaze. Initially taken aback, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief once more. A wave of panic surged within him, and his hands instinctively reached out, finally landing on something solid. Instantly, a portion of his fear dissipated, and a faint smile began to form as he turned his head. Dad! Just as he was about to call out, the words caught in his throat, replaced by a greater swell of anxiety, uncertainty, helplessness, and fear. The smile vanished, his nose began to tingle, and tears threatened to spill forth. Ultimately, terror consumed son Gohan's heart. Wah! Woo! The sound of his wailing echoed within the confines of the small spacecraft. The other occupant, Raditz, was roused by this outcry. He glanced at Gohan, furrowing his brow, removed the nutrient tube, and, taking hold of Gohan's clothing, lifted him up, pressing him firmly against the spacecraft glass. Thud! Thud! In the midst of this commotion, a small glass bead tumbled from the top of Gohan's cap. Shut up, brat. If you keep crying, he'll toss you out, Raditz retorted disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Gohan gazed down at the tranquil starry sky, abruptly covering his mouth, stifling his tears, and swallowing his sorrowful emotions back down. He dared not utter a sound. Tch, we share the same blood, yet he's such a crybaby. I truly wonder how my brother managed to raise him, Raditz thought bitterly. After a glance at their trajectory, he returned Gohan to his previous spot. Go to sleep, we still have a month until we reach our destination. Gohan remained silent, unable to voice a single word. The lump in his throat made it impossible for him to speak. He could only grasp the fallen bead tightly, recalling his father's words that this was a keepsake from his grandfather, and as long as he held on to it, his father would surely find him. Time passed, and a soft rumble erupted from Gohan's stomach. Unable to contain himself, he quietly murmured, I'm hungry. Though his voice was barely audible in the cramped space, Raditz heard him distinctly. He turned to look at Gohan. Gohan quickly shook his head. I'm not hungry. Tch. Raditz clicked his tongue. Use this. He handed Gohan his nutrient tube and took Gohan's tube for himself. That nutrient tube served as a backup, barely sufficient to meet the nutritional needs of a growing child. If it weren't for the fear of hindering his immense potential, I wouldn't bother with him at all, Raditz mused. Gohan, feeling apprehensive, accepted the offered tube, placing it to his lips. Soon, a sensation of fullness washed over him, and drowsiness crept in. Before long, drool started to trickle out of the nutrient tube as he drifted off to sleep. Seeing this, Raditz began to question his decision to bring Gohan along. Yet, a glance at the wound on his armor reminded him of the danger. He's just a little brat, yet he possesses such formidable combat power. Raditz recalled their encounter on Earth. To awaken Kakarot's scion instincts, he had abducted his son. However, after the abduction, while waiting for Kakarot, this little one had unleashed power nearly comparable to his own, injuring him with a single blow. Rather than feeling anger, he was filled with exhilaration. It was then that he resolved to abandon Kakarot and take this child back with him. The potential within this boy instilled a sense of dread within him, far surpassing that of Kakarot, who had a mere combat power of over 300. How old was he now? 3? Raditz did not know. Yet, he realized that a child of such age possessing this level of power was likely unparalleled, save for Prince Vegeta. If raised properly, he could become the next Vegeta, or perhaps even surpass him. With this thought, Raditz's gaze softened as he looked upon Gohan. Gradually, he forced himself into slumber, for the energy from the backup nutrient tube was far too scant. Only through sleep could he stave off hunger. Moreover, time was short. He had expended all the spacecraft's energy reserves to hasten their journey, reducing what should have been a year-long trip to merely a month. It would be swift. Meanwhile, Gohan found himself transported back to Earth, reliving memories of visiting Master Roshi with his father. His father had been introducing him to many friends and an ancient talking turtle, a short, bald uncle whom his father said was his childhood companion, and a lovely lady who insisted he call her sister. Then, a man claiming to be his father's brother flew in, injuring Uncle Krillin and then his father, before abducting him once more. No, I don't want this. Soon, his father and another green-skinned individual soared into the fray. Roar, crack, his father was fighting, his father was injured. No, his father was dead. No. In a desolate mountain far from the city, Sun Wukong is currently warming up. Beside him, Bra mimics his movements, easing her body. The two soon commence their training. While Sun Wukong instructs Bra, he contemplates how to swiftly enhance his strength. This method of training feels somewhat sluggish. According to his recollections, gravity training is a means to accelerate one's power. It appears that Vegeta had Ms. Bulma modify his spaceship into a gravity training chamber. Previously, he was unaware of this, leading him to futilely ponder in these remote mountains, resulting in minimal strength gains. Now that he is informed, he intends to take full advantage of it. Before leaving home, he inquired with Ms. Bulma, and to his relief, the gravity chamber still exists, albeit damaged. However, Ms. Bulma assured him it would be repaired in 3 days. With this thought, Sun Wukong's worries eased slightly. There is hope. All is not lost. Wukong, what's wrong? Bra inquired. He snapped back to reality, noticing Bra pouting and stamping her foot in annoyance. Wukong, please don't underestimate me just because I'm a girl. I was simply lost in thought. Let us continue. I have never looked down on you, little Bra. Sun Wukong sincerely apologized, clarifying his distraction was unintentional. Bra realized her misunderstanding and quickly apologized in return. I'm sorry. Wukong, that wasn't my intention. I just want to grow stronger and avenge everyone. I wish to help you share the burden. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily, gently patting Bra's head with affection. Of course, I wouldn't blame you. Let us continue. I believe your strength will soon surpass mine. Bra's face lit up with a radiant smile as she immersed herself back into training. 3 days swiftly passed, and Ms. Bulma handed a universal capsule to Sun Wukong. The gravity chamber has been repaired. Wow, Ms. Bulma, you truly are a genius inventor, Sun Wukong exclaimed, feeling an unprecedented sense of security envelop him as he held the capsule containing the gravity chamber. With this, he would soon surpass androids 17 and 18. With this, can we truly defeat the androids? Ms. Bulma suddenly asked, her voice tinged with longing. Sun Wukong tightly grasped the capsule, responding earnestly, we certainly will, I promise you. I believe in you, Sunday, Sun Wukong was slightly taken aback, having never heard Ms. Bulma refer to him in such a manner. Oh, it's nothing. He reflected on how the once crying child had matured significantly over the years, realizing time spares no one. Ms. Bulma's tone lightened as she teased Sun Wukong. Yet, the perceptive Sun Wukong noticed the slight redness at the corners of her eyes. He then made a bold move, embracing Ms. Bulma and gently stroking her head. She stiffened momentarily, unaccustomed to such affection, but the solidness of his embrace brought her comfort. Ms. Bulma's cheeks flushed as she inhaled his masculine scent. Well, I should be off now, Ms. Bulma. With the gravity chamber's assistance, I am confident I can defeat the androids and avenge Uncle Vegeta. Sun Wukong released his embrace and turned to leave. Ms. Bulma let out a soft acknowledgement, watching him depart with a complex expression. Since Vegeta's death, it was the first time she had been touched by a man, especially one she had watched grow up. This stirred her emotions. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Ms. Bulma returned inside. Sun Wukong soared into the sky towards Karen Tower. Indeed, his destination was the sacred land of the Kais. Although unaware of the reasons, he had inexplicably returned to life after merging with another soul, gaining insights into the Dragon Ball world. Regardless, utilizing the information in his memory would be crucial for victory. Bra, let us depart, he declared. Okay, she replied. Sun Wukong arrived at the mountain where he usually trained, leading Bra towards Karen Tower. This was a decision he had pondered for some time. Although he was confident in surpassing the androids, he recognized the necessity of ensuring others could protect Earth should any unforeseen circumstances arise. This responsibility fell to Bra, a half-scion like him, to nurture the next generation. The two soon reached Karen Tower, a magnificent pillar connecting heaven and earth, towering into the clouds. Is this the place, Wukong? Bra asked excitedly. Indeed. This is the sacred land of martial arts, Karen Tower. Come, let us ascend, Sun Wukong explained, soaring into the clouds with Bra closely following. Despite his anticipation, the disarray before him weighed heavily on his heart. As expected, Master Rashi. Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. Bra approached, pointing at the scattered jars on the ground. Where are we? What are these empty containers for? Sun Wukong patiently explained, this is Master Rashi's residence. These containers are used for cultivating Senza beans. Senza beans? The ones that heal all injuries when consumed? Yes. Sun Wukong was surprised that Bra knew of Senza beans, but given her mother was Ms. Bulma, it made sense. Let us move. Our destination lies further up. As they ascended higher, they soon pierced through the gray clouds, arriving at the world's highest sanctuary. From above, Sun Wukong and Bra marveled at the grandeur of the temple. Is this the temple? Bra asked excitedly. Sun Wukong, having not seen the temple in a long while, was momentarily speechless until Bra's astonishment snapped him back. Yes, this is the palace of the Earth's Kai. Kai? Are there really deities in this world? Indeed. Above him exists King Enma, the Kaioshin, and the Supreme Kai. Sun Wukong recalled his memories to explain to Bra. I see. But why doesn't he the Kai intervene to defeat the androids? Bra pondered, still perplexed. If the Kai is as powerful as his title suggests, why did he not act while the androids wreaked havoc on Earth? At Bra's words, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, teeth gritted in fury. Bra was taken aback by his sudden anger and anxiously inquired, Wukong, what's wrong? Taking a deep breath, Sun Wukong descended to the temple's ground and slowly articulated. I was merely reminded of an unpleasant matter. Bra, remember this. What is it? Relying on others for guidance is inferior to taking charge of your own fate. To protect others, one must possess great strength. Understood, Bra nodded obediently. This was the first time she had seen Wukong so angry, his serious demeanor instilling a sense of fear in her. Now it is your turn to shine, Wukong. As Bra mentioned the Kai, Sun Wukong's fury escalated. It was not that he despised the Kai, but rather, he found himself utterly ridiculous. Initially unaware of everything, I drifted through life aimlessly, which, in a way, was not so bad. At this moment, I merged with another soul, observing my existence in the continuum of time from a divine perspective. Though it is despairing, it is not insurmountable. For instance, should I summon the oracle from the underworld to bring my father back for just a day? There are countless methods available. Since my father succumbed to a heart ailment when I was merely 9, my life has seemed to stagnate, an endless cycle of unwelcome battles. Subsequently, Uncle Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu also fell victim to the androids. Is it truly the case that the deceased cannot intervene in the affairs of the living? Do not jest. Had the King Kai informed me of the location of Namek, I could have embarked upon a cosmic voyage to seek the Dragon Balls. Yet, none of this transpired. Or at the onset of the catastrophe, the Supreme Kai could have directed me to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. And then there was Vegeta with his gravity chamber. Opportunities were abundant. Yet, in the end, I missed them all, leaving a mere 9-year-old child to bear the burden of saving the world. The thought alone caused tears to well in my eyes, and a powerful sense of resentment coursed through my mind. Why did my deceased father and those comrades not lend a hand, given their contributions to Earth? Surely everyone except Vegeta could have trained in the afterlife? To put it bluntly, what difference would it make if they bore a halo above their heads? They are no different from the living. There was no assistance, no guidance. It felt as though they disregarded us, the living, entirely. At this moment, my anger reached its zenith, and my energy began to spiral out of control. Surrounding me, layers of golden energy waves manifested, even causing Bra to be inadvertently flung several meters away. The ground beneath my feet cracked, fissures spreading as golden flames erupted. Suddenly, with a flash of lightning, my hair and eyebrows transformed into gold, standing erect save for my bangs, as I ascended into the form of a Super Saiyan. Yet, even before I could fully transform, my muscles swelled like inflating balloons, the veins on my skin protruding as if they sought to break free from my body. A primal roar of fury erupted from my throat, my entire being radiating golden light as I launched skyward like a cannonball, the sheer force shaking the very foundations of the temple. With a single punch, I created a gaping hole in the clouds above. Under the clear blue sky, sunlight illuminated my bronzed skin, my muscles coiling like those of a divine being. Brother Gohan, Bra exclaimed, tossing aside her red headband, her once smooth blue hair now standing on end. In that instant, she too transformed into a Super Saiyan. As one of the last remaining Saiyans, She naturally possessed the ability to achieve this form. However, due to her femininity, Bulma and I were reluctant to let her engage in battles against the androids, resulting in her lack of battlefield experience. Nevertheless, she diligently trained under my guidance, mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, albeit with Bulma's tacit approval. As a mother, she wished to protect her daughter from the horrors of war. Yet, as a Saiyan, her bloodline was immutable. Above the temple, I vented my pin-up fury, my overwhelming energy casting a shadow over the earth. Fortunately, the android siblings lacked the ability to sense energy. So even though my power was akin to a bonfire in the darkness of night, it went unnoticed by others. However, Bra, having been taught by me, recognized the immense magnitude of my energy. It was astonishingly vast, so formidable that the androids would surely stand no chance against me. Bra was astounded. Although she had transformed into a Super Saiyan, she still perceived my energy as unfathomable. Could it be that I had surpassed the limits of a Super Saiyan? In a fleeting moment, Bra contemplated numerous thoughts, her mind sharp, truly the daughter of Bulma. Gohan, what has happened to you? Please, snap out of it. Though she was shocked, her concern for defeating the androids paled in comparison to her fear of my potential demise. It's nothing, Bra. I'm just feeling a bit unwell. Please allow me a moment of peace, I replied, calming down after my emotional outburst, reverting to my normal state. My once proud black hair now drooped, strands disheveled and obscuring my forehead, as if lost in contemplation. My only visible feature, the tip of my nose, flushed with a faint hue, while my eyes reflected boundless sorrow, resembling a forsaken puppy tucked away in a corner, eliciting a desire to comfort me. Is this truly Gohan? His aura weakened like that of a timid maiden. A warrior must not be fragile, must not succumb to emotion, must not waver in resolve, nor harbor compassion. These were the words I had imparted to Bra, and in her recollection, I had always been a reliable elder brother and warrior. Yet, in this moment, Bra realized that the Gohan she had always deemed invincible was merely a pitiable soul, one who had lost his father and bore the burden alone. His shattered spirit had been concealed for far too long, only to erupt at this very instance. Silently, Bra picked up the headband from the ground and donned it once more, granting me the time I needed to regain my composure. After a while, I steeled myself. I understood that I had been ensnared in a moral quagmire. It was quite normal for King Yama and the King Kai to withhold assistance. After all, the universe is vast, and Earth is merely a peripheral planet, not particularly special. Their forgetfulness or refusal to help is understandable. After all, the androids do not pose a threat on the scale of Majin Buu. As for my father and the others, perhaps they too were genuinely constrained by the limits of the afterlife, unable to aid those on Earth. I consoled myself, crafting excuses for them. That said, as one of the last defenders of Earth, having been forgotten for over a decade and facing the androids alone, it was only natural to harbor resentment. Yet, just as I had taught Bra, seeking divine intervention is less effective than taking matters into one's own hands. At this moment, I truly liberated myself from the influence and constraints of my father, Goku. In the past, I could not speak 3 words without mentioning him, yearning for his presence. Even after over a decade of battling the androids, I would still often find myself lost in such thoughts, leading to an unwavering belief that my father's Super Saiyan form was the epitome of perfection, which stifled my growth and innovation, resulting in wasted years. According to the memories of another soul, my counterpart in the main timeline had achieved the Super Saiyan 2 transformation at the age of 10. I admired that version of myself while simultaneously feeling a surge of confidence. Indeed, if my youthful self could accomplish this feat, how could I, being the same Gohan, possibly fall short? With this realization, clarity dawned upon me. I felt as though I had been obstructed by an invisible barrier. But now I had finally broken through to a new realm. I cast aside my earlier weakness and walked towards Bra. In this moment, I would no longer cling to my father's name. The tears in my eyes were swept away by the wind, vanishing as I remembered the lesson imparted by the robotic uncle during my youth. Everything depends on oneself. Or perhaps, it was merely a story lingering in the memories of another soul. There was a university professor who, upon hearing a phrase from his father in his youth, changed his mind and returned to the battlefield, fighting the most glorious battle of his life, only to witness his father die before his eyes. As for the words his father spoke on the day of his death that spurred him to venture forth into the world, upon hearing those words, he could not help but feel a surge of fervor. It is your turn now, Gohan. For, let us train, Bra. As son Gohan embraced a more open-minded perspective. The previously fierce aura surrounding him vanished, returning him to the gentle demeanor of a kind-hearted older brother. Ahem, are you all right, brah? Yes, I'm fine. Brah shook her head lightly, signaling that she was unhurt. On the contrary, she felt quite joyful, deliberately elongating her words. I used to think that Gohan was an omnipotent super warrior. I never imagined that Gohan is just a sensitive boy who cries. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan's expression turned somewhat awkward, and he instinctively scratched his head. Yet, his remaining right arm was grasped by Brah, pressed against her cheek. The warmth of her youthful body sent a jolt of electricity through him, making him tremble slightly. But I don't dislike this side of Gohan. I truly appreciate how he reveals his genuine and vulnerable self to me without any reservations. What are you talking about, brah? The girl stood on her tiptoes, raising her flawless neck, and each word crystallized in the air like pink quartz. I mean, I absolutely love this crying version of Gohan. Sunlight glistened off her red hairband, casting a radiant glow. Through her clear azure eyes, Gohan could distinctly see his own flustered appearance, his ears turning noticeably pink. Brah, please, stop teasing me. His voice was rusty, and the back of his martial arts uniform was damp with perspiration. He genuinely struggled with matters of the heart. Previously, he had been a simpleton, brushing off such situations with a mere scratch of his head. However, after merging with the memories of a traveler, in this intensely pink atmosphere, he could not possibly be oblivious to Brah's feelings for him. Just as Gohan's clever mind sought to shift the topic, a thunderous explosion erupted from behind the sacred land. What is happening? In an instant, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, adopting a battle-ready stance. Beside him, Brah cast an annoyed glance toward the source of the explosion. Damn it, so close. I was about to confess. Despite her frustration, being a warrior from the realm of despair, she quickly assumed a combat position, setting aside any romantic notions. Is that you, Gohan? A familiar yet strange voice emerged from the center of the explosion. As the smoke cleared, Mr. Popo stumbled out, his singed turban askew, clutching the staff once wielded by the Guardian. Upon recognizing the golden-haired warrior before him, a look of delight spread across his dark face. Wow, it's you, Gohan. It's been ages. I almost forgot your aura, thinking it was an android attack. Mr. Popo, you're alive? Gohan's heart leaped with joy upon seeing him. Mr. Popo's survival meant he could access the hyperbolic time chamber. Bringing Brah to the sacred land had been a gamble. For when he saw the empty jar of the cat hermit, he had little hope of entering the chamber. To his astonishment, it seemed fortune favored him. Gohan's gaze softened toward Mr. Popo, even finding his coal-black face endearing. Yes, I'm still here. Mr. Popo wiped the cold sweat from his brow. But you, barging into the sacred land like that, startled me. My apologies. Actually, Mr. Popo, I came to request access to the hyperbolic time chamber. Huh, the hyperbolic time chamber? How peculiar. I don't recall mentioning that to you. That is not important, Mr. Popo. Please, open the hyperbolic time chamber immediately so we can train and defeat the android siblings. Mr. Popo paused, contemplating Gohan's implication that simply entering the chamber would lead to victory over the androids. Is that true, Gohan? Yes, so please don't dawdle. The sooner we start, the fewer lives we might lose. All right. Though Mr. Popo appeared somewhat dazed, he possessed profound wisdom as a servant of countless guardians of Earth. While I'm unsure how you learned this, the hyperbolic time chamber is indeed quite grueling, and each individual can only enter for 2 days in their lifetime. Otherwise, they may never escape. I understand. I get it. Now, let us hurry. Mr. Popo. Gohan felt an urgent anticipation, akin to watching a film reach its climax only to be interrupted by an unrelated commercial. Very well. Mr. Popo ceased further distractions, leading Gohan and Brah to his small room before stopping and opening the large door. All right, go on in. Thank you, Mr. Popo. Gohan and Brah stepped into the revered training ground of the Dragon Ball series. Could such a miraculous place truly exist? On their way, Gohan had explained the concept of the hyperbolic time chamber to Brah, but the notion of 1 day outside equating to a year inside seemed almost fantastical. Does such a place really exist? Brah, filled with curiosity, peered inside, discovering a vast expanse of an unknown, white world. As they entered, the door shut behind them. Let us focus and train, Brah. All right. Though training was monotonous, being alone with Gohan in a confined space felt rather pleasant. A slight smirk graced Brah's lips, revealing a mischievous glint. Achoo! Bulma sneezed at her workbench. Am I underdressed and catching a chill? Pouring herself a cup of hot coffee, she began to mutter to herself. Speaking of which, where did Brah's personality come from? 5. Aiming for Super Saiyan 2 standing in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan gazed into the vast whiteness before him, feeling a wave of contemplation wash over him. Being in a place like this for too long could truly lead to psychological issues, he muttered. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air beside him, causing Gohan's heart to race as he instinctively feared something had gone awry. Yet, when he turned, he found Bra half kneeling on the ground, struggling to rise. So heavy, she gasped, her voice trembling. At that moment, Gohan recalled that the gravity within the chamber was 10 times that of the outside world. He stood unfazed due to his extensive training in battles, but Bra was different. She was merely a girl, still young, and her training had only encompassed basic physical conditioning and key manipulation. Upon entering the chamber, her lack of experience became glaringly apparent. Gohan chose not to assist Bra in standing. Since she had declared her desire to become a warrior, she was no longer the little girl in need of protection. To intervene might inadvertently harm her pride. As he anticipated, despite her heavy body and labored breaths, Bra raised her head defiantly, gritting her teeth and striving to straighten herself. Her fierce sense of pride reminded Gohan of a certain Saiyan prince, indeed, like father, like daughter. Upon witnessing this scene, Son Gohan's lips curled into a subtle smile, his heart brimming with joy for Bra. He then immersed himself once more in the rhythm of his training. The disparity in their foundational combat power was stark. Bra needed to first acclimate to the tenfold gravity, whereas he had long surpassed such rudimentary training. The hyperbolic time chamber not only offered tenfold gravity, but also unpredictable temperature fluctuations. One moment, the heat was suffocating, and the next, a bone-chilling cold assailed him, leaving one defenseless. Only with sheer, primal willpower could one contend with such an environment. It was precisely this harsh condition that facilitated rapid enhancement of combat abilities. Thus, Son Gohan began to devise a 6-month training regimen for them. In the realm of Dragon Ball, foundational power was paramount. Transformations merely adorned one's capabilities. Therefore, he resolved to prioritize physical conditioning. For every 10,000 squats completed, he would add 5,000 push-ups on the scorching ground. In the sweltering heat, sweat evaporated into salt on his garments, while the biting cold would leave tiny shards of ice clinging to his bulging forearms. Meanwhile, Bra was valiantly battling against the gravity. The girl's azure hair clung to her neck, drenched in sweat. Having just acclimatized to the oppressive weight of tenfold gravity, she trembled as she performed sit-ups. 998, 999, 1,000. Upon completing her 1,000th rep, she collapsed, gasping for breath, entirely devoid of ladylike grace. In the second week, Bra began to attempt 10 kilometers of shuttle runs. The tenfold gravity forced her to hunch, with weighted gear designed by Bulma strapped around her ankles, each step carving a serpentine groove in the ground. Meanwhile, Son Gohan was not far off, engaged in impact training. Days and nights interchanged swiftly. Before long, their half-year foundational training concluded. Both had achieved a qualitative leap in their regular combat power, especially Son Gohan. He had not only trained under tenfold gravity, but also utilized the gravity chamber within the hyperbolic time chamber, progressing from tenfold to 20-fold, 30-fold, and eventually to 100-fold gravity. He had diligently trained for over 3 months. At this moment, his regular combat power had far exceeded his pre-entrance capabilities, even allowing him to defeat his former transformed self without assuming the Super Saiyan form. His power had multiplied by more than 50 times. Yet, for him, it remained insufficient. Having lost his loved ones, he had long abandoned the dream of becoming a scholar. Although his intellectual prowess was remarkable, it paled in comparison to a genius like Bulma, who could craft time machines with her bare hands. However, in terms of martial prowess, Son Gohan believed he stood unrivaled in the Dragon Ball series. Not even Frieza or Broly could compare. After all, the original creator had proclaimed, in truth, Gohan is stronger than anyone. He silently recited this mantra, bolstering his resolve. With that thought, Son Gohan's aura finally erupted, filling the space with an immense presence. Even Bra felt a tremor within her heart, as a powerful sense of pressure enveloped her. He is so strong. Gohan's energy feels as though it exists in an entirely different dimension, she mused. The golden aura began to radiate, illuminating the entire hyperbolic time chamber like the blazing sun. As Son Gohan summoned his energy to its zenith, to everyone's astonishment, his aura diminished instead of increasing. What? Bra gasped, incredulous as she beheld the scene before her. She felt distinctly that the overwhelming energy, which had nearly suffocated her, abruptly ceased at its peak, as if restrained by an invisible force. Gohan, what are you? Bra began to inquire, but noticed Gohan's expression shift to one of seriousness, his eyes reflecting a grave determination. I am attempting to normalize my Super Saiyan transformation, he whispered, fatigue lacing his tone. I do not wish for my energy to leak out. Bra's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? The power of a Super Saiyan, once unleashed, explodes uncontrollably. It cannot be concealed. I understand, but I do not want to be shackled by this uncontrollable power, Son Gohan replied, his gaze resolute. While the Super Saiyan form is formidable, once transformed, the burden on the body multiplies, and controlling the release of power in combat becomes exceedingly difficult. If I can normalize this power, I can maintain formidable combat strength without expending excessive energy. He inhaled deeply, his golden aura igniting once more, yet this time, he endeavored to compress the force within, restraining its wild expansion. His body trembled slightly, as if grappling with tremendous pressure. I must succeed, he gritted his teeth, his voice low. If I can achieve a constant state of Super Saiyan power, I can remain at my peak regardless of the situation, unbound by the limitations of transformation duration, and reach a realm beyond that of a Super Saiyan. Is this truly achievable? To transcend the Super Saiyan state. Bra's heart raced. The strength of a Super Saiyan is so immense that once unleashed, it is like a wild stallion, nearly impossible to rein in. Yet, Gohan seeks to fully control this power and even surpass it. Such requires immense will and determination. As time ticked by, the only sound within the hyperbolic time chamber was Son Gohan's heavy breathing. His body gradually became soaked with sweat, the golden aura flickering as if it might extinguish at any moment. Gohan. Bra could no longer contain herself, but he interrupted her. I am close to succeeding. His voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Finally, after a protracted struggle, the golden aura gradually receded, ultimately vanishing entirely within Son Gohan. His body ceased to tremble, and his breath began to steady. I did it, he murmured, a note of joy in his tone. Bra stepped forward, admiration gleaming in her eyes. Gohan, you are amazing. Son Gohan offered a slight smile, determination flashing in his gaze. This is merely the first step. Next, I shall continue to enhance my power, surpassing the limits of the Super Saiyan. He lifted his head, an unprecedented resolve shining in his eyes. To safeguard the peace of Earth and protect everyone, I must grow stronger. Bra pouted slightly, a mischievous glint dancing in her eyes, her lips curling into a playful smile. She leaned in close to Gohan's ear, whispering softly, Gohan, you looked incredibly handsome just now. I am almost enchanted by you. Her breath brushed against Gohan's ear, imbued with a hint of subtle flirtation. Gohan was momentarily taken aback by her sudden action, losing his composure. His resolute, handsome face flushed slightly, and instinctively, he wanted to step back. But Bra deftly grasped his arm, her fingers gently caressing his skin, her movements suggestive yet tender, as if soothing a frightened creature. Don't move, Gohan. Let me take a good look at you. Bra's eyes sparkled, reminiscent of hidden stars. She stood on tiptoe, leaning closer to Gohan's cheek, deliberately brushing her nose against him, as if savoring something. Her voice as soft and sweet as cotton candy. You have a very special scent. It makes me want to get closer. Gohan felt his heart race, his cheeks burning. He lowered his gaze, faltering. Bra, you. Stop teasing. I'm drenched in sweat. There's nothing special about me. However, Bra appeared to be oblivious to his words, continuing to lean against him, her arms wrapped around his waist. She playfully breathed into his ear and softly remarked, I am not causing any trouble. Gohan's dream is truly magnificent, protecting the Earth and everyone on it. Does that also include protecting me? She deliberately emphasized the phrase protecting me, her tone teasingly affectionate, while her body pressed closely against Gohan, allowing him to feel her warmth and curves. Gohan's face flushed crimson at her antics. Yet he could not bring himself to push her away, stammering in response, well, that is certainly true. Only then did Bra reveal a satisfied smile, loosening her embrace, though her eyes sparkled with mischievous triumph. She took a step back, resting her chin on her hands, grinning at Gohan. Hee hee. I knew Gohan was the best. Once I become stronger, I will definitely protect you too. Listening to her, Gohan absent-mindedly touched his golden hair, feeling a wave of self-reflection. How had he become so peculiar? Why did his face flush every time he was near a girl? Suddenly, a realization struck him. He recalled that the entity with whom he had fused souls, Bid, was a junior from the martial arts school. Super Saiyan 2 achieved. Gohan was currently enduring an intense gravity training regimen, performing sit-ups under extreme conditions. His emerald eyes and soft golden hair signified his identity as a Super Saiyan. Damn it. What exactly is going wrong? Despite his muscles aching and his body drenched in sweat, Gohan persevered, refusing to cease his efforts. How can I break through to Super Saiyan 2? He had maintained his Super Saiyan state for training and daily life over the past few days. Yet he felt as though something was amiss. A quick review of the transformation conditions for Super Saiyan 2 revealed that each character in the original story had a unique method of achieving this form. Gohan himself had witnessed Android 16's destruction by Cell, resulting in a surge of anger that led to his transformation. Vegeta, on the other hand, fueled by a fierce sense of pride and a refusal to remain inferior, pushed himself to the limits. As for his father, Goku, while not explicitly stated, it was evident that he had been training in the afterlife where no situation could provoke him to lose control. Thus, it was concluded that Super Saiyan 2 was not directly tied to anger. Even if it were, the correlation would likely be minimal. According to Dragon Ball Super, a calm environment combined with an abundance of S cells could facilitate the transformation. In other words, Gohan need not experience loss or provocation to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Yet, even after emulating Vegeta's rigorous training in the gravity chamber, he could not make that final leap. Perhaps I should not have imitated Vegeta's approach of laboring in the gym, Gohan mused, deciding to halt his training for the day. His gaze shifted to Bra, whose azure eyes now shimmered like emeralds, radiating a vibrant green unique to life itself. Her blue hair had transformed to a golden hue. Indeed, after these past days, Bra had successfully reached full power in her Super Saiyan form. Her current combat prowess was sufficient to defeat androids 17 and 18. The only thing restraining Gohan was a stubborn mindset. Why was it so challenging for him to achieve Super Saiyan 2, a form he had effortlessly accessed as a child? He was acutely aware that his present combat capabilities far exceeded those of his youth, yet he could not access Super Saiyan 2, causing him considerable frustration. Sweat dripped from Gohan's forehead, splattering onto the gravity chamber floor. He listened to Bra humming an unknown melody taught to her by Aunt Bulma, her expression carefree, reminiscent of a child without worries. As he wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, he sought to mask his helplessness. Somehow, he found himself drifting back to his childhood, guided by the sound of Bra's song. Gohan, why are you daydreaming? A green figure appeared. It was Piccolo. Did I not instruct you to focus during training? I am focused. Just look at all this sweat. I am clearly working hard. Gohan replied in his childish voice. Humph. If I say you are distracted, then you are distracted. Your mind is in disarray, Piccolo retorted, turning his back to Gohan. You may as well not train today. It would be futile. With that, he waved his hands, conjuring a translucent barrier that enveloped Gohan. How dare you stop me from training? Let me out. I want my mother. Gohan cried, tears welling as he pounded against the transparent barrier. Humph, little brat, save your energy. I will not release you until you understand what it means to be earnest, Piccolo scoffed. I must have been blind to take on the task of training you. Honestly, how could a child who reacts without thought and only cries possibly assist his father in defeating the future Saiyan invaders? Observing Gohan's tears, Piccolo felt a twitch of frustration. This was not what he had expected. Hey, shut up, kid, or I will really make you regret it. Piccolo snapped, unable to contain himself. He instantly dispelled the barrier and grabbed Gohan by the scruff of his neck, appearing ready to deliver a harsh lesson. At that moment, Gohan ceased his tears, though his pants became soaked. Forget it. Piccolo sighed in exasperation, using magic to conjure Gohan a new outfit. I don't want to wear this. You are the most powerful warrior of the demon realm that I have trained, so naturally, you must wear the attire of our kind. It's so ugly. What did you say? And nothing. You really are a foolish child. Allow me to offer you a hint. To be earnest means to cultivate inner peace. Your mind is too chaotic, filled with distractions. This approach will yield no results. The more you train, the further you regress. Be earnest. Piccolo sat upon a rock, resembling a sage imparting wisdom. In my view, being earnest means quieting the mind, achieving tranquility akin to the sky. Enough of this. Discussing such matters with you now is futile. Remember, child, you have much to learn on the path of becoming a warrior. With that, Gohan's brow relaxed, and he settled into a meditative position, the echo of Piccolo's words reverberating in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, his energy began to surge, enveloped in a golden aura. A vacuum vortex formed around him, causing the ground to fragment and float in defiance of gravity, before halting midair. A cacophony of sounds erupted, reminiscent of birdsong. What is happening? Bra wondered. sensing that Gohan was on the brink of a breakthrough. To avoid disturbing him, she flew to a distance using her flight technique. Gohan's meditative form was suddenly lifted by the violent golden flames of energy, causing the gravity chamber's floor to crack like a spider's web. His once gentle golden hair now stood erect, infused with vitality, arcs of silver electricity dancing through the strands, with a thunderous explosion signaling his energy surpassing its limits. The golden flames transitioned from combustion to explosive jet force. The measurement devices along the gravity chamber's walls shattered, their indicators wildly fluctuating before ultimately displaying an error warning, leading to a catastrophic detonation of the chamber. Thankfully, Bra had anticipated this outcome and was not harmed. Gohan gazed at his hands, clenched into fists, feeling every cell in his body exulting in jubilation. Powerful Pava. Ah, why do I feel such a sense of nostalgia? Just like the refreshing feeling one experiences while fishing by the spring water at Baozi Mountain during childhood, Sun Wukong displayed a confident and relaxed smile. He had finally surpassed the Super Saiyan level, achieving Super Saiyan 2 at last. In the town center, skyscrapers collapsed under the impact of energy waves, their glass facades cascading like waterfalls. Android 18, clad in metallic stilettos, gracefully leaped onto a remaining billboard, coldly surveying the panicked crowd below. Her slender fingers traced the air, and the energy she gathered at her fingertips shot into the throng like marbles, instantly reducing several residents to mere pulp. The splattered blood stained the tips of her platinum hair, yet she tilted her head and chuckled lightly. This fireworks display was rather enjoyable. On the other side, Android 17 leaned against a burning gas station, his gaze fixed on a mother clutching her infant. He deliberately severed the woman's left arm with an energy wave, relishing her distorted screams amid the inferno, before leisurely walking over to seize the wailing child. The terrified reaction of the human infant was quite amusing. He tossed the baby into the air, and as the mother's cries reached a crescendo, he suddenly released it, only to pierce the child with his fist just before impact. Look, doesn't it resemble a burst candy? He mused, his blood-stained hand caressing the mother's face before mercilessly snapping her neck. An elderly man with a grizzled beard raised an axe and charged at Android 17. Unfazed, Android 17 stood still, and when the axe struck his neck, he smiled and remarked, "Not bad for an old man." With that, he clasped the old man's head, and with a sickening crack, the man's breath was extinguished. Hey, 18, don't they flee like a pack of rats? Android 18 shattered a building with a wave of her hand, her laughter echoing through the dust. Indeed amusing, especially their expressions just before death, before she could finish. A white energy beam descended like a meteor, and amidst the flying debris, Sun Wukong made his entrance. Having just emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, he was immediately aware of the explosions nearby. Since the android siblings began their slaughter of city residents for sport, all humans had retreated to remote mountains or small villages, barely making a sound to avoid detection. However, the continuous booms confirmed his suspicions that the androids were once again on a rampage. Witnessing the grotesque expressions of the androids, Sun Wukong felt fury boiling within him. Where is the amusement? The golden aura of Super Saiyan 2 erupted violently, tearing through the surrounding air like lightning. Where is the humor? Sun Wukong's black pupils transformed into a vivid green, and his golden hair stood even more erect. Android 17, surprised by Sun Wukong's appearance, quickly adopted a mocking tone. Didn't we finish you off last time? Android 18 appeared similarly taken aback, but didn't he regard Sun Wukong as a threat? Android 17 tilted his head, sizing up the transformed Sun Wukong with a sneer. What new trick have you conjured? What do you take life for, you scoundrels? Sun Wukong retorted, foregoing further words as he launched a powerful punch at Android 17. The android was sent flying, but that was merely the beginning. Sun Wukong seized him by the throat, pressed his head into the ground, and carved a deep trench as he dragged him along, then without hesitation, gathered energy in his palm and unleashed a simple energy blast, utterly obliterating Android 17. The speed of his assault was so swift that Android 18 failed to react. Damn it, she cursed, realizing that with her energy being weaker than that of Android 17, she was no match for Sun Wukong. Thus, she prepared to flee. Yet, in the next instant, Sun Wukong materialized before her, his powerful right hand gripping her shoulder, causing her body to tremble. Where do you think you're going? Aren't you fond of playing cat and mouse? Sun Wukong smirked at Android 18, remembering how her energy blast had once led to his demise. Had it not been for the merging of his soul with that of a traveler, he would have been reunited with Uncle Piccolo and the others in the afterlife. Android 18's previously nonchalant expression twisted into one of fear, revealing for the first time the vulnerability beneath her facade. It seemed that although androids lacked the sensation of pain, they still retained the human instinct to fear death. "Now it's my turn to watch the fireworks," Sun Wukong declared, gripping Android 18 by her collar and launching her into the sky. "This technique suits your fate perfectly." He extended his body, his index and middle fingers meeting at his brow as he murmured, "Masenko." A purplish-red energy wave erupted from his fingertips. With a resounding boom, Android 18 transformed into a dazzling display of fireworks against the night sky. Finally, it was over. Sun Wukong hovered in the air, and the surviving residents below, witnessing the demise of the two malevolent beings, erupted into tears of joy, kneeling in reverence towards him as if he were a god. Sun Wukong said little, merely departing swiftly from the scene. Utilizing the instant transmission technique, he soared through the sky, savoring the long-lost sensation of ease and relaxation. Now, he had a destination in mind, Baozi Mountain, his home. It had been a long time since he had returned, knowing that upon his arrival, his mother would not allow him to leave the mountain again. In fact, he had left home in a fit of anger, not returning for 3 years. Thus, even after vanquishing the androids, he felt hesitant about going back. As he descended, his altitude lowered further, his boots nearly grazing the wild grass on the hillside. Through the mist, the familiar outline of his home gradually came into view, but there was no smoke rising from the chimney, and the tomato vines in the garden lay wilted and curled upon the bamboo trellis. He recalled the day he had left, when his mother had stuffed a hastily sewn martial arts uniform into his arms, her hair still lustrous and dark. But now, the woman leaning against the doorframe, selecting vegetables, had hair as white as snow that never melted. "Mom," he whispered, rubbing his eyes, as the hem of her apron, worn and faded, was dusted with remnants from the previous night's cooking. When her weary gaze reflected the image of her son, she trembled violently. Upon seeing that familiar figure once more, Sun Wukong could hardly believe his eyes. "Ah, how has my mother's hair turned so white?" His brows knitted together as he dug his nails into his palms, drawing blood. This pain eclipsed even that of his encounter with Android 18. "Wukong, my Wukong," she exclaimed, discarding the vegetables and rushing toward him. Noticing the emptiness of his left arm, her eyes glistened with tears as she began to sob. Sun Wukong embraced his mother, feeling an overwhelming urge to share everything with her, how he had finally defeated the androids and saved the Earth, and how he had discovered a way to resurrect his father and Uncle Piccolo. Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, witnessing his mother's heart-wrenching tears, he decided to hold off on sharing for a while, not wanting to disrupt the precious moment of their reunion. Thus, Kiki took Sun Wukong's hand and led him inside, inquiring about the events of the past years and the condition of his arm. Sun Wukong answered each question in turn. Upon learning that the android had been vanquished by her son, Chi-Chi beamed with joy, gently patting Gohan's shoulder. "Gohan, you've grown up, becoming a person as dependable as your father," she mused, caressing the face that bore a striking resemblance to her late husband, lost in reverie. "Mother, I actually have a way to resurrect Father and Uncle Piccolo," Gohan interjected, unable to bear the thought of his mother enduring the pain of longing any longer. "Really?" Chi-Chi's expression lit up with excitement as she realized her husband might still have a chance at revival. Her eyes sparkled with hope. She grasped Gohan's hand tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. "Gohan, is that truly the case? You really can bring Goku back?" Gohan nodded earnestly, affirming, "Yes, truly." The joy that surged within Chi-Chi was indescribable. She envisioned her husband Goku returning to her side, their family reunited, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She embraced Gohan tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "Gohan, my Gohan." Gohan tenderly stroked Chi-Chi's back, comforting her, possessing the memories of a time traveler. Gohan was aware that some held unfavorable opinions of his mother, criticizing her for forcing him to study and neglecting his martial arts talent, which ultimately led to his tragic demise at the hands of the androids. But he knew that it was not his mother's fault. Pursuing scholarship had always been his own dream, not a coercion from her. Moreover, as a normal mother, how could Chi-Chi possibly allow her 4-year-old only son to battle against scions or cosmic tyrants? If any mother in reality would encourage her child, who should be in kindergarten, to fight on the battlefield, Gohan would surely commend her. Many also criticized the love between his parents, alleging it to be a marriage of convenience. Frankly, such remarks were harsh. young couples, companions in old age. Reflecting deeply, Chi-Chi, having endured in near widowhood, remained steadfastly devoted to Goku. How many women in this so-called reality could achieve such loyalty? In Gohan's heart, Chi-Chi was the greatest mother in the world, and his father was undoubtedly the strongest man and savior of Earth. Yet, he had to acknowledge that while his father had done right by many, he had failed his family and his beloved Chi-Chi. Thus, it was entirely understandable for her to sometimes express anger towards Goku. Perhaps saving the world seemed grand to others, and engaging in fierce battles felt exhilarating. But to Chi-Chi, it was merely a series of trials that could steal away her beloved husband and child. All she desired was simple, a happy life with her family of 3. Gohan felt deeply about this. Aspiring to be a scholar, he understood that insight was an essential gift for scholars. The moment he stepped through the door, he noticed it, the gleaming wedding photo, the best answer to all questions. After all, a child is the fruit of love between lovers. If there was genuine disdain, how could one possibly cherish the child? Gohan and Chi-Chi conversed late into the night, reveling in their long-awaited reunion. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Gohan rubbed his eyes and rose, intending to wash his face and brush his teeth, only to be startled by an unexpected sight. A woman had appeared in his bathroom. Bulma? Gohan blinked, doubting his eyes. What's wrong, Gohan? Bulma replied, brushing her teeth, her words muffled. Bulma, why are you in my house? After rinsing her mouth, Bulma splashed water on her face and shook her head, droplets glistening in her hair. Leaning against the sink, she raised her head slightly, revealing a smile characteristic of a mature woman. What's the matter? Am I not welcome? Gohan stammered, unsure how to respond. Haha, silly boy. It's my daughter who insisted I come, Bulma chuckled. I don't know what you told her, but here I am. Gohan's confusion cleared. After all, he had mentioned to Bra about wanting to reunite with his mother after defeating the androids. He hadn't expected Bulma to accompany her. Don't forget, I've known your mother Chi-Chi for ages. Although you two haven't been in touch much these past 3 years, the adults have kept in contact. Bulma added with a wink. By the way, how do you like the new milk white gray hair I gave your mom? You dyed it. Gohan exclaimed. Well, what else could it be? It's the latest trend, Bulma replied. Gohan sighed, realizing why Chi-Chi had been so evasive when he brought up her hair last night. Bulma, you might want to keep up with the latest trends, she mused, momentarily taken aback by her own lack of awareness. But I must be off to breakfast. I hurried here to taste your mother's cooking without even washing my face or brushing my teeth. As Bulma prepared to leave space for Gohan to freshen up, an unexpected incident occurred. Suddenly, the bathroom floor became slippery, and Bulma lost her balance, leaning back. Ah, she gasped, instinctively reaching for something to hold on to. Gohan, quick to react, reached out to steady her, but their proximity caused an unintended collision. Wow. Their bodies pressed together. Bulma instinctively wrapped her arms around Gohan's waist, while his arm firmly supported her back. Their position was undeniably intimate, close enough to feel each other's breath. Bulma felt her cheeks flush slightly, her gaze momentarily evasive, but she soon regained her composure. With a teasing tone, she remarked, Gohan, you've been working out, haven't you? She stood up gracefully, playfully pinching his bicep before sauntering away, leaving Gohan momentarily stunned. As Gohan exited the bathroom, he found Chi-Chi had prepared a lavish breakfast. Gohan, hurry and sit down. It's all your favorites. Gohan's mouth watered at the sight of the spread: Tianjin rice, char siu buns, mapo tofu, teriyaki chicken, and an array of meats. What scion could resist such a feast? Gohan, your mouth is watering. Bra giggled from the dining table, cradling her face in her hands as she smiled at him. Wherever there are scions, is that called being greedy? It's Gohan, mother certainly did not raise you to be so unambitious. Chi-Chi interrupted him, her tone tinged with reproach, yet her eyes brimmed with affection. Hey, Mom, I'm not being greedy. Who could resist such a delicious breakfast? Gohan scratched his head, smiling sheepishly, before swiftly taking a seat and picking up his chopsticks, ready to indulge. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Chi-Chi watched Gohan devour his food and couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle. Haha, Gohan, your eating style is truly amusing. Bulma, observing Gohan's voraciousness, couldn't resist teasing him. By the way, I must say, your mother's breakfast is indeed delectable. Of course, my mother's culinary skills are unparalleled. Gohan mumbled through a mouthful of teriyaki chicken. Otherwise, why would I be so eager? I must concur. On this point, I must admit that Aunt Chi-Chi's cooking is unbeatable. Just then, Bulma emerged from the parked aircraft outside, carrying a bottle of red wine, and approached with a lively demeanor. Come, sample my wine collection. To celebrate our Gohan-chan becoming the great hero who saves the Earth. She playfully flashed a peace sign, her face radiating rare ease and joy. Since the defeat of the androids, Bulma seemed to have rejuvenated in spirit. The once mature and composed woman now exhibited a playful side, even affectionately referring to Gohan as Gohan-chan. Yet, Gohan did not mind. In fact, he reveled in it. Perhaps it was the enchanting influence of the younger generation. After all, those who played with the young often needed a bit of guidance. The long-awaited family gathering allowed Gohan to relax his tense nerves. As the wine flowed, the atmosphere gradually grew lively. Seizing the moment, Gohan inquired of Bulma about the spaceship. Aunt Bulma, about that spaceship I asked you about 3 days ago. Is it repaired? Gohan asked. Oh, you mean the spaceship that Vegeta brought? Don't worry, I finished the repairs last night. Bulma replied with a slight smile and an air of confidence. Really? That's wonderful. Gohan's face lit up with joy. However, the two women nearby exchanged puzzled glances. Spaceship? Chi-Chi spoke first, her tone laced with confusion and displeasure. Yes, it's Vegeta's spaceship. Didn't I mention before? I have a way to resurrect my father and Uncle Piccolo. Gohan patiently explained. But what does that have to do with Vegeta's spaceship? Chi-Chi frowned, evidently still viewing Vegeta as the proud and obstinate scion prince he once was. In this timeline, Vegeta had yet to reveal his gentler side, and people's impressions of him remained rooted in the past. Chi-Chi's slightly dissatisfied tone caught Bulma's attention. She keenly sensed that Aunt Chi-Chi seemed somewhat displeased with her father. But before Bulma could ponder further, Gohan continued, I plan to visit Namek. Although the Dragon Balls on Earth can no longer be used due to Uncle Piccolo's passing, the Dragon Balls on Namek can still grant wishes. As long as we reach New Namek via the spaceship, we can make our wishes. Bulma, having been to Namek years ago, furrowed her brow. Gohan, you mentioned New Namek. But we don't know its current coordinates. Gohan appeared prepared, smiling slightly. Don't forget, we still have Mr. Popo. Popo, the attendant of the Kami? Bulma asked, puzzled. Exactly. Through Mr. Popo, we can communicate with King Kai. As the highest deity overseeing the North Galaxy, he should be able to locate New Namek's coordinates. Gohan explained. Wow, Gohan. You truly are a genius. Bulma exclaimed, her tipsy face lighting up with delight as she hugged Gohan and planted a hearty kiss on his cheek. Bra flushed instantly, letting out a sharp gasp before rushing over to separate Gohan from Bulma. Hee, what do you think? Are you jealous? Bulma teased, sticking her tongue out at Bra. Hey, you old woman, don't forget about me. Chi-Chi remarked with a half-smile, her tone carrying a hint of irritation. She rolled her shoulders and wrists, threateningly saying, Come here, I need to talk to you. Before she could finish, Chi-Chi dragged Bulma into the bedroom, leaving Gohan and Bra exchanging wide-eyed glances at the dining table. Well, now it's just the two of us, Gohan and I, Bra said awkwardly. Yes, Gohan nodded. Gohan and I, could you tell me about my father? Bra asked cautiously, her eyes filled with a mix of anticipation and unease. Why the sudden interest in Vegeta? Gohan was taken aback. Because I heard Aunt Chi-Chi's tone. She seems to dislike my father. Bra's voice lowered, her gaze revealing a hint of hurt. Resembling a frightened little creature in need of comfort, Gohan instinctively stroked Bra's small head, reflecting on his memories of Vegeta. The Vegeta he encountered was indeed not a good person, let alone a good husband or father. Yet, in the memories of the alternate timeline depicted in Dragon Ball Super, he had changed, becoming warm and family-oriented. The noble scion Prince Vegeta had never compromised his dignity. When the god of destruction arrived, panic and fear graced the prince's face for the first time, as he displayed an unprecedented humility for the sake of his wife and children. That absurd behavior had crushed his pride beneath the earth. But when Aunt Bulma bore a mark on her face, the most powerful and ultimate flash of light infused his dignity with a fear that had been ingrained in him. This was the Vegeta who later became flesh and blood, whose popularity even surpassed that of his father. In this timeline, Gohan found it challenging to declare whether Vegeta was good or bad, especially in front of Bra. Ultimately, Gohan decided to tell a little white lie. Your father, Vegeta, is... Supplement. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. Just yesterday, Akira Toriyama's final work, Dragon Ball Super, concluded. Goku protected the Earth, and Dragon Ball safeguarded our childhood. Thank you for the final gift you bestowed upon Dragon Ball fans worldwide. 10. Cell, Perished, he had committed numerous misdeeds and was a true villain. Perhaps he now resided in hell. Is that so? I can sense it too. As Mother rarely mentions anything about my father. Bra's eyes reflected a trace of melancholy, clearly disappointed by the reality of Vegeta being a villain. He was a man of immense pride, perhaps due to his royal lineage, never easily revealing his true feelings. But I believe that if given more time, Vegeta will become a good husband and a good father. Gohan could not bring himself to declare that Vegeta was a good man in this timeline, for indeed, his actions were difficult to forgive. However, he endeavored to console Bra, hoping she would not be entirely disappointed in her father. Bra remained somewhat perplexed. She pursed her lips and ventured to speak. But, to put it plainly, what is it that my mother finds appealing in such an insincere man? Well, who knows? Perhaps love is simply an irrational phenomenon. Son Gohan did not provide a definitive answer, for matters of love eluded his understanding. In the essence of the soul he had fused with knew even less. Bra nodded, relinquishing her internal struggle. Indeed, love is an enigma, much like her affection for Gohan. At that moment, Chi-Chi and Bulma emerged from the room, observing the two engaged in laughter, seemingly unperturbed by any troubles. Gohan gazed at his companions, feeling a warm sense of contentment. Perhaps this daily exchange of joviality was the very purpose of his rigorous training. He silently vowed to safeguard the happiness surrounding him, asserting that it was time to eliminate any impending troubles. Cell, I hope you can conceal yourself well enough to avoid my detection. Elsewhere, beneath a vast icy expanse, advanced machinery lay arrayed, intricately entwined with pipelines and flickering indicators that emitted a faint hum, imparting an unsettling ambience. At the center stood a colossal artificial computer, its screen still aglow, suggesting ongoing operations. The dense data and continuously scrolling icons attested to this fact. This supercomputer appeared to be monitoring a critical experimental process, laboring tirelessly day and night. In front of the computer was a massive petri dish filled with a luminous green nutrient solution, exuding a mysterious and eerie sheen. Within this viscous liquid, a grotesque embryo writhed slowly. This was Cell. A B-shaped robot then opened the facility's doors, docking beside the artificial intelligence computer to input the collected combat data and cellular samples. But in the next instant, boom, the robotic bee exploded. A familiar voice echoed. The newcomer was Son Gohan. Is this Cell? How revolting, Gohan thought, nearly feeling nauseous at the bizarre appearance. Subsequently, a key blast sent Cell soaring into the sky. He retrieved a device resembling a USB drive from his pocket and inserted it into the artificial computer. In less than 10 minutes, all the data regarding Cell's cultivation was copied. It was no surprise that the genius scientist, the pioneer of handcrafted time machines, Bulma's intellect was indeed commendable. Just before entering the hyperbolic time chamber, he had casually mentioned to her the need for an anti-detection device for small robots, and Bulma had promptly crafted one for him. It was during his encounter with androids 17 and 18 that he detected nearby bee-like robots recording combat data and collecting his biological residue. After all, these robots, devoid of life, did not possess any key. Had it not been for his prior knowledge of the script and awareness of Cell's clandestine activities below ground, he would not have requested Bulma to create an anti-detection device, leading him to the location of Cell's base beneath the polar ice caps. With that accomplished, he had eradicated the source of evil, Cell, and acquired data on Cell's creation, confident that Bulma would soon decipher the technology related to androids. Before departing the base, Gohan executed a series of princely techniques to ensure that this cursed place was left in ruins. Then, he took to the skies, intent on discussing matters concerning the androids with Bulma. Gohan, you're back, Bulma exclaimed, pausing her work to greet him. Yes, Aunt Bulma. Here is the data I just copied from Dr. Gero's supercomputer. Take a look. Bulma's eyes sparkled as she accepted the USB drive, rapidly perusing its contents. Unable to suppress her astonishment. Infinite energy furnace, half-mechanical life modification technology, bioengineering, genetic modification, artificial intelligence systems. Incredible. Absolutely remarkable. These concepts are audacious, yet entirely feasible. If applied appropriately, humanity's technological advancement could leap forward by an entire era. Bulma's cheeks flushed, resembling a fervent scientist, eagerly consuming knowledge. Aunt Bulma, are you all right? Gohan inquired with concern, having never witnessed Bulma in such a state of excitement. It was akin to a trained enthusiast spotting a beautiful schoolgirl. Bulma snapped back to reality, recognizing her moment of indiscretion, and sheepishly ruffled her hair. I'm fine. I'm just overly thrilled. Well, how should I put it? A bit carried away. By the way, Gohan, do you have anything else to discuss? No, not really. Then go play with Bra. I still have some things to sort out. I'll head to my workbench. With that, she playfully winked and turned to enter her laboratory, leaving Gohan somewhat bemused as he watched her retreating figure. Instead of playing with Bra, Gohan took her to the Supreme Kai's palace, requesting Mr. Popo to facilitate communication with the North Kai regarding the coordinates of New Namek. Upon hearing Gohan's request, Mr. Popo frowned slightly, as deities were not supposed to meddle in mortal affairs. However, he quickly regained his composure when Gohan directly stated, "Popo, do we need a new Supreme Kai?" At this, Mr. Popo readily agreed to assist. The North Kai, upon seeing Popo, initially muttered impatiently, "Popo, what is it?" "Mr. Popo respectfully replied, "Lord North Kai, this is Son Goku's son, Son Gohan. He has something important to discuss with you." "Goku's son? I've seen his performance. Quite impressive, defeating the androids." Gohan felt a twinge of annoyance at this praise, but in pursuit of the coordinates, he took a deep breath and respectfully stated, "Lord North Kai, I seek the coordinates of New Namek. We have pressing matters to attend there. I kindly ask for your guidance." "New Namek?" The North Kai paused, seemingly recalling something. "Ah, right. Due to Frisia's invasion, Namek was ultimately destroyed. The Namekians who relocated to Earth, with the aid of Purunga, found a suitable new planet, which is New Namek." "Indeed," Gohan nodded. "Oh, I see," the North Kai replied, his tone revealing understanding. "You wish to use the Dragon Balls of Namek to resurrect your father and the others, correct? Truly wise, Lord Kai. Your insight is unparalleled." To extract the coordinates of New Namek, Gohan flattered the North Kai. This praise caused the North Kai's antennae to twitch slightly, seemingly pleased. "Let me search for it." The North Kai activated his antennae, beginning the search for New Namek's location. After 2 or 3 minutes, the North Kai's voice resonated again. "Found it. The coordinates for New Namek are..." "Thank you, Lord Kai." Gohan silently noted the location of New Namek. "Is there anything else?" "Yes, indeed." Gohan inquired about his father's current activities. "Oh, Goku. They are currently training with Lord Grand Kai." "Ah, I see. Very well. Thank you, Lord Kai. Good luck, Gohan." In a moment of unexpected amusement, the North Kai burst into laughter, leaving Gohan puzzled. "I just thought of a rather amusing pun. Let me share it with you." The North Kai, resembling a mischievous child, cleared his throat and began recounting his well-worn joke. After a lengthy recital, he reluctantly ended the call, leaving Gohan and Bubbles in the heavenly palace to exhale in relief. The joke was indeed painfully corny. They exchanged glances, reading each other's expressions of exasperation. With preparations complete, their destination was the new planet Namek, and they set forth once more. Gohan felt a surge of excitement. After all, the vastness of the cosmos was universally admired. The thrilling prospect of interstellar travel was exhilarating. Following a brief exchange, Gohan and Bulma embarked on their journey to Namek. The reason for his choice to accompany Bulma instead of going solo or with Bra was rather simple. Gohan lacked the ability to pilot a spaceship, while Bulma was adept at it. Thus, their partnership was essential. Bra, on the other hand, chose to cling to Chi-Chi's arm, declaring her intention to keep her company, thus opting out of the Namek expedition. At their current pace, it would take 3 weeks to reach the new planet Namek. As Bulma skillfully navigated the spaceship through the asteroid belt, she discussed the estimated time of arrival with Gohan. "All right, I'll take a moment to train. I entrust the piloting to you, Aunt Bulma. But you're already remarkably powerful. I've heard from Bra that you've discovered a transformation beyond Super Saiyan. With such prowess, why do you still feel the need to train?" Bulma questioned, perplexed. Gohan seemed to perceive her thoughts, stroking his head and feigning nonchalance. "I do enjoy reading, but rather than being a helpless scholar, I prefer to protect everyone with my strength. If I continue my studies, I will surely neglect my martial training." Gohan lamented, his extraordinary intellect urging him to utilize his superhuman abilities to tackle all challenges. "Is that so? I had thought that once Scions reached adulthood, they would simply become brawny gorillas, preoccupied with fighting." Bulma teased, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Gohan chuckled at her words, nearly choking on the water he had just sipped, and quickly covered his mouth, stifling his laughter. "Aunt Bulma, that was quite a harsh remark." Thus, the duo continued their monotonous interstellar journey. 3 weeks later, after a distant yet fleeting voyage, they finally arrived at their destination, the new planet Namek. Preparing to land, Bulma exclaimed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with curiosity like a child. Yet beneath that enthusiasm lay a trace of nostalgia. With fluid motions at the controls, Bulma safely landed the spaceship without a hitch. Have we truly arrived? Namek. Gohan mused as they stepped out of the spaceship. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar green foliage, nostalgia washing over him. Standing before a shimmering pond, Bulma stared into the water, reflecting on her slightly aged visage, and felt a wave of emotions surge within her. Though it was a brand new Namek, the scenery seemed to transcend time, reminiscent of 2 decades past, familiar and heartfelt, evoking a bittersweet nostalgia. However, time is relentless. In a moment of despair, she had long since exhausted her spirit, neglecting her appearance. Compared to her youthful radiance from 20 years ago, she now bore the marks of age, with wrinkles framing her eyes. Flowers may bloom anew, but one cannot regain their youth. This realization dulled her excitement about revisiting the past. Yet, she suddenly recalled a saying from a superhero: women are like fine wine. The older they get, the more exquisite they become. While time had left its imprints on her face, it had also imparted a mature charm, perhaps to others. This seasoned allure was even more captivating. Although Bulma herself did not share this sentiment, she jestingly pointed to her face and asked Gohan, who stood nearby, "Gohan, how do you think anti-skincare is holding up?" Poor Gohan, seemingly oblivious to the underlying traps of such questions, answered candidly. After all, at only 24 years of age, he was in the prime of his youth and brimming with vitality, thus unfazed by Bulma's melancholic musings. Without hesitation, he cheerfully replied, "It looks great. Aunt Bulma, your wrinkles are far fewer than my mom's. You certainly don't look like a 48-year-old. I haven't even turned 48 yet." Gohan. Bulma's smile faltered, her lips twitching slightly, her eyes flashing with a hint of menace. "Ah, I apologize. Never mind, let us find the Dragon Balls first." Bulma retrieved the Dragon Radar and tossed a universal capsule from her pocket. Boom. A cloud of white smoke enveloped them, revealing a hovering car before Bulma. Gohan employed his flight technique to follow her. However, curiously, Bulma remained unresponsive to his chatter along the way, guided by the Dragon Radar. They soon discovered a village of Namekians harboring the Dragon Balls. They descended to the ground, intending to negotiate with the local inhabitants. The Namekians, who were farming, suddenly felt as though the sun had been obscured and looked up to see 2 yellow-skinned aliens. Instinctively, they raised their pitchforks and hoes, regarding Gohan and Bulma with suspicion. "Hello, I apologize for the interruption. My name is Bulma, and this is Gohan. We hail from Earth." Bulma introduced herself, wearing a friendly smile to ease their apprehension. Noticing their silence, she continued, "Do you not remember us? We met 25 years ago when Frieza destroyed the old Namek. You stayed at my house for several days. Don't you recall?" "What? Father? Frieza? What connection do you have with that fiend?" The farming Namekians exclaimed in agitation, brandishing their tools as if ready to attack at any moment should the explanation falter. "And no, you misunderstand. We have no ties to Frieza." Bulma frantically gestured, desperately trying to clarify. Yet the Namekians continued to glare at them menacingly. Just as Gohan feared an unnecessary conflict was about to ensue, a familiar voice rang out. "Put down your farming tools. They are not our enemies." Grand Elder. Indeed, the newcomer was the newly appointed Grand Elder of Planet Namek, whose name eluded Bulma. "She is an old friend of ours. She helped us fight against Frieza's forces. Our continued existence and ability to cultivate this new home is thanks to her and her companions. Now, return to your tasks." "Yes." The Namekians, relieved, lowered their weapons and resumed their work diligently. "Hee, I trust you are not too startled." The new elder inquired kindly of Bulma and Gohan. They shook their heads, indicating that they were fine. "Please forgive the impudence of these children. They were born only after our migration to the new Namek, and thus are unaware of the origins between Earth and Namek. Just a few days ago, my most talented student sensed your presence, which is why we have come to fetch you at this time," the elder explained. "Did you sense us days ago?" Bulma asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Indeed, he was eager to meet you," the elder replied, leaning on his cane as he led Gohan and Bulma into a small chamber. Who could it be? A huge question loomed in their minds. However, the mystery was soon unveiled as a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure emerged. "Bulma, Gohan, it's been a long time. I am Dandy. Do you remember me?" A tall, youthful Namekian rose to greet them. "Dandy." Gohan reacted quicker than Bulma, stepping forward to embrace Dandy warmly. The hug elicited a bashful smile from Dandy. Bulma, standing aside, marveled at how quickly time had passed. He had grown so tall that she barely recognized him. Having ended the embrace, Dandy smiled at Bulma. "With the passage of time, You two have aged. Upon hearing this, Bulma's cheeks flushed. Aren't Namekians known for their politeness? What do you mean by that? See, Bulma is already putting pressure on Dandy. Gohan interjected with the scholar's curiosity. What do you mean by that? Bulma retorted, playfully scolding Gohan with a light tap on the head. Ouch. Bulma, what are you doing? Gohan crouched down, clutching his head. If I cannot strike a Namekian. Surely I can manage a mere earthling, Bulma remarked, her mood noticeably lifted. Thanks to Gohan's playful antics, the atmosphere among them seemed to revert to that of 20 years ago, dispelling the long-standing distance created by lack of communication. Dandy and the Elder began inquiring about their reasons for coming to the new Namek. Is there some difficulty? At this, Bulma and Gohan's expressions turned serious. Allow me to explain. Gohan began recounting the dire challenges that had befallen Earth. After a lengthy discussion, Dandy and the Elder learned of Earth's plight. This is the reason we have come to Namek, Gohan concluded, taking a sip of water. My goodness, how terrifying. No wonder I noticed Gohan is missing an arm. Dandy's face turned pale, gripping his clothing in fear. I can hardly believe such events occurred on Earth. Do not worry. I shall dispatch someone to gather the Dragon Balls. The Elders sent emissaries to other tribes to collect the Dragon Balls, and within a short while, they were assembled before everyone. As Bulma gazed upon the radiant Namekian Dragon Balls, her eyes glistened with emotion. Gohan also exhaled a sigh of relief. With the Dragon Balls, everything could be restored. In the realm of Dragon Balls, the most reassuring sight, aside from Goku's silhouette, was indeed the wish-granting Dragon Balls. Without further ado, let us commence. Dandy placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground and began to chant the incantation to summon Shenron in Namekian. Soon, the sky dimmed, and a massive, green-scaled dragon emerged, obscuring the sun. State your wishes. I can grant you 3 wishes, whatever they may be. The familiar, regal tone resonated, promising to fulfill any desire. Gohan, Bulma, please express your wishes in Earth language. The current Purunga is capable of understanding it, Dandy informed them. Gohan and Bulma exchanged glances and nodded. They had previously discussed their wishes. First, to resurrect those who perished innocently due to the androids' massacre on Earth. Second, to restore Gohan's body to its complete form. Third, for Gohan to master instant transmission. After all, interstellar travel can be rather monotonous, and instant transmission would allow them to return to Earth in an instant. However, unlike in the original tale, the Namekian Dragon Balls, though upgraded, still held the limitation of reviving only one individual at a time. Thus, Gohan resolved to use this wish to enhance his own strength instead. Gohan stepped forward, declaring, My first wish is to restore my body to its perfect state. That is quite simple. Purunga replied, his eyes glowing red as he directed his gaze upon Gohan. Gohan felt a warm and powerful energy surging within him, initiating a miraculous transformation. To his astonishment, the scar on his face faded away as if vanquished by dawn's light, revealing smooth skin once more. Next, he felt a tingling sensation in his left shoulder, as if a newfound vitality awakened within. To his amazement, a complete left arm began to grow before his eyes, muscle, bone, and veins seamlessly merging together in an instant. An overwhelming joy surged within Gohan as he slowly moved his left arm, clenching his fist. The joints crackled with a delightful sound, reminiscent of popping beans. He could distinctly feel the powerful energy coursing through his arm, as though it had never left him. Moreover, his body, bearing the scars of years of battle, was entirely healed in that moment. A sense of relief washed over him, filling him with unprecedented lightness. I have never felt so invigorated. It is as if I have been reborn, Gohan exclaimed with exuberance. Yet, this was not the end. Gohan sensed a pressure near his tailbone, and soon a furry tail burst forth from his pants, moving gracefully without the need of wind. Is that my tail? Before Gohan could fully appreciate this newfound appendage, Purunga's resonant voice called from above. All right, mortal, quickly state your second wish. Gohan nodded and stated, My second wish is to acquire the ability to instantaneously move to other locations, akin to the Kaioshin. I cannot fulfill that wish, Purunga replied, shaking his head. The Kaioshin's instant transmission is a divine technique, a realm beyond my capabilities. Oh, I see. Then please help me unlock my full potential. I cannot grant that wish either. Perhaps we should reconsider instant transmission? Purunga displayed a rare expression of embarrassment. Really? So even the Namekian dragon has wishes it cannot fulfill. Just like the Earth dragon. How disappointing, Bulma shrugged, expressing her dismay at the dragon's limitations. The honest Purunga, after downloading the Earth language pack, seemed to exhibit a greater inclination towards the essence of Earth's Dragon Balls, embodying a more human-like sentiment. Provoked by Bulma, he became thoroughly indignant. Foolish mortal. Your perspective is truly limited. Purunga furrowed his brow slightly, a trace of dissatisfaction in his tone, but quickly regained his composure. Although I cannot fulfill abilities that pertain to the divine realm, my power is not as constrained as you might presume. Please reconsider a reasonable wish. This time I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request. Noticing Purunga's discontent, Bulma waved her hands in a placating manner. Oh, please don't be angry. Lord Purunga, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. We had actually contemplated our second wish long ago. It was just that Gohan wished to test the limits of what could be achieved. Then please, do speak. Purunga's tone softened somewhat, yet still retained an air of seriousness. Clearing her throat and taking a step forward, Bulma declared, our second wish is for Gohan to acquire instant transmission. But it must surpass that of Son Goku. This wish is exceedingly simple. Without further ado, Purunga exhibited his divine power, determined to regain the dignity lost moments ago. A crimson light flashed once more, illuminating Son Gohan. In an instant, Gohan successfully mastered the skill of instant transmission. The son you refer to as Son Goku, correct? His instant transmission originates from the Yardration's teleportation technique. Not only does it require time and concentration, but it also necessitates the ability to sense a person's energy before one can teleport to their side. This technique is not particularly formidable in combat, rendering it rather ineffective. In contrast, the instant transmission I bestow has been significantly enhanced. Firstly, it does not require concentration. It can be activated merely by thought. Secondly, you can continuously alter your destination during the transmission, and the energy consumption is merely half that of the Yardration technique. Purunga expounded the enhanced version of instant transmission as if reciting a rhythmic verse. Well, that sounds rather useful, Bulma nodded, recognizing the practicality of this instant transmission in battle. For our third wish, we entrust you with the task of unlocking a potential that surpasses my current limits. Gohan pondered for a moment. Although he could not achieve an unfair advantage, he reasoned that similar to the Elder Kai and the old Supreme Kai's ability to tap into latent potential, the Namekian dragon should be capable of this. This wish is still exceedingly simple. Once again, a red light flickered in Purunga's eyes, but this time, the light lingered unusually long, bathing Gohan for approximately 2 minutes. All right, your wish has been fulfilled. Purunga's tone remained haughty, yet it seemed somewhat lacking in vigor. Purunga's visage completely vanished, and the Dragon Balls of Namek transformed into stone, crashing heavily to the ground. The ominous black clouds that had enveloped the sky now dispersed at an astonishing pace. The heavens of Namek returned to their former tranquility and clarity in mere breaths. Sunlight once again pierced the gaps in the clouds, cascading down to the earth. Gohan clenched his fists, sensing a new transformation within him. Eagerly, he began to channel the energy throughout his body. Soon, an astonishing aura erupted from Gohan, a powerful force that was almost suffocating. It seemed as though he was enveloped in an invisible energy field. Golden light flickered around him, his hair transforming into a brilliant gold, and his eyes became piercingly sharp. A tremendous wave of energy emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to warp slightly. This is Super Saiyan, Bulma gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she beheld Gohan. No, this is not merely a Super Saiyan, Dandy remarked with a hint of awe. It was a power that transcended the Super Saiyan state, a newfound potential bestowed by the Dragon Balls. As the golden light dissipated, the golden flames transformed into a pure white. The flamboyant golden strands of hair reverted to a humble black. Thus, the enigmatic Gohan was born. The new deity, Dandy, dubbed him the ultimate Gohan. Unlike the traditional transformations of Super Saiyan, this form was ignited through the ritual of the Elder Kai, allowing him to unlock his potential in his normal state. It could be considered a unique transformation branch belonging solely to Gohan within the Dragon Ball universe. Embarking on the path of ultimate form, as long as Gohan continued to develop his latent potential, this ultimate state could evolve. In Dragon Ball Superhero, he even unveiled a new transformation that surpassed the ultimate Gohan beast form. Presently, Gohan had not awakened his potential through the Elder Kai's ritual but through the Namekian dragon Purunga's enhancement. In terms of dimensional ranking, Purunga could not compare to the Elder Kai, and thus the effects of unlocking potential were naturally not as profound. The original text describes Ultimate Gohan's power as exceeding that of Super Saiyan 3 while maintaining a longer duration. However, based on the current rate of energy consumption, It appeared that this new form Gohan awakened would not endure for long. If one were to draw a comparison, it felt akin to a temporary boost surpassing Super Saiyan 3, yet it was still a half-finished transformation that would deflate quickly. Indeed, the Namekian dragon was still not as formidable as the Elder Kai's ritual for unlocking potential, rendering this new transformation somewhat incomplete. Yet, Gohan sensed a premonition. This incomplete transformation could be perfected. Just as Super Saiyan 1 at full power was developed from the base of Super Saiyan 1. Every beginning is difficult. Now that the foundation has been laid, Gohan could gradually build upon it, ultimately achieving a perfect transformation. Gohan quietly absorbed the vast and surging energy within him before slowly reverting from the transformation. Wow, Gohan, your demeanor has completely changed. You've become even more handsome and manly. Bulma, not being a martial artist or a Namekian with keen perception, simply observed that Gohan had erupted with white flames, his expression turning resolute and handsome. Gohan, your aura was truly astonishing. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I could scarcely believe this is the pinnacle of human achievement, utterly overwhelming. Dandy exclaimed excitedly. Although he was not a combat-oriented Namekian, he was an exceptionally talented descendant of the Dragon Clan. He could naturally sense the immense aura and the boundless pressure it exuded, which was utterly terrifying. Gohan smiled slightly, a hint of excitement in his voice. I never anticipated that I could awaken a new transformation. This journey to Namek has nearly reached a perfect conclusion. Nearly? Dandy detected the underlying meaning. Indeed, our purpose in coming to Namek was to hope that you, Dandy, could assume the role of the guardian deity of Earth. The deity? Me? Yes, indeed, you, Dandy. You possess extraordinary talent as a Dragon Clan member and profound knowledge of the Dragon Balls. If you were to take on the role of Earth's deity, I believe we could use Earth's Dragon Balls to resurrect those who perished due to the android's actions. Without any hesitation, Dandy felt compelled by his friendship with Gohan and his sense of justice to journey to Earth. All right, I accept your request, Gohan. I will accompany you to Earth. Splendid. A resounding success. Bulma beamed with joy at the sight. Dandy, looking at Gohan and Bulma's smiles, couldn't he help but grin as well. Go forth, Dandy. Make sure to assist the people of Earth. The elder did not indulge in sentimentality or shed tears. Rather, he felt elated that Dandy had found such a purpose. He knew Dandy's talents were exceptional, and compared to the new Namek, Earth would be a far more suitable place for him to showcase his abilities. Well then, until we meet again, everyone. Son Gohan, Bulma, and Dandy waved goodbye to everyone. Subsequently, Son Gohan took the hands of both individuals and sensed Mr. Popo's aura. In the blink of an eye, the three appeared in the heavenly temple. Mr. Popo, who was enjoying his afternoon tea, was startled by their sudden appearance. Once he recognized them, especially Dandy, whose green visage remarkably resembled that of the young Supreme Kai, he exclaimed, Gohan, have you returned from Namek? This must be Dandy, the one you mentioned. Yes, Mr. Popo, this is Dandy. He has agreed to take on the role of the new Supreme Kai on Earth. So I hope you will take good care of him, Son Gohan replied with a gentle smile. Rest assured, Gohan. Dandy appears to be a very polite young man. I believe he will excel in this position, Mr. Popo encouraged, patting Dandy on the shoulder. Welcome, new Supreme Kai, Dandy. Dandy smiled faintly, determination gleaming in his eyes. Mr. Popo, I will strive to ensure that the Dragon Balls fulfill their utmost potential and assist as many people as possible. Dragon Balls? Mr. Popo seemed unaware that Dandy could wield the Dragon Balls like the former Supreme Kai. Indeed, the Dragon Balls. As long as I have the model of the Eternal Dragon, I can resurrect the Dragon Balls, Dandy explained. Really? Mr. Popo exclaimed, hastily rushing into a room within the heavenly temple that was cluttered with various items. He began rummaging through the mess, searching for the Eternal Dragon model left behind by the former Supreme Kai. At last, he uncovered a dusty model that was remarkably well preserved, requiring little alteration. This is how the Eternal Dragon of Earth looks? Dandy marveled at the Oriental Dragon model in Mr. Popo's hands. Yes, it was designed by the previous Supreme Kai, Mr. Popo clarified. In that case, I won't need to spend time crafting a new model. I can proceed directly to enhancing it, Dandy remarked. Wait, you just said enhancing the Eternal Dragon? Mr. Popo's eyes widened in surprise, struggling to believe his ears. Dandy nodded with a slight smile. Yes, Mr. Popo. On New Namek, I learned some special techniques from the Elder that can augment the power of the Eternal Dragon, increasing the number of wishes it can grant and retaining the ability of Earth's Dragon to resurrect multiple individuals at once. Mr. Popo's expression turned incredulous. This is simply astounding. Son Gohan and Bulma exchanged glances, clearly agreeing that recruiting Dandy as the new Supreme Kai of Earth was an exceptionally wise decision. However, this will take some time, approximately 6 months, Dandy explained to Mr. Popo, Son Gohan, and Bulma. That's fine. We've managed thus far, so 6 months is nothing, Bulma reassured him. Afterward, Bulma and Gohan departed from the Heavenly Temple. Mr. Popo entrusted the Supreme Kai's staff to Dandy and guided him around the Heavenly Temple, ensuring he became well acquainted with the responsibilities and privileges that came with the role of Supreme Kai. Although the Supreme Kai is the most junior deity, it is still a position of significance, necessitating a thorough understanding of the job's nuances. From the moment Dandy accepted the staff of the former Supreme Kai, Mr. Popo began addressing him as Supreme Kai Dandy. Once again, 2 figures, one green and one black, appeared in the Heavenly Temple, just as before. 14. A warm daily life. Transition. In the days leading up to Gohan's departure for Namek, a momentous news event quietly unfolded on Earth, one capable of rewriting history. The notorious android siblings were stealthily vanquished by a mysterious hero. This news rippled through human society like a stone cast into a placid lake, creating waves of excitement. The human order, which had been on the brink of collapse under the onslaught of the androids, seemed to breathe new life, beginning to recover slowly. Especially upon Bulma and Son Gohan's return to Earth, under Bulma's leadership, the resources and technologies of Capsule Corporation were swiftly mobilized, and the city's reconstruction progressed at an astonishing pace. The ruins transformed into new edifices, and the streets were once again filled with vitality and energy. In just 3 months, West City had nearly restored the order that existed before the androids' devastation, its appearance renewed. From the remnants of destruction, new skyscrapers arose, streets bustling with traffic, and smiles returned to the faces of the inhabitants. It was as if the city had never endured such calamity, returning to its former glory. The residents of West City expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the unnamed hero and Capsule Corporation. Meanwhile, at the Capsule Corporation, in Gohan's study, Bra excitedly proposed, "Gohan, let's go to the amusement park." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. The amusement park? Son Gohan, seated at his desk, gently set aside his biology textbook, looking at Bra with resignation. "But I finally have the opportunity to concentrate on my studies." "Oh, you love reading, do you?" Bra teased, raising her voice dramatically towards the door. "Gohan, you're such a diligent learner. It seems that rather than playing with someone like me, who lacks both stature and looks, you prefer the nourishment of the human spirit." "Oh no." Son Gohan quickly attempted to cover Bra's mouth, but it was too late. The door swung open with a bang, and their mother, Chi-Chi, stood at the entrance, her voice laced with exasperation. "Gohan, enough with the studying. Go out and play with Bra." Chi-Chi's voice swept through the study like a whirlwind, shattering its tranquility. Son Gohan sighed in resignation, observing Bra's cheerful demeanor, and couldn't help but ponder, who truly is the mother's biological child? Bra reveled in her success, having intentionally skipped going to Namek to win over Gohan's mother, Chi-Chi. Before entering the room of spirit and time, Bra had stumbled upon a book in her mother's study about how girls could attract boys. Curious, she perused its pages, discovering that winning a man's heart often begins with winning over his mother, as good men tend to heed their mother's advice. Upon reading this book, Bra became enamored with it, and during her 2 years of training in the room of spirit and time, she frequently referred to it for guidance. After defeating the androids, she decided to implement the strategies outlined in the book. It appeared to be quite effective. Seeing Gohan still hesitating, Chi-Chi stepped forward, firmly grabbing his arm. "Stop dawdling and change your clothes," she insisted. Bra has taken the initiative to suggest a fun outing. As her older brother, you cannot let her down. Gohan sighed, knowing that once his mother had made a decision, it was nearly impossible to sway her. Reluctantly, he stood up, organizing his clothes while muttering, all right, I'll go. But you must promise me I can finish my book when I return." Son Gohan had a penchant for little white lies. He had just claimed he would no longer read and pursue scholarly endeavors, yet he found himself reaching for his book again. This was not due to a desire to abandon his studies or follow in the footsteps of Goku. After 2 years of rigorous training in the room of spirit and time, defeating the android siblings, and immediately boarding a spaceship to New Namek, he simply sought a moment to relax. In Gohan's eyes, nothing provided more relaxation and enjoyment than reading. He clarified that he was not neglecting his training. Rather, He was pursuing a flexible and strategic approach to it. After all, one cannot be like Vegeta, exhausting himself in the gym to build muscle. Standing aside, Bra couldn't help but find Gohan's pitiful demeanor amusing yet somewhat pitiful. She gently tugged at the hem of his shirt and said, "Gohan, I know you're exhausted and want to relax with some reading. But let's consider this a favor for me, shall we? Once we return, I promise to study with you." "Please, please." Gohan gazed at Bra, who was clasping her hands in a playful manner, and felt his heart melt, his earlier frustration gradually replaced by warmth. He tousled Bra's hair and smiled, saying, "All right then, I will accompany you for a day of fun. But remember, you owe me some study time when we get back." "Absolutely," Bra responded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Kiki observed their interaction and smiled fondly. "I'll go change now," she said. After speaking, Gohan turned and headed towards his room. Bra watched his retreating figure, silently resolving to ensure that Gohan enjoyed their day to the fullest. She turned to Kiki and declared, "Aunt Kiki, rest assured, I will take good care of Gohan." "I know," Kiki replied, nodding with a loving smile. "You two go have fun. If you're tired or hungry, come back home, and I'll prepare a meal for you." "Okay," Bra sweetly replied, taking Kiki's hand. Before long, Gohan emerged, donning a casual sports outfit and carrying a simple backpack. Upon seeing Bra waiting at the door with 2 amusement park tickets in hand, she exclaimed, "Let us go, Gohan. Today, we shall revel in every thrill." With that, she grasped his hand and soared into the sky. Kiki stood at the door, watching them depart, thinking, "Goku, our son has grown up." Upon arriving at the amusement park, Bra's eyes sparkled with delight. She took Gohan's hand and dashed towards the rides like a gust of wind. From roller coasters to Ferris wheels, from carousels to bumper cars, they relished every attraction the park had to offer. While on the Ferris wheel, Bra gazed at the cityscape below and remarked, "Gohan, did you know? I am actually quite afraid of battles. I'm a coward. But when I'm with you, I feel incredibly brave, unafraid of conflict." Gohan smiled gently, stroking her head. "Bra, you have always been courageous. In fact, I am the one who needs your strength beside me." Bra looked up into Gohan's tender eyes, a warm wave washing over her. She realized how deeply she had come to rely on this gentle Gohan. He was so powerful yet so kind. It brought tears to her eyes. That day, they frolicked in the amusement park, their laughter echoing throughout the venue. As night fell and they returned home, tired but joyful, Kiki awaited them at the door. "Did you have fun?" she asked, noticing their flushed faces. "It was amazing," Bra exclaimed, while Gohan nodded, his eyes filled with contentment. "That's great," Kiki said reassuringly. "Go wash up, then we'll have dinner. Your mother, Bulma, is on her way, and we can all enjoy a lovely evening together." "Thank you, Aunt Kiki," Bra replied sweetly, and Gohan nodded in agreement, feeling the warmth of the moment as if it were a dream. Time machine, future Bra. "Gohan, have you switched to a Piccolo-style outfit again?" Gohan looked at his reflection in the mirror, wearing a purple martial arts uniform, and smiled slightly. "It simply feels more fitting." Bulma, with her arms crossed and head tilted, mused aloud, "Indeed, purple has a certain charm." She continued, "By the way, Gohan, you seem to have a deep admiration for Piccolo." "Yes, Uncle Piccolo is very important to me, just like my father." Bulma nodded, not surprised by his response. "I will head to train now," Gohan said, waving to Bulma before entering the gravity chamber she had constructed for him. 1,000 times the gravity. "I wonder if I can handle it," he murmured to himself, beginning his training for the day. Earlier, he had mocked Vegeta for building muscle in the gravity chamber. But now he had to concede that the chamber significantly enhanced baseline combat effectiveness. In just 2 months, his fundamental combat power had risen considerably. With only a month left until their half-year rendezvous, he had finally mastered the mysterious transformation, resolving the issue of insufficient endurance. Now, he could utilize this transformation with ease. Notably, he had prioritized enhancing his baseline combat power, and now his standard fighting strength surpassed that of his former self during the Buu saga. In a world where deities had yet to appear, Gohan felt a newfound confidence. He believed he was the strongest in the present. However, he thought it prudent to be cautious. After all, who knew if his father Goku had developed Super Saiyan 4 in the afterlife? According to his memories from Dragon Ball Z, the evil dragon, it took a year after defeating Buu for his father to secretly unlock Super Saiyan 4. Unlike Dragon Ball GT, which required a tail and a transformation into a giant ape before condensing that power into a humanoid form. The evil dragon's Super Saiyan 4 seemed to be an advanced form that could be achieved without a tail, building upon Super Saiyan 3. Although Gohan was confident in his extraordinary talent, his father's prowess and transformations always placed him a level ahead, leaving Gohan uncertain if he had indeed attained Super Saiyan 4. Thus, he felt it was essential to train for it, lest he miss the opportunity should he grow a tail. While Super Saiyan 4 might not amplify power as significantly as Super Saiyan God, and certainly not as much as the beast form, its transformation conditions appeared to be the easiest for Gohan to achieve. All that was required was a sufficiently high baseline combat power, combined with maintaining composure during the transformation into a golden giant ape. Presently, Gohan's baseline combat power still required improvement, which explained his choice to train in the gravity chamber. Gohan! Gohan! Bulma called out from outside the gravity chamber, interrupting his strenuous workout. What is it, Aunt Bulma? Gohan, panting, pressed the button to open the door, and the red glow of the gravity chamber gradually faded. You'll find out when you come here, Bulma said mysteriously. Gohan followed Bulma to a workshop where she pressed a switch, causing an oddly shaped flying machine to rise slowly from a concealed mechanism, revealing itself before them. What is this? Gohan asked, growing increasingly familiar with the machine until he suddenly exclaimed, a time machine. How did you know? Bulma replied, astonished and curious. That is, Gohan realized he had misspoken, his face displaying a hint of panic as he scrambled to rectify his blunder, but being unskilled at lying. He appeared flustered. Bulma, amused, leaned closer to Gohan, her eyes glinting with mischief. Looks like Gohan has his little secrets. What a naughty boy, she teased, stretching her voice playfully. The proximity between them caused Gohan to shiver slightly as Bulma's warm breath brushed against his ear. Seeing his flustered reaction, Bulma couldn't help but burst into laughter and gently poked his cheek. Bulma's fingertips were warm and soft as they gently brushed against Gohan's face, causing his heart to race. Curse it, the soul of the traveler misled me. Gohan attributed everything to the soul of the traveler. Enough of the jesting. Bulma withdrew her hand, her expression turning serious as she pointed at the time machine before them, declaring, This time machine is the culmination of my research over the years. While it is not yet perfect, it is capable of short-distance time travel. I initially intended to send the miraculous medicine for Goku's heart disease back in time to alter history. As she spoke, tears welled in the corners of her eyes. But she quickly wiped them away, forcing a smile, but it seems that may no longer be necessary. Upon hearing this, Gohan's expression hardened. A sudden realization struck him. During the Cell Saga, the existence of the time machine had birthed two parallel timelines. One was a desolate future where he, with a severed arm, perished at the hands of the android siblings, prompting Trunks to use the time machine to deliver the miraculous medicine to his father, thus igniting the Cell Saga. The other parallel timeline saw Trunks single-handedly defeat the android siblings, returning with the medicine only to be ambushed and killed by Cell, who, in a bid to absorb the androids and evolve into his final form, regressed to an egg and traveled back in time. Although his timeline lacked Trunks, it had Bra. Following this logic, it was inevitable that some timeline Bra had fallen victim to Cell's ambush. Gohan clenched his fists involuntarily, silently praying, please, let that not happen. However, in that moment of prayer, a rift suddenly appeared beside Gohan and Bulma, as if time itself had been torn asunder. Danger! Gohan swiftly enveloped Bulma in his arms, instinctively shielding her. With a thunderous crash, an old time machine plummeted before them. It was dilapidated yet strikingly similar to the newly developed time machine beside it. Murphy's Law dictated that the more one wished to avoid something, the more likely it was to occur. Gohan furrowed his brow, his heart filled with unease as he cautiously approached to investigate, only to find a woman with blue hair, approximately 25 years old, lying quietly within the time machine. His heart skipped a beat. It was Bra. He recognized the red headband atop her head, a gift he had given her that he would never mistake. Without a moment to spare, Gohan shattered the glass canopy of the time machine's cockpit with a punch. Bulma, Bra, hurry. Bulma, clad in a white lab coat, finished filling the time machine with the last canister of fuel and forcefully pushed Bra inside. I want to leave. That monster has killed so many, even Aunt Chi-Chi. I will not forgive him. Bra gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her cheeks, her fists clenched defiantly, refusing to enter the time machine. Don't be difficult now, Bra. Bulma urged, her tone urgent. She knew their hiding place would soon be discovered, and this was no time for sentimental discussions. I want to run. I must avenge Aunt Chi-Chi. I'm going out to kill him. Bra hoisted her sword, ready to charge out and fight. Enough, Bulma shouted, stepping forward and delivering a sharp slap to Bra's face. The resounding crack echoed as Bra was jolted back to reality, collapsing to the ground, her eyes vacant. Outside the base, the sounds of destruction echoed relentlessly, the blasts of energy waves bombarding the earth. The cries and screams of humanity grew louder. Closing in time was running out. Bulma, witnessing her daughter's lost fighting spirit, gritted her teeth and pulled Bra's body into the time machine. She quickly manipulated the controls, setting the time to the past. With a thunderous roar, the ceiling of the base was breached, and as Bulma operated the time machine, falling debris struck her back, sending her crashing to the ground, blood trickling from her lips. "So, hiding here, are we?" The last sigh on a sinister voice echoed from above. A figure clad in black martial arts attire, adorned with earrings, descended from the ceiling. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the long-deceased strongest warrior on Earth, Goku. Yet his malevolent demeanor and disdainful aura were entirely distinct. Black. Bulma's heart sank, summoning her strength to rise and reach for the activation button. Seeing her mother injured, Bra leaped from the time machine, sword in hand, aiming a strike at the figure. Yet, Black Goku effortlessly caught her attack with a mere finger, as if toying with a mouse. Is this the extent of the last living scion? Boring, not even a thrill to excite this body. Black Goku mused, shaking his head, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing his features. Upon hearing this, Bra's forehead throbbed as she unleashed a flurry of strikes with her sword, only to be thwarted by a casual energy blast from Black Goku, sending her crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust, her fate uncertain. Mere mortals are indeed suited to the ground, Black Goku proclaimed arrogantly, extending his fingers towards the fallen Bra, gathering a pinkish energy wave, poised to pierce her body. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. 3 gunshots rang out, the sound of Bulma firing her laser gun at Black Goku. What a tiresome trick, Black Goku remarked, touching the slight graze on his left chest with irritation. To him, humanity was a malignant tumor destined for the universe's destruction. They were weak, foolish, selfish, and capable of ruthlessly killing their own for trivial gains. Their aggressive nature rendered them the lowest of beings. By eradicating all mortals, he believed he could usher in eternal peace for the cosmos. He termed this plan the Human Purge. Yet now, he had been injured by a mere human devoid of any combat prowess. Though it was merely a scratch, how could such a lowly creature dare to wound him? Infuriated, Black Goku materialized at ground level, seizing Bulma by the throat. His powerful grip left her gasping for breath. Mom. Through the haze, Bra, whose fate remained unknown, called out to Bulma from within the time machine's glass canopy. In truth, Bulma had stealthily pulled Bra into the time machine during the chaos of the dust cloud. Don't worry about me, just go, Bra urged, her mother's face flushing as she uttered her final words. Annoying, Black Goku tightened his grip on Bulma's neck, as if intent on snapping it, suffocating her. Without air, her complexion rapidly turned a deep shade of purple. In her struggle for oxygen, she gazed at the face resembling Goku's, slipping into a daze. Goku, is that you? It's been so long. You still look so young. Memories flooded Bulma's mind. The story began with a young girl embarking on a quest for her Prince Charming, seeking the legendary Dragon Balls that could fulfill any wish. When the blue-haired girl rode her motorcycle into the Capsule Corp, colliding with the wild child with a bushy tail and a large fish, the gears of fate began to turn. Their initial encounter at Capsule Corp, the Pilaf Gang, the Red Ribbon Army, the return of the Demon King Piccolo, the Scion invasion. The journey to Namek, those fleeting yet brilliant memories lingered only in the moment of their bloom, collecting the memories between 2 individuals in solitude. She could not help but weep at such moments. Mother. Bra weakly pounded on the glass of the time machine, but it had already engaged, and to exit now would render all her mother's efforts futile. Ugh, how dull. Black Goku sensed a strange emotion surging within his body, a feeling that had arisen before when he killed Sun Wukong's wife. Deities ought not to possess such peculiar sentiments. In an attempt to suppress this odd feeling, Black Goku instantaneously summoned his inner energy, determined to destroy the blue-haired woman. Bulma was dead. Tears streamed down Bra's face, her despair enveloping her like a thick, dark fog. She felt herself slipping into an endless abyss, the world around her swirling, distorting, becoming indistinct. Only one thought remained in her heart. Her mother was gone, and she would never return. It seemed she had not yet perished. Black Goku discerned Bra within the time machine, opening his body, his hands coming together in a blossom-like formation, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. The rosy Kamehameha struck the time machine, merely scratching its surface, yet it initiated a temporal leap, transporting Bra back to the past. Had she escaped? No matter where you run, I shall find you. A cruel smile crept across Black Goku's face as he unconsciously caressed the ring on his right index finger. As for Bra, unable to bear the sight of her mother Bulma's death, her spirit shattered, her mind instinctively entering a protective slumber. Of course, Bra, are you all right? A familiar yet strange voice echoed in her ears. Whose voice was this? It resonated with warmth and nostalgia. Bra struggled to open her eyes, finding herself before a young man clad in a purple martial arts uniform. His gaze was filled with concern and tenderness. Gohan. Bra's voice was weak and trembling, tears flowing uncontrollably. I'm here, Bra. Son Gohan gently grasped Bra's hand. His hands were not soft. Rather, they were calloused and rough, reminiscent of a man's. Gohan's heart was stirred. He needn't think twice to know that Bra must have endured considerable hardship. Mother, she's dead, and Aunt Chi-Chi was also murdered. Bra's voice was barely audible, her tears soaking Gohan's hand. Upon hearing this, Gohan's eyes could not suppress their murderous intent, veins protruding from his forehead. Yet, to comfort Bra, he softly embraced her, shielding her from the sight of his wrath. Bra, dear, do not cry. Tell Gohan who did this, and I will deal with him. Gohan's tone was gentle, soothing the sobbing Bra, though his words brimmed with ferocity. Soon, Bra ceased her weeping, regaining her composure as she gazed at the familiar yet strange Gohan, recounting the events of her timeline. In her world, Gohan had still perished at the hands of the android siblings. Bra had traveled back in time with a heart medicine developed by her mother, Bulma, aiming to alter history and successfully saved Son Wukong. She then entered the hyperbolic time chamber, training with her father Vegeta, together overcoming Cell. Afterward, she returned to the future, vanquishing the android siblings and eliminating the larval form of Cell still in the incubation chamber. Ultimately, she lived alongside Gohan's mother, Chi-Chi, and Bulma. However, tranquility did not last for long. A mysterious figure resembling Son Wukong appeared, initiating indiscriminate slaughter across the earth, resulting in casualties surpassing even those caused by the androids. Furthermore, he was immensely powerful. Even with her transformation into Super Saiyan 2, Bra was no match for him. Her companion, Mai, and the human resistance army perished in battle against this shadowy figure. In the end, she recalled the harrowing image of her mother succumbing to this assailant. If only I could grow stronger, my mother, and everyone would not have to die. Bra's voice was laden with self-reproach, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she held back from shedding them. No, it is not your fault. You have done remarkably well, Bra. The soothing voice of Bulma resonated from nearby, filled with tenderness and resolve. She stood at the doorway, her gaze suffused with empathy, as if she could see through Bra's tears into the depths of her anguish. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Bra, lying on the bed, momentarily froze, then sprang up, stumbling towards Bulma. She looked up at the face of her mother from another timeline. 10 years younger, and though she knew this was not her own mother, the familiarity stirred an uncontrollable impulse within her. Slowly, she extended her arms, gently embracing Bulma, her tears finally cascading forth. In that moment, she greedily inhaled the familiar scent and warmth of her mother, as if returning to her childhood. Mother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I couldn't save you. I was a coward, witnessing everything but powerless to act, merely watching you perish. Bra's voice trembled, her body quivering slightly, as if engulfed by endless guilt and sorrow. She clung tightly to Bulma, her tears soaking her mother's garment. Bulma remained silent, gently patting Bra's back, comforting her as she had in her childhood, using warmth to dispel her fear and guilt. No, Bra, you are not a coward. A steady and composed voice resonated from behind. I believe I understand who you encountered. That individual is Zamasu, the candidate for the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. He usurped my father's body through a wish made on the Super Dragon Balls. Gohan could no longer contain his emotions, his anger flaring. That vile Zamasu, a despicable being unworthy of being a deity. He suddenly became agitated but then calmed himself, continuing, that is why you find the black-clad figure resembles my father. For it is indeed the body of Son Wukong. Bra lifted her gaze, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief, as she stared at Gohan, as if struggling to digest his words. Zamasu? Supreme Kai? Super Dragon Balls? Usurping Mr. Sun's body? These revelations intertwined in her mind, leaving her momentarily unsettled. Zamasu. Bra whispered the name, trembling with a mix of fear and confusion. Why would he do this? Why would he take Mr. Sun's body and massacre on Earth? Gohan's eyes flashed with fury as he gritted his teeth. Zamasu is a twisted creature. Although he is a candidate for the Supreme Kai, he harbors a disdain for humanity. viewing us as a blight upon the universe. He desires to eradicate humanity and purify the cosmos. My father's body is among the most powerful in existence, enabling him to easily execute this genocidal plan. A glimmer of despair flickered in Bra's eyes. Then, what should I do? He is so powerful that I cannot even touch a single finger of his. Can I truly defeat him? She had witnessed the might of Sun Wukong during the battles against Cell, a figure of unrivaled strength, able to unleash the full power of Super Saiyan 1 and help a young Gohan transcend to Super Saiyan 2. He was a paragon of martial prowess. How could Zamasu, possessing such a formidable body, be vanquished? Shaking his head, Son Gohan's expression hardened as he summoned his energy, instantly transforming into the mysterious Gohan. Do not worry. I will slay him and avenge your mother from that timeline, and Aunt Bulma. Bra exclaimed, such formidable energy. Is this truly the Gohan I know? I am indeed the Gohan you recognize, though perhaps there are some differences, Gohan explained. Bra had always believed Gohan to be stuck in his Super Saiyan 1 phase. But it seemed that this parallel universe's Gohan had become unfathomably powerful. With this thought, Bra reignited her hope. Please, Gohan, save me, save our timeline. Gohan did not respond immediately. Instead, he placed the red headband back on Bra's head and replied with utmost confidence, of course. Goodbye, Piccolo. Black Goku, however, is rather manageable. If we strike before he becomes accustomed to his father's body, we can defeat him swiftly. The real challenge lies with fused Zamasu. Although fused Zamasu lacks the combat instinct of Goku or Vegeta, his immortality allowed him to overpower the weak and blue. To defeat him, one must reach the Super Saiyan Blue level and possess the means to negate his immortality. These conditions are quite stringent. To attain Super Saiyan Blue, one must first master the transformation into Super Saiyan God, which is the fusion of Super Saiyan and divine energy. Given that I have yet to achieve Super Saiyan God, how could I possibly reach Blue? The simplest method to transform into Super Saiyan God would be to gather 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans to channel their energy into a 6th. However, as Gohan glanced around the hall, observing the two Bras engaged in a silent stare-off, he sighed in exasperation. Clearly, they lacked the necessary numbers. Even if he summoned his father from King Kai's planet and Vegeta from the afterlife, they would still be short by 1. This was indeed a predicament. Fortunately, when there is a will, there is a way. Gohan resolved to cultivate Super Saiyan God on his own. After all, if Vegeta could accomplish it, there was no reason this officially recognized prodigy could not. With this determination, Gohan decided to head to King Kai's planet. The essence of Super Saiyan God lies in converting mortal energy into divine energy, and surely, a deity like King Kai would possess the knowledge he sought. Traveling to King Kai's planet, which had once seemed daunting, was now merely a trivial task for Gohan, who had mastered enhanced instant transmission. He informed the two Bras and Bulma of his departure and focused on sensing the familiar energy. After a considerable time, he finally detected a vast and familiar presence. It was Uncle Piccolo. In that moment of astonishment, he vanished from his location, arriving at King Kai's planet. There, the Z fighters who had perished in the battle against the androids, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, Krillin, and Piccolo, were training. They quickly noticed the stranger who had suddenly appeared and instinctively assumed battle stances. Who are you? Yamcha demanded, being the first to speak. I'm merely a passing masked hero, remember that? Gohan blurted out, the soul of a traveler compelling him to instinctively recite lines from neighboring hero franchises. What? Are you trying to play games? Yamcha furrowed his brow, preparing to unleash his wolf-fang fist. My apologies, I misspoke. I am Gohan, Gohan quickly clarified, realizing the gravity of the misunderstanding. Goku's son, Gohan. You've grown so much. A small bald figure stepped between Yamcha and Gohan. Krillin, though he hadn't seen Gohan in ages, recognized him from their shared experiences on Namek, especially since he was Goku's son and naturally took it upon himself to mediate. Gohan. Yamcha's expression turned puzzled as he scrutinized Gohan, searching for the little boy he remembered, his wariness still intact. Enough, Yamcha. A deep, gravelly voice came from behind, and a green figure stood with arms crossed. There is no mistake, that young man is indeed Gohan. Piccolo halted the unfolding drama, as everyone pondered Gohan's identity. It was the fatherly Piccolo who instantly recognized his long-lost son. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan exclaimed upon seeing that familiar face, emotion overwhelming him as tears streamed down his cheeks. He had always regretted not being able to see Piccolo one last time. Gohan rushed forward, enveloping Piccolo in a heartfelt embrace. Piccolo's body stiffened momentarily before he gently pushed Gohan back, a hint of sternness in his voice laced with concern. Have you had enough of this blubbering? You hardly resemble the strongest warrior I trained. Gohan hastily wiped his tears, choking out, I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo. I couldn't. His voice faltered as he struggled to contain his guilt and remorse. Enough. You were just a child then, even if you had gone. It would have been a futile sacrifice. There's no need to dwell on such trivial matters, Gohan, Piccolo reassured him. His gaze fell upon Gohan's purple martial arts uniform, which bore a distinct demonic style. A faint smile crept onto Piccolo's face as he waved his hand, releasing a soft green light that enveloped Gohan. As the light flickered, Gohan's uniform began to transform. The previously ordinary fabric became refined, fitting Gohan's physique like a bespoke garment. The once plain purple hue now shimmered with an enigmatic luster, making it more resilient. Most notably, a large character for rice adorned the back, while a small demon symbol graced the left chest. The outfit's sophistication and practicality surged to new heights. But that was not all. Piccolo, the master of capes, added a matching cloak to Gohan's ensemble. The previous attire had been lacking in taste and functionality, but this new outfit not only repelled dirt, but was also hard to damage, symbolizing the might of a demon realm warrior. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan said, admiring his new attire, truly impressed by Piccolo's impeccable taste. Now enough of this idle chatter. Piccolo declared, suddenly serious. I hear you dealt with the android siblings? Yes. Interesting. Then let me test your current strength. Piccolo casually tossed his cloak to the ground. Preparing for battle. Perfect. I was hoping for this, Gohan replied, though surprised. He understood Piccolo's nature and refrained from further comments. Besides, he was eager to witness the results of Piccolo's training on King Kai's planet. Thus, the battle was about to commence. From a distance, Krillin nudged Tien, whispering, Now this is what a real father-son relationship looks like, fighting is love. Yamcha crossed his arms, adding, Piccolo actually smiled just now. That is quite a rarity. Gohan smirked, mirroring Piccolo's earlier gesture by discarding his cloak. In a swirl of dust, Gohan's figure vanished from sight. Feeling a surge of adrenaline, Piccolo swiftly crossed his arms to block Gohan's incoming punch. However, Gohan chose not to relent. Utilizing the momentum from Piccolo's block, he leapt backward and executed a fierce high kick that struck Piccolo's neck with tremendous force. Coughing, Piccolo was clearly caught off guard, spitting out bile. Well done, Gohan, he said, wiping his mouth with a look of satisfaction. But if this is all you've got, it won't suffice. As he spoke, Piccolo vanished from sight like a ghost. Is that instant transmission? Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Almost immediately, a green figure materialized behind him, delivering a powerful punch to his back. Gohan was sent flying as if severed from his strings. Our training on King Kai's planet was not in vain. I have fully mastered Old Sun's instant transmission, Piccolo explained. In that fleeting moment, Gohan adjusted his posture midair, pushing off the ground with his feet, sending mud flying as he shot back like a cannonball. He retaliated with an elbow strike aimed at Piccolo's head, the attack generating a fierce gust of wind. This level of combat power is impressive. You really haven't slackened in your martial training over the years, Gohan, Piccolo noted, his gaze sharpening as he vanished again, leaving only the crater created by Gohan's elbow strike. Dust swirling around them. In an instant, Piccolo appeared behind Gohan, clawing hands gripping Gohan's shoulders and pressing him down into the earth, splattering mud everywhere. Gohan grunted, bracing himself against the ground, wrapping his legs around Piccolo's neck in a serpentine manner. He executed a backward roll, throwing Piccolo to the ground, and then sprang back up, his right foot barely touching the ground before launching himself upward, his left foot rocketing toward Piccolo's chin. Yet, this strike was anticipated by Piccolo. He seized Gohan's leg, hoisting him over his shoulder before slamming him down heavily. Realizing his ordinary combat power was insufficient to contend with Piccolo, Gohan erupted with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan, breaking free from Piccolo's grasp. Super Saiyan 1? Now you're taking it seriously. Kaioken, Piccolo shouted, raising his hands before his eyes, gathering energy that coalesced into a dazzling golden light, surging toward Gohan. Feeling the oppressive force of this energy, Gohan's heart raced, but he quickly steadied himself, crossing his arms to absorb the blow. The powerful energy impact forced him slightly backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Stop holding back, Gohan. You must have another transformation to unveil, Piccolo urged, beckoning Gohan to ascend further. Very well, Uncle Piccolo. Behold, Super Saiyan 2. Gohan shouted, his body erupting in even more brilliant golden light, electric arcs dancing around him, crackling with explosive sounds. Super Saiyan 2 offers a 100-fold increase in power. Even Piccolo could no longer afford to underestimate him. Kaioken times 10. A deep crimson aura erupted around Piccolo. Has he even begun to use Kaioken? Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kairatsu, the Z warriors standing by, observed, feeling that this battle was escalating too far. Kaioken. Gohan gasped, yet he maintained his composure. It seems you have come to recognize my strength, Piccolo sneered, clenching his fists tightly, his muscles taut, every inch of his skin radiating a formidable aura. The crimson energy surrounding him flickered like flames, distorting the air around them. Gohan, do not disappoint me, Piccolo bellowed, vanishing once more. Utilizing instant transmission to reappear directly before Gohan, delivering a fierce punch to his face. Gohan smirked, golden electric light erupting around him as he advanced rather than retreating, meeting Piccolo's punch with one of his own. Their fists collided fiercely in midair, producing a deafening roar, the powerful shockwave radiating outward like ripples, uprooting the surrounding earth and engulfing the area in dust. Hey, stop it. My King Kai's planet. King Kai had just returned from the Grand Kai and found his planet in disarray due to the destruction wrought by Gohan and Piccolo, his heart simmering with anger. Yet, neither Gohan nor Piccolo paused their fierce battle, fully engrossed and oblivious to King Kai's pleas. Kaioken times 20. Piccolo roared, the fiery aura igniting once more. His forehead veins bulging, clearly struggling under the immense burden of the technique. Let us settle this once and for all, Gohan. Piccolo brought his index and middle fingers together at his forehead, gathering energy, then thrusting his fingers forward to release a spiraling energy beam, shouting, "Special beam cannon." That's fast, Gohan thought, gazing at the rapidly approaching beam with astonishment, realizing that Uncle Piccolo had truly become formidable. Facing the special beam cannon enhanced by a 20-fold Kaioken, Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form was pushed to its limits, the air shimmering with an electric blue light from the impact. Hey, Piccolo, are you trying to kill Gohan? Krillin exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This was the son of his dear friend. If Piccolo were to eliminate him, he would be failing in his duty as an uncle. Come on, Gohan. Show me what you've got. I believe you possess far greater strength. I can sense the immense energy within you. Do not hold back any longer. Piccolo's gaze was fixed on Gohan, his inner urgency urging him to unleash his full potential. No one understood Gohan better than he did. Just as the special beam cannon was about to pierce his chest, Gohan let out a mighty roar, his golden aura transforming into a pure silvery light. This signified the awakening of his latent abilities. Mystic Gohan, transformation complete. His hair reverted from the Super Saiyan golden hue to a profound, pure black. At that moment, the beam of the special beam cannon was forcibly halted 10 meters before Gohan, its spiraling energy twisting violently as if colliding with an invisible barrier. Incredible, Uncle Piccolo. Your training over the years has truly left me in awe, Mystic Gohan remarked, gradually raising his hand, fingers splayed toward the incoming beam. Before the astonished eyes of onlookers, he casually clenched his fist, compressing the beam into a minuscule point of light, which then vanished with a crisp pop, dissipating into nothingness. The air around them seemed to tremble slightly with the force's disappearance, yet Gohan remained utterly unmoved, as if he were the sovereign of this realm, rendering all other powers insignificant in his presence. This is Mystic Gohan, the embodiment of overwhelming strength. The father-son duel was marked by son Gohan's defiant smile, which left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Could this truly be the same weeping child from years past? This was the instantaneous energy of the Kamehameha amplified by a 20-fold Kaioken. While it was common knowledge that the Saiyan race possessed extraordinary attributes, the overwhelming sensation of their prowess was a novel experience for everyone present. After all, Goku had not trained with them in quite some time. They were only aware that he had achieved a Super Saiyan 3 transformation, with no understanding of his current strength. He's incredibly powerful, almost beyond our dimension, exclaimed Krillin, his mouth agape in astonishment. Was it possible that the Saiyan race had no limits? Tien's three eyes widened in shock as he recalled the moment Gohan had effortlessly crushed Piccolo's signature move. Gohan, you are truly formidable, remarked Kaiatsu, gazing at him with admiration. Honestly, even if I were to step into the ring, I doubt I could match what Piccolo has just accomplished. Piccolo, panting heavily and gasping for air, appeared utterly exhausted. Evidently, The strain of the 20-fold Kaioken had taken a toll on him. Was this really Gohan? His expression had shifted, the aura around him transformed, and that innocent demeanor had vanished. As the opponent who had faced Gohan, Piccolo understood better than anyone the sheer potency of his earlier attack. He had anticipated Gohan dodging or blocking, but never imagined he could shatter it with his bare hands. The special beam cannon, Piccolo's pride, boasted terrifying penetrative power. He had once used it to vanquish Raditz, who possessed a battle power of 1/500, with his own power of merely 408. Over the years, he had refined it, significantly reducing the time required to charge. Yet now, it had been so effortlessly obliterated. Ha! Marvelous. Piccolo lay on the ground, yet erupted into laughter. Gohan, you have truly impressed me. His laughter carried a note of relief and contentment. I once thought I could still engage you in a fair match, but it appears I have much to catch up on. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan's smile faded, and he reverted from his transformation, moving to help Piccolo rise. Piccolo grasped Gohan's hand for support and stood, brushing off the dust with eyes brimming not with disappointment, but with renewed vigor. That said, don't let your guard down. I intend to surpass you in our future training. Agreed, Gohan nodded, affirming his commitment to the path of martial arts. Suddenly, a familiar energy surged from behind them, followed by a vibrant voice. Hey, Gohan, it seems you've been putting in some serious work. The group turned to see a familiar figure waving enthusiastically, none other than Goku. Clad in his signature orange GI, sporting a broad smile and an eager glint in his eyes. Dad, Gohan exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise and a hint of reproach. Aren't you supposed to be training in the other world? What brings you back? Huh, Krillin. I sensed an incredible energy emanating from the North Kai's planet. To be honest, it startled me. I thought a villain had appeared, Goku explained, before approaching Gohan and patting him proudly on the shoulder. But Gohan, that last move of yours was astounding. I can't help but want to spar with you. What was that incredible technique you used? Goku asked, his excitement palpable. Oh, Dad, you mean potential unlocked? Gohan eagerly elucidated regarding his ultimate Gohan transformation. That's the one. So powerful. Goku responded, akin to a child discovering a fascinating new toy. Do you want to spar with me? Gohan looked up, a flicker of apprehension and annoyance crossing his face. He harbored numerous grievances towards Goku, or perhaps these feelings extended to all the Z fighters. Yet, he understood the deceased had little place in the affairs of the living. However, Goku's first words upon their reunion were a challenge rather than a familial inquiry, igniting a fire of unspoken frustration within Gohan. Of course, I witnessed you shatter Piccolo's special beam cannon with your bare hands. That's no small feat. I must see just how strong you've become, Goku declared, crouching into a fighting stance. Goku, are you sure about this? Piccolo frowned, glancing at Gohan with concern. He has already given it his all. Isn't it unfair to push him further right now? Well, wasn't he that what you just did? Goku scratched his head, pointing at Piccolo in confusion. This remark sent Piccolo into a fit of indignation, his green complexion deepening. Had it not been for his composure, he might have retaliated against Goku. Don't worry, Piccolo. Goku laughed, noticing Piccolo's vexation. I just want to see Gohan's progress. I want to go all out, so you need not fret. Sure, you're always so confident. Piccolo retorted, rolling his eyes. Just be careful not to get knocked down by Gohan. Goku merely chuckled in response, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Though the Z fighters shared concerns about Goku's approach, their eyes sparkled with eagerness. After all, witnessing a father-son clash was a rare spectacle. All right, Gohan, are you ready? Goku's gaze locked onto Gohan, who inhaled deeply, determination etched across his features as he assumed a fighting stance. An immense aura radiated from him, suggesting he had ascended to a new level compared to their earlier bout. Just what I hoped for, Dad. Gohan's voice resonated with confidence and resolve. Excellent. I want to hold back, Goku shouted, vanishing in an instant and charging at Gohan. The two figures collided in midair, the resulting shockwave distorting the surrounding atmosphere. Krillin, Kaiatsu, Tien, and Piccolo stepped back, their eyes riveted on the clash unfolding above them. Wow, this energy, this intensity. Krillin marveled. The duel between Goku and Gohan is truly extraordinary. Indeed, their power is simply beyond reach, Tien echoed in admiration. Meanwhile, the North Kai lamented. Could you all consider my feelings for once? I'm a Minos. Boom. The two forces collided in the sky, unleashing a brilliant explosion of light that engulfed their figures. As the brilliance faded, Wukong and Gohan found themselves separated, suspended in the air, their gazes locked in a fierce confrontation, each reflecting the spark of battle. "Wow, this is astonishing," exclaimed Krillin, his eyes wide with awe. "Indeed, their power is overwhelming. Their speed is so extraordinary that I can scarcely discern their movements," Tianjin echoed, lamenting that such a level of combat was beyond their capacity to intervene. 21. The Mysterious Gohan Versus. The Great Demon Super Saiyan 4. A gentle breeze wafted through the air as Gohan's lips curled into a subtle smile, his urge to unleash a beating upon his unworthy father reaching its zenith. "Oi, oi, you scoundrel, rot," he declared, prepared to experience the paternal filial piety punch. A sinister grin spread across Gohan's face, his self-assuredness radiating throughout his being. Unlike Goku, Gohan showed no inclination to hide his true capabilities. He had no intention of enduring a defeat before transforming. "I am serious now, Dad," he announced, taking a deep breath to inform his father of the impending showdown. In an instant, a silvery aura enveloped Gohan, his features becoming more defined, with sharp lines accentuating his nose and a confident, almost wicked smile gracing his lips. "No more playing around. Show your true strength, Father," he challenged, declaring that he had no time for games and that if they were to fight, it should be at the strongest form without the glitch of testing the waters through a Super Saiyan 1 transformation, only to be beaten and then transform into Super Saiyan 2. "Such a force is indeed remarkable. Since you insist, I shall take this seriously as well," Goku replied, scratching his head. He then began the familiar transformation sequence, starting with Super Saiyan 1. A golden aura enveloped him, completing his transformation into the golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan 1. "Athe!" Goku shouted as the golden energy surged, intensifying with crackling lightning surrounding him. "Now, it's time for Super Saiyan 2 and then Super Saiyan 3. Goku's eyes seemed to embody the spirit of a giant ape as he clenched his fists, his growl escalating. The golden energy erupted from him, causing debris to float in the air, the atmosphere feeling almost tangible. His hair grew rapidly to his waist, his bangs splitting into 3 sharp spikes, and his eyebrows vanished, making his brow appear even more pronounced. Although his hair remained golden, it shimmered like flowing gold dust, radiating a blinding glow. Super Saiyan 3? How delightful. However, if this is all you can muster, I regret to inform you, Father, that you shall fall to me, Gohan proclaimed, overflowing with confidence as he gestured to himself in a mocking manner. "Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that, Gohan," Goku responded, clenching his fist and rolling his neck, exuding calmness and composure. Before Goku could finish his words, Gohan surged forward, vanishing in a flash of silvery light and appearing before Goku, his right fist imbued with tremendous force aimed squarely at Goku's face. Goku reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to block the blow, but Gohan's strength exceeded his expectations, causing Goku to stagger slightly, nearly sent flying. Gohan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "My dear father, accept my insignificant concern." Without pausing, he unleashed a rapid-fire series of punches, each strike slicing through the air with the urgency of a relentless drumbeat directed at Goku. Though Goku struggled to fend off Gohan's onslaught, a grave expression settled on his face. He hadn't anticipated Gohan's power to have escalated to such heights. Each punch bore immense pressure, and had it not been for his superior base power, he might indeed have been knocked down. "Gohan, your transformation multiplier is astonishing. I thought Super Saiyan 3 was formidable, but I never imagined you could ascend to such an impressive level of Super Saiyan." Gohan remained silent, focused solely on his relentless assault, embodying a merciless combat machine, his strikes filled with cold precision. The silvery energy surged in the air like a tempest, engulfing everything around them. Despite Goku's efforts to withstand the barrage, he began to falter, the golden aura surrounding him dimming. Finally, with a powerful knee strike, Gohan sent Goku crashing into a distant mountainside, kicking up a cloud of dust. Gohan landed gracefully, a smirk gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with battle fervor as he approached Goku, taunting, "Father, it seems your Super Saiyan 3 is rather underwhelming." Emerging from the rubble, Goku stood up slowly, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet he remained unfazed. He lifted his gaze, a proud look in his eyes. "Gohan, you truly are exceptional. You have surpassed me. It seems Piccolo was right. I might genuinely be defeated by you." Gohan shook his head, looking at his father. "Dad, you haven't unleashed your full power yet, have you?" "What?" Gohan's statement stunned everyone present. It has been 2 years since Goku achieved Super Saiyan 3. Yamcha mused, stroking his chin. Indeed, he reached that level 2 years ago, Piccolo confirmed, crossing his arms. So, could it be? Krillin stammered, pointing at Goku. Astonished. There is no doubt, Goku isn't one to boast. Did you not notice his earlier conversation with Piccolo? That calm demeanor suggests he has a trump card. Tien recalled, reflecting on Goku's earlier dialogue, convinced he had discovered something new that fueled his confidence against Gohan. I intended to surprise everyone. But it seems if I continue like this, I will lose, Goku said, wiping the blood from his mouth with a smile. He proceeded to remove his martial arts uniform and the blue belt around his waist, tossing them aside. With a surge of energy, he elevated his power beyond Super Saiyan 3. Gohan, what is it? This transformation is something I only recently uncovered. You are the first to witness it. I am beyond excited. Gohan's Saiyan blood surged, igniting with fervor. The stronger his father became, the more exhilarated he felt, exactly as he had anticipated. Goku, having honed his skills in the other world, was about to showcase his remarkable transformation. Behold, Super Saiyan 4, Gohan. His roar echoed, accompanied by the thunderous growl of a giant ape resonating across the North Kai planet. The golden locks of Super Saiyan 3 danced in the wind, the aura flashing with lightning, tearing through the air. In an instant, Goku's hair transformed to a fiery red, his body clad in a layer of crimson fur. Muscles swelling significantly, his height surging from 175 centimeters to an imposing 195 centimeters. A bushy red tail erupted from his lower back, swaying vigorously in the breeze. His pupil shifted from the blue of Super Saiyan 3 to a fierce crimson, his previously absent eyebrows reappearing, now symmetrical and defined. With his hair, eyes, and fur all adorned in red, Goku became an embodiment of this vibrant color, delivering an overwhelming visual impact. He clenched his fists, now massive and powerful, resembling that of a true gorilla, with his hands devoid of fur, enhancing their formidable appearance. This transformation also revealed Gohan's own tail, sprouting from his martial arts pants. Much to the astonishment of everyone present. A tail? When did Gohan grow a tail? The crowd was perplexed. Super Saiyan 4? Huh? It seems like the Great Demon version. If so, I must embrace my own GT Super Saiyan 4. Otherwise, it would be a waste of my newly grown tail. Gohan mused. GT Super Saiyan 4, the Golden Great Ape, embodies indomitable strength, a colossal fiery form brimming with primal ferocity. Although Gohan is taken aback, he remains composed. He gestures for a moment of pause, addressing his father, Goku, and suggests that he might also transform into Super Saiyan 4, albeit in a slightly different manner than his father. Gohan's astonishing declaration that he too can achieve this transformation leaves the observing Z-fighters in utter disbelief. Wait, did Gohan just say he can transform into Super Saiyan 4? Krillin asks, pinching himself to confirm his wakefulness. You heard correctly, Kaiatsu reiterates, relaying Gohan's words to the group. The notion of Super Saiyan 4 astounds everyone. What manner of beings are these Saiyans, capable of evolving to such a fourth stage? King Kai breaks into a cold sweat, hesitant to voice his thoughts, acutely aware of the unpredictable nature of the Saiyans when provoked. Previously, he believed Goku and Gohan to be reasonable individuals. But the sight of Goku resembling a long-armed gorilla unnerves him. While Goku may not entirely resemble a gorilla, he certainly seems distant from humanity, leaving King Kai apprehensive. After all, can one reason with a creature that has morphed into a beast? This peculiar race of Saiyans is truly extraordinary. Even the stoic Piccolo cannot help but exclaim in astonishment at the seemingly endless transformations they undergo. Isn't it absurd that they can transform into 4 stages? We toil tirelessly to master the Kaioken, nearly exhausting ourselves at 20 times the effort, while they achieve 50-fold power through a mere transformation. The Z-fighters collectively lament the overwhelming advantages bestowed upon the Saiyan lineage, exclaiming, "What a ludicrous situation." Gohan's mention of a distinct form of Super Saiyan 4 piques Goku's curiosity. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the denizens possess little passion beyond witnessing one another's transformations. Particularly the proud Saiyan prince who has made this spectacle his lifelong pursuit, despite the peril it often entails. I just need to prepare a bit, as this transformation is my first attempt. Should I fail, I hope you can knock me out, Dad, Gohan explains, eliciting a puzzled reaction from Goku. Knock you out? He queries. Gohan clarifies, yes, I may lose my senses during this transformation into Super Saiyan 4, and I would prefer not to cause destruction on King Kai's planet. Gohan's earnestness brings a tear to King Kai's eye. Goku, ever supportive, agrees to assist. Without further delay, Gohan retrieves a universal capsule from his pocket. It is well known that the power of GT Super Saiyan 4 derives from the tail. The tail acts as a source of strength for Saiyans, absorbing the blood's energy emitted during a full moon, facilitating a transformation into a mindless black-furred gorilla. Apart from the royal lineage, the Vegeta clan, all other Saiyans lose their rationality during transformation, a fact dictated by bloodline. This is the primary challenge of Super Saiyan 4, to maintain one's sanity amidst primal instincts. The subsequent step is to transition from the black gorilla form into Super Saiyan, culminating in the golden great ape. A common misconception is that one must first master Super Saiyan 3 to achieve Super Saiyan 4, which is entirely erroneous. A fighter merely needs sufficient combat experience and training to control the Super Saiyan forms, such as Super Saiyan 1 or 2, without necessitating a transition through Super Saiyan 3. For instance, Vegeta leaps directly from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 4 in the original narrative, exemplifying this point. Thus, Gohan, who has mastered Super Saiyan 2 and grown a tail, is theoretically capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 4. He senses that, as a half-breed of Earthling and Saiyan, while he may also lose rationality during the gorilla transformation, he retains a degree of control compared to his pure Saiyan father, Goku. To achieve the great ape transformation, a full moon is required, which is not a frequent occurrence, prompting Gohan to resort to technology. He had previously asked Bulma to develop a mini Blutz energy projector to simulate a full moon's effects. Gohan points the device at himself and warns Goku to stand back, fearing the possible reactions of his transformed state. With this thought, he activates the machine, and the full power of the Blutz energy envelopes him, especially focusing on his tail. Suddenly, his tail elongates and thickens with vigor, while Gohan feels his mind blanking, overtaken by the sound of his racing heartbeat. A searing force erupts from deep within, surging through his body, both exhilarating and agonizing. His form begins to uncontrollably shift, bones crack and expand, muscles bulge, and in a colossal roar, Gohan transforms into a towering black gorilla, standing approximately 30 meters tall. His crimson eyes become bloodthirsty and clouded, devoid of all rational thought, driven solely by a primal urge to destroy a true monster. Yet, this transformation is far from complete. With another tremendous roar, Gohan ascends further into Super Saiyan, his ebony fur giving way to a radiant gold. The golden great ape has emerged. The golden great ape stood majestically upon the earth, its massive hands pounding against its chest as it emitted a thunderous roar. Its crimson eyes, clouded with chaos and bloodlust, reflected a transformation that surpassed the ordinary great ape, having ascended to the form of a Super Saiyan. In this state, Gohan's aura had transcended the mysterious power he previously wielded. The notion of transforming into a Super Saiyan after becoming a great ape was indeed a stroke of genius, endowing him with formidable strength and defense. However, the sheer size of his body significantly hampered his agility, rendering him a veritable moving target against opponents of comparable strength. Goku stood firm, gazing up at Gohan's transformed golden great ape, muttering to himself. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and King Kai looked on in astonishment, their perceptions of the Saiyan race being profoundly challenged by the spectacle before them. Gohan, you truly devised a transformation that occurs after the great ape form? You have indeed stolen the spotlight. Meanwhile, Gohan felt his rationality slipping away, the primal urge for destruction rooted in his genetic lineage threatening to turn him into a mindless beast. Yet, visions of Bulma, Bra, his mother Chi-Chi, and Uncle Piccolo returned clarity to his mind. Ultimately, he was not a pure-blooded Saiyan. Their lineage was a tool for his empowerment, not a shackle to confine him. To gain strength while losing his sanity and becoming a creature of destruction would render him no different than androids 17 and 18. The beastly instincts surged within him, yet his tenderness remained an invisible web of restraint. He had much to protect. How could he falter here? The Super Saiyan 4 was merely a starting point. Such a level of turmoil would not lead him to insanity. Weakness was intolerable. Gohan roared once more, his scarlet eyes clarifying, his pupils constricted to pinpricks, and a flash of crimson lightning surged through his mind. His heartbeat quickened, and the temperature within him soared. The 30-meter great ape emitted a roar reminiscent of humanity. Its tail whipped back and forth, striking the ground and sending dirt flying, a manifestation of the primal force hidden within the Saiyan bloodline. In that moment, Gohan's crimson eyes erupted with dazzling golden light, and the towering great ape began to shrink at a visible pace. Each muscle contracted under the surge of energy. Its golden fur standing on end as it transformed from brilliant gold to a subdued, yet fiery red. On the surface of King Kai's planet, a fierce wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust, yet it could not breach the 3-meter radius around Gohan, shielded by golden energy waves. When the winds ceased, a 2-meter-tall youth stood resolutely in place. The onlookers beheld Gohan's new form, thick black hair, alive and billowing as if in a breeze, reminiscent of a lion's mane, exuding untamed beauty, with a long lock falling over his forehead. His body and limbs were cloaked in red fur, accentuating his muscular chest and arms, while his bushy tail swayed rhythmically. The interplay of red and gold in his eyes conveyed an ethereal sanctity, yet the smirk at the corner of his mouth, filled with confidence and dominance, lent him an air of enchanting charisma. "This is my Super Saiyan 4. Gohan's voice resonated deeply, each word echoing like a bell in the ears of those present. The spectators stood in awe. What new transformation was this? The Saiyan race seemed to possess an abundance of flamboyant forms. Even within the same stage of transformation, the Super Saiyan 4 had 2 distinct manifestations. Honestly, I never anticipated that I could attain such strength in this state, Gohan mused, nearly losing himself in the flow of power surging within him. Indeed, in terms of both appearance and might, the GT Super Saiyan 4 was the most fitting transformation for a Saiyan, retaining the essence of the great ape while amplifying its powers far beyond that of Super Saiyan 3. Stamina, strength, defense, speed, and endurance, all were unparalleled. Moreover, it possessed the unique ability to absorb the energy of others, significantly elevating the potential of this transformation. In the future, there existed the possibility of enhancing it further into the limit-breaking Super Saiyan 4. Wow, Gohan, your transformation isn't merely an evolution from Super Saiyan 3, yet it bears a striking resemblance to mine. This is truly remarkable, Goku exclaimed, his face awash with astonishment. Gohan nodded, assuming a combat stance that said, "With 2 forms that are similar yet distinct, I wonder which is superior? I am genuinely eager to find out, Dad." "I understand, Gohan. Now, I shall not hold back. I will give it my all," Goku replied, excitement radiating from him. "Haha, that is what I hoped for. Newfound power must be tested in battle to be fully grasped." Gohan responded, "Indeed, let us begin." Goku, invigorated by the sight of his son in the Super Saiyan 4 form, felt his fighting spirit soar. With a mighty swing of his massive ape-like arm, Goku struck at Gohan, but Gohan deftly intercepted the blow with ease. "Wow, this power is considerable. It seems there's a reason for your enlarged fists," Gohan remarked, his light-hearted demeanor contrasting with the underlying truth that Goku's punch still lacked sufficient force. "Dad, your punches aren't swift or fierce enough." Gohan twisted his neck and delivered a powerful punch aimed at Goku's face. Gohan had no intention of holding back. He needed to familiarize himself with this new transformation and had longed to exact vengeance on the despicable rot. Goku tilted his head back, narrowly evading the swift strike with a grin. "That was close. You almost landed a hit. But Gohan, you really hit hard." "Dad, this is a sparring match, not a child's game. If I were to truly hold back, you wouldn't appreciate it," Gohan retorted. "Fair point." Goku propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, his body shooting towards Gohan like a cannonball. In midair, Goku moved with agility, delivering a flurry of kicks, his assault relentless. Gohan, quick to react, sidestepped, raising his arms as if they were iron shields to block several strikes. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, fists and feet colliding, leaving it difficult to determine a victor as the sounds of their combat echoed through the air. As their battle intensified, Goku and Gohan's movements became a whirlwind above King Kai's planet, each collision stirring dust clouds that seemed to shake the very ground beneath them. "It appears that relying solely on physical strength will not yield a clear winner," Goku said, panting heavily after a brief skirmish, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Indeed, Dad. Let us try the Kamehameha," Gohan replied, dropping his stance and positioning his hands in a flower-like formation, gathering blue energy into a brilliant sphere. "Kamehameha," he shouted, launching the radiant blue wave toward Goku. Goku smiled slightly, channeling energy into his own hands, forming an even more dazzling blue orb. "I will counter with my Kaioken," he declared, propelling his energy forward to meet Gohan's attack. The 2 beams collided fiercely in midair, creating a deafening explosion that sent shockwaves cascading outward, instantly reducing nearby rocks to dust. "Humph, Gohan, your Kamehameha is indeed powerful, but do not forget, I have the Kaioken." Sun Wukong clenched his teeth fiercely, his muscles swelling instantaneously, and his aura surged several-fold. This was the supreme technique he had learned from King Kai of the North, the Kaioken, capable of amplifying his combat power tenfold in a brief moment. With the tenfold enhancement of the Kaioken, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave of equivalent magnitude. As Sun Wukong concentrated his energy once more, the azure beam transformed into an immense force, seemingly harboring the power to obliterate all. Gohan, witnessing this, felt a pang of alarm in his heart. He was acutely aware of the terror that the Kaioken represented, yet there was no retreat at this juncture. He summoned his energy once again, pouring every ounce of his ki into the Kamehameha wave without reservation. Nevertheless, even with all his might, he could not contend with Sun Wukong's instantaneous tenfold Kaioken. Boom! The two waves of energy collided once more, sending forth a tremendous shockwave that propelled both combatants backward. Gohan's body tumbled through the air, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Although Sun Wukong was also pushed back by the force of the shockwave, he quickly regained his footing, bolstered by his formidable physical prowess. Cough, cough. Gohan gradually rose from the dust, a trickle of crimson blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He lifted his gaze to Sun Wukong in the distance, his eyes brimming with a sense of unwillingness. This marked his first defeat since merging with the soul of the traveler. Gohan, you have performed admirably, Sun Wukong said as he approached, his tone imbued with a hint of reassurance and pride. Your Super Saiyan 4 form is indeed powerful, but the instantaneous eruption of the Kaioken, coupled with my higher base combat strength, makes your defeat quite understandable. Though the reasoning held true, the unintentionally blunt words from the naturally simple-minded Sun Wukong could truly incite frustration. In this moment, Gohan fully grasped the feeling of helplessness that Bu had once experienced. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. After all, his purpose for coming to King Kai's planet was not merely to engage in battle, but to inquire about the divine key. Once he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, it would matter not. He would deliver a decisive blow in an instant. The Northern Supreme Kai, having struck the heads of Gohan and Goku with a firm hand, expressed his dismay at their reckless duel, which had rendered the entirety of North Kai's planet in disarray. He now faced the daunting task of restoring the realm. Lord Kai, are you familiar with the concept of divine energy? Gohan asked, sheepishly presenting a universal capsule filled with a compilation of Earth's cold jokes, whispering, "This is a collection of amusing puns from the last century. I hope you find it entertaining, esteemed Kai." The comical side of Gohan's demeanor elicited chuckles from the other Z warriors, who mused, since when did Gohan learn to bribe others? Noticing the bewildered expressions on his comrades' faces, Gohan began to elaborate on his inquiry regarding divine energy. As he recounted the troubling events in the parallel universe where a malevolent version of Goku had exploited Goku's body to slay Bulma, the Z warriors seethed with anger. Had it not been for Gohan's warning about this dark Goku possessing transformations far beyond Super Saiyan 4, they might have immediately sought to use the time machine to confront him. After all, the deceased are barred from interfering in the mortal realm. Yet there are no such restrictions regarding other parallel universes. The Northern Supreme Kai, who had previously accepted the capsule of jokes with a smile, felt genuine anger rise within him upon hearing Gohan's account of the nefarious actions committed by Zamasu, the candidate Supreme Kai of Universe 10. His previously amiable expression transformed into one of stern indignation. Indeed, this fury was warranted. Both Supreme Kais and Kaioshin are deities tasked with creation and the guardianship of life. Their authority lies in establishing and maintaining order, and the emergence of a disruptive figure like Zamasu was a dereliction of duty. A betrayal far graver than mere personal or organizational treason. Realizing the gravity of the situation exceeded his capabilities, the Northern Supreme Kai decided to convene with the Grand Kai. Only he possessed the authority and power to contact the Supreme Kai. The Grand Kai listened intently to the Northern Kai's report, unusually refraining from jest, before notifying the Supreme Kai. Subsequently, the sole surviving Supreme Kai of the East, the legitimate Supreme Kai of Universe 7, made a grand entrance. With his squinting eyes and ostentatious demeanor, he almost deceived Gohan, who, being familiar with the original narrative, was nearly taken in by this comical deity. "What is this Universe 10? The Supreme Kai inquired dismissively, causing an awkward silence for both the Grand Kai and the Northern Supreme Kai. This ignorance stemmed from the Supreme Kai being hastily appointed to his role when the Grand Supreme Kai sealed the puppet, lacking the experience often highlighted in the original tale. His naivety was manifest, akin to a senior student who, upon entering a Fortune 500 company for an internship, suddenly finds himself thrust into the role of chairman without an understanding of corporate dynamics. Returning to the matter at hand, Gohan, though reluctant to overstep, felt compelled to enlighten the ignorant Supreme Kai about everything he knew, simultaneously informing the gathered Z warriors. After an extensive discussion, the Supreme Kai underwent a long-overdue initiation into his duties. His curiosity about this knowledgeable mortal began to blossom, and he ceased to squint in feigned wisdom. So, you mean to say that the candidate Supreme Kai Zamasu from Universe 10 murdered his master and seized the Supreme Kai's time ring merely to usurp a mortal's body and eradicate humanity? How could this be? While I may disdain Zamasu, he is nonetheless a candidate Supreme Kai, a deity of the cosmos. How could he possibly seek to exchange his power for the so-called Super Dragon Balls? Here we go again, thought Gohan, annoyed by the Supreme Kai's condescending attitude. Dad, why not transform into Super Saiyan 4? Your strength should suffice, Gohan suggested, winking at his father Goku, implying that a display of power might humble this arrogant deity. Oh, transformation? Certainly, going Super Saiyan 4 does not consume much energy, Goku replied as he unleashed his energy, enveloping himself in a golden aura that sent shockwaves throughout the galaxy. Is this the power a mortal can possess? The Supreme Kai mused, recalling the puppet's strength from years past. Humph. That puppet of yours likely pales in comparison to my full potential, Gohan retorted, summoning his own energy and transforming into Ultimate Gohan. A silvery aura radiating with overwhelming pressure that nearly made the Supreme Kai lose control. Cold sweat dripped from the Supreme Kai's brow, and his expression shifted to one of comic relief. This was his true nature, a young deity, diligent yet prone to frivolity. Consequently, his address towards Goku and Gohan evolved to one of respect, incorporating the honorific Sir. 25. The old Kaioshin, I wish to travel to the Kaioshin realm and draw forth the Kaioshin sword, Gohan solemnly declared to Kaioshin Kai. His intention was resolute and unwavering. He aimed to reach the Kaioshin realm and extract the divine sword that sealed the old Kaioshin. In his view, only by liberating the imprisoned old Kaioshin could he possibly acquire the techniques to cultivate divine energy, thereby transforming into a Super Saiyan God and ultimately achieving the breakthrough into Super Saiyan Blue. However, Kaioshin Kai appeared perplexed. While he had heard the legends surrounding the Kaioshin sword, its authenticity was something he himself could not ascertain. Observing the blank expression on Kai's face, Gohan suddenly realized that this individual was utterly uninformed about the matter. Gohan tapped his head and patiently explained, have I not mentioned this before? In the universe, there are typically two supreme deities, the Kaioshin, who governs creation, and the god of destruction, who oversees annihilation. These two gods share a single life force. Should one perish, the other follows suit. Within the cosmos, there are virtually no beings capable of threatening the god of destruction, but the Kaioshin are different, as their combat prowess is generally inferior to that of the god of destruction. Thus, malevolent individuals like Zamasu would first devise a plan to eliminate the Kaioshin. Consequently, the god of destruction of that universe would also vanish, rendering them incapable of thwarting his malevolence. Our universe's god of destruction, Beerus, is particularly fond of slumber. To prevent anyone from assassinating the Kaioshin while he sleeps, Beerus sealed one of the Kaioshin within the Kaioshin sword. This way, even if all the Kaioshin were to perish, there would still be one sealed within the sword as a safeguard, preventing any theft of power. Ah, now I understand. Kaioshin Kai scratched his head, feigning enlightenment. That said, this god of destruction named Beerus possesses a rather deplorable character. It is one thing to be lazy and neglect his duties, but to seal his ancestor within a sword out of fear of death is simply disgraceful. Observing Kaioshin Kai's indignant demeanor, Gohan could only offer a few words of consolation, knowing that in this world, power reigns supreme. Later, in Dragon Ball Super, when Kaioshin Kai encountered the god of destruction Beerus, he addressed him with utmost reverence as Lord Beerus. Although both were supreme beings, their statuses should have been equal. The reality was that the god of destruction always overshadowed the Kaioshin, often ridiculing them as if he were of a higher tier. It could be said that the divine hierarchy within the Dragon Ball series is somewhat fragile, with many aspects failing to withstand scrutiny. Nevertheless, such matters were of no concern to Gohan. His sole desire was to grow stronger in order to protect his family, friends, and the Earth. The intrigues among the deities held no significance for him. Very well, let us proceed to the Kaioshin realm, Gohan asserted. All right, Dad, and Uncle Piccolo. You two should return to North Kaishin's planet. I will return shortly. After bidding farewell to his companions, Gohan approached Kaishin Kai. Kaishin Kai nodded, signaling Gohan to prepare himself. He then employed his unique Kaishin ability to teleport, and in the blink of an eye, Gohan found himself in the Kaishin realm. There, he encountered a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Kaishin Kai. He was a subordinate named Jebet, who served Kaishin Kai. Upon seeing Gohan, Jebet immediately barked, "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the Kaishin realm?" He seemed oblivious to the presence of Kaishin Kai beside Gohan, speaking with an arrogant tone that was deeply irritating. His sharpness mirrored that of the earlier Kaishin Kai. Gohan could not help but think, what is wrong with the Kaishin of Universe 7? They seem to revel in disdain for others. While they are deities of creation, they should at least refrain from disparaging humanity. It is utterly baffling. Sensing Gohan's displeasure, Kaishin Kai quickly chastised Jebet, urging him to show respect towards Gohan, particularly after witnessing Gohan's earlier display of overwhelming potential, which nearly terrified him. Upon receiving his master's reprimand, Jebet subdued his demeanor, understanding that he was merely a subordinate and protector of Kaishin Kai. Kaishin Kai led Gohan to the location of the Kaishin sword. Jebet crossed his arms with a sneer and remarked, "This sword has eluded even the Kaishin himself. What can a mere human hope to accomplish?" Before he could finish, a radiant golden aura erupted from Gohan. The sheer force of his Super Saiyan power sent Jebet sprawling, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. The entire Kaishin realm began to tremble violently, accompanied by the sound of cracking ground as Gohan effortlessly extracted the sword's hilt, subsequently crushing it with his bare hands, the remnants shimmering with ripples. "Ah, this is the strongest sword. How could this be?" Jebet screamed, his worldview shattered, before he fainted from the shock. "Jebet, hey, are you all right?" Kaishin Kai expressed concern upon witnessing his attendant's collapse and quickly assessed him. Thankfully, Jebet was merely unconscious, which allowed Kaishin Kai to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a feeble yet ancient voice came from behind Gohan. "The youth of today truly astound me. You are a Saiyan, are you not?" An elderly figure with purple skin and a hunchback emerged before Gohan. Indeed, Gohan responded without any surprise, for his furry tail was a clear indication of his lineage, well known to any deity with a modicum of experience. "Truly remarkable. You possess a tremendous energy, young one," the old Kaishin remarked as he examined Gohan's physique. "Yet, I have been sealed within this wretched sword for so many years, and not one Kaishin has discovered my presence. The subsequent generations are nothing but incompetent fools." The old Kaishin squinted at Kaishin Kai, clad in his divine attire. "Ah well." Kaishin Kai lowered his head in shame. The old Kaishin did not linger on this matter. Instead, he began to stretch and move his limbs, having been sealed for so long that his muscles had stiffened. "Oh well," he waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence now that he had been freed. "Young man, what brings you to seek me, though sealed within the sword?" He was aware of Gohan's arrival in the Kaishin realm was to extract the Kaishin sword and liberate him. It was clear that Gohan had ulterior motives. Gohan did not hesitate to divulge the situation regarding Zamasu's theft of his father Goku's body, traversing parallel timelines, and executing the Zero-Human Plan. 26. The Divine Aura. "Shatter for me." This indeed presents quite the conundrum. The old Kaishin furrowed his brow, his hands clasped behind his back as he paced back and forth, appearing to be in a dilemma that was not easily resolvable. Son Gohan feigned indifference, yet he knowingly probed. "Actually, there is a method. I have heard that by mastering the divine aura, we Saiyans can transform into Super Saiyans of God, reaching the realm of divinity." The old Kaishin was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Gohan. "Divine aura? Is it truly that remarkable?" In the old Kaishin's vast experience, he had seen mortals in the 7th universe wield divine aura. Yet to him, it was nothing extraordinary. After all, even the lowest deities, akin to the Earth's Supreme Kai, possessed powers far exceeding that of divine aura. However, it was evident that the Supreme Kai's combat prowess was not formidable. This was the reason for the old Kaishin's astonishment. "So, can you impart to me the method of cultivating divine aura?" Gohan earnestly inquired. "You summon me for this?" Any candidate for the position of Kaishin could elucidate the principles behind it. Why not simply ask him? He is, after all, the current Kaishin, the old Kaishin remarked, gesturing towards Kaishin Zamasu. Ancestor, I must confess I am quite ignorant. Whether it be the god of destruction or the division of universes, it is Mr. Gohan, who has enlightened me. I, as the Kaioshin, admit I was thrust into this role upon the arrival of Bu, with the other 3 candidates perishing in battle, and the previous Kaioshin hastily passing the mantle to me. Aminos, you little rascals, cannot you seek out Beerus? We are Kaioshin, mere administrators, unskilled in combat. Matters of fighting should be left to the god of destruction, the old Kaioshin lamented, pointing an accusatory finger at Kaioshin Zamasu. Forget it, I shall chastise you later. The old Kaioshin composed himself, preparing to impart the cultivation method of divine aura to son Gohan. The essence of aura encompasses numerous forms, such as courage, vitality, righteousness, and malevolence. Regardless of training, whether divine or mortal, the physical form ultimately meets its limits. Even the mightiest god of destruction cannot obliterate the universe as hardest metals. To transcend these boundaries, one requires aura. The old Kaioshin cleared his throat before elaborating on the distinctions between divine aura and ordinary aura. The aura cultivated by humans emanates externally, while divine aura must be nurtured internally, hence the inability of mortals to perceive the divine aura. To cultivate divine aura is deceptively simple. One must first incapacitate themselves, reaching the brink of death, and then engage in combat with a deity. Absorbing the essence of their divine power, attuning to one's primal instincts. Wait, is it truly that extreme? Gohan gasped, astonished at the idea of bringing oneself to the precipice of death to feel the divine essence. He recalled the film Dragon Ball, God and God, where his father, Son Goku, had temporarily relinquished his transformation into a Super Saiyan God but erupted with power again at the brink of demise. It seemed he had grown accustomed to Beerus's divine energy during their battle. Thus, this seemingly outlandish method proposed by the old Kaioshin appeared to hold truth. Enough of this. Let us get to it. Gohan swallowed hard, taking a deep breath, beseeching Kaioshin Zamasu to engage him in practice. Me? Zamasu replied, bewildered, pointing to himself. Am I to fight Mr. Gohan? Is this for real? If you don't engage him, who else will? The old Kaioshin retorted, delivering a sharp rap to Zamasu's head. Fine, I shall comply. Zamasu, resigned, covered his head and stepped forward. At that moment, the unconscious Jebbet began to stir. Rubbing his eyes, he beheld a small elder with purple skin adorned in Kaioshin attire and, with a puzzled expression, pointed at him. Who is this old man? Why is he wearing Kaioshin robes? The old Kaioshin cast a sidelong glance at Jebbet, slightly furrowing his brow, his tone tinged with impatience. Humph, you little rascal. You've finally awakened. A mere broken sword caused you to faint? Truly inept. What? You old man, who do you think you are? Jebbet's fiery temperament flared, akin to his crimson skin, as he bristled at the unexpected insult. I am the old Kaioshin from 15 generations past, sealed within that sword by malefactors. Were it not for this lad's destruction of the Kaioshin sword, I would remain unaware of your ineptitude. Especially you, Jebbet, is it? It seems you cannot discern the hierarchy. With that, the old Kaioshin's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He slowly raised both hands, and, with a gentle wave, an invisible pressure enveloped the area. An ancient and formidable aura emanated from him, reminiscent of a long-forgotten era, instilling a sense of dread. This divine power surged like a tidal wave, yet bore an oppressive weight, akin to an insurmountable divine mountain, rendering one unable to look directly upon it. Such power could only be perceived by those within the divine hierarchy, reflecting an absolute disparity in rank. Instantly, Jebbet's complexion paled. He acutely felt the oppressive weight of this divine power, perceiving himself as a mere ant in the presence of an unyielding divine mountain. He instinctively took a few steps back, his eyes wide with shock and reverence. Jebbet promptly knelt, his gaze flickering with astonishment and fear, humbly responding, "So it is you, ancestor. I was disrespectful earlier." The old Kaioshin waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to refrain from interrupting, then continued to observe Zamasu and Gohan. Zamasu, hesitantly standing before Gohan, trembled slightly, clearly anxious about the impending confrontation. "Stop dilly-dallying, strike swiftly," urged the old Kaioshin from the sidelines. "Gohan needs to cultivate divine aura. If you hold back, it will all be in vain." Zamasu took a deep breath, summoning his courage, and slowly raised his hand to gently tap Gohan's shoulder. However, this gesture merely tickled Gohan, who only swayed slightly, suffering no significant damage. "This won't do. You're far too gentle. How could Gohan possibly reach the brink of death?" The old Kaioshin bellowed in dissatisfaction. "Hit harder." Startled by the old Kaioshin's reprimand, Zamasu felt a surge of panic. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his hand once more, this time with noticeably greater force. Yet, Gohan's resilience exceeded Zamasu's expectations as he only staggered back a few steps without sustaining serious harm. "Oh dear," the old Kaioshin exclaimed, unable to restrain himself from smacking his forehead. "Zamasu, you are the current Kaioshin, regardless of how you acquired this position. As the supreme deity of the universe, how can you falter at such a critical moment?" "Ancestor, I did not wish for this," Zamasu replied, feeling aggrieved. "Mr. Gohan is our friend. I simply cannot bring myself to harm him." "Friend?" scoffed the old Kaioshin. "Do not forget, cultivating divine aura is no trivial matter. If Gohan cannot reach the brink of death, he may never aspire to become a Super Saiyan God." Upon hearing this, Gohan's eyes flickered with determination. He recognized the truth in the old Kaioshin's words. To transcend one's limits, one must be prepared to pay the price. He took a deep breath, raised his head, and smiled gently at Lord Kaioshin. "Lord Kaioshin, it is quite all right. Please proceed. I am confident in my ability to endure." Upon seeing Gohan's resolute gaze, Kaioshin felt a jolt in his heart. He understood that he could no longer hesitate. To do so would not only betray Gohan's expectations, but also disappoint the elder Kaioshin. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth, lifted his hand once more, and summoned all his strength to strike fiercely at Gohan's chest. With a resounding thud, Gohan's body soared backward like a kite with its string severed. A searing pain radiated from his chest, swiftly engulfing his entire being. His vision began to blur, and his breath quickened. He realized that he was teetering on the brink of death. "Mr. Gohan." Kaioshin, witnessing Gohan being propelled away, felt a wave of panic. He hurriedly attempted to rush forward to check on Gohan's condition, only to be firmly restrained by the elder Kaioshin. "Do not move. Now is not the time for concern." The elder Kaioshin admonished sternly. "Gohan has reached the threshold of death. From here on, it is a matter of whether his instincts can grasp the essence of divine energy. Do not cease your assault. Quickly channel all your divine power and employ the godly technique to attack Gohan. Hurry." Meanwhile, Gohan lay on the ground, the agony coursing through his body nearly robbing him of consciousness. Yet, he refused to surrender. A singular thought consumed him. He must cultivate the divine energy, transform into a Super Saiyan God, and protect all that he cherished. The malevolent Black Goku from the parallel universe was still wreaking havoc, and he could not afford to fall now. 27. The birth of the Super Saiyan God. The seventh assault. The old Kaioshin sat cross-legged upon the rocks, his withered fingers gently tapping a rhythm on his knees. "Jebet." "Yes." Jebet responded promptly, quickly kneeling beside Gohan, his hands glowing with a luminous green light as he began the healing process for the unconscious youth. This oscillation between life and death had persisted for a full 7 times. Jebet, who had always been haughty and regarded mortals as insignificant, now felt a profound respect for this young man named Gohan. This admiration was not born from strength or status, but from a more primal astonishment when the verdant waves of healing light enveloped Gohan. Jebet could distinctly sense the shattered ribs within him and the almost lifeless heart that struggled to beat. Yet, after each revival, Gohan stood once more, his gaze unwavering and filled with courage. This was the first time Jebet truly acknowledged humanity. They were not as fragile and inconsequential as he once believed. After countless brushes with death, they could rise again through sheer willpower, a resilience that surpassed even the deities he had encountered. "How much longer can he endure, Lord Kaioshin?" Jebet raised his head, concern flickering in his eyes. Though he possessed formidable healing abilities, each treatment felt like a race against death, and he sensed that Gohan's injuries were more severe than ever before. "I do not know, Jebet." The old Kaioshin's gaze remained fixed on the unconscious Gohan. "But I know his will is stronger than his body. As long as his heart persists, he will continue to strive until he truly masters the divine essence." Lord Kaioshin felt a pang of sympathy watching Gohan, who was being pushed to the brink of death. He was no sadist. Witnessing Gohan brought to the edge of mortality 7 times stirred his compassion. "Perhaps we should reconsider, Ancestor. Mr. Gohan is in such a state. Is there not a simpler, easier way to grasp the divine essence?" "Fool, do you think the divine essence is as easy as cabbage? This is the best method I can devise. Do not forget, he is a Saiyan, a natural warrior. Nothing suits him better than this approach. But I cannot do it. I do not wish to continue, young and inexperienced." Lord Kaioshin found it difficult to bear. He felt like a villain, relentlessly striking Gohan to the precipice of death. Suddenly, Gohan, in his unconscious state, emitted a low groan, his body trembling slightly, as if instinctively struggling to awaken. Jebit immediately refocused on the healing, the green light once more enveloping Gohan gently. I can still go on. Bring it on, I feel. This time, it must succeed. Gohan wobbled to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his form swaying precariously yet refusing to fall. He wiped the blood from his lips and looked up at Lord Kaioshin. Offering a grin that was both fierce and resolutely steadfast, Lord Kaioshin, let us try once more. I will surely prevail. Mr. Gohan, I must admit defeat. Lord Kaioshin gazed at the battered yet fiercely determined mortal before him, a complex array of emotions flooding his heart. Truthfully, before encountering Gohan, his thoughts were not dissimilar to those of Zamasu, believing humanity to be the scourge of the universe, a mere nuisance. Yet now, he had changed. He perceived humanity as, in some respects, greater than the gods. The anthem of humanity was the anthem of courage, and their greatness was rooted in their valor. This is the final attempt, Gohan. No matter what you say, I shall not return. I understand, Lord Kaioshin. Gohan inhaled deeply, striving to steady himself. He felt his body reaching its limit, each breath akin to tearing at his lungs, yet his spirit remained remarkably clear. He understood he was but a step away from success. If he could endure just once more, he would truly master the divine essence and transform into a Super Saiyan God. Honestly, I find it hard to fathom what sustains you. Is it defiance? That feeling of despair? Gohan did not continue to elaborate, instead assuming a battle stance. The 8th attempt begins, the old Kaioshin announced with vigor. Subsequently, Lord Kaioshin unleashed his divine energy, attacking Gohan relentlessly. Gohan refrained from transforming, opting instead to face it in his normal state, even lowering his energy to conjure a sense of impending death. For only in this manner could he truly perceive the divine force. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would eliminate the sense of pressure, and the unique aura of a Super Saiyan would interfere with his comprehension of the divine essence. With each cataclysmic strike from Lord Kaioshin, Gohan's body was hurled through the air, blood painting tragic arcs across the sky. Yet, with each fall, he felt that unique power within him struggling, roaring as if seeking a breakthrough to shatter his corporeal confines. Was this the divine essence? It felt like a tempestuous flame, yearning to consume him while awaiting his mastery. Gohan's consciousness began to blur in the chaos, yet he could distinctly sense the presence of that power, omnipresent yet elusive. The final energy wave from Lord Kaioshin struck Gohan squarely in the face, propelling him hundreds of meters away. I cannot give up. I cannot fall here. A fierce unwillingness ignited deep within Gohan. He recalled the mission he bore, the helplessness he felt when the androids ravaged the Earth, and the memories of his mother Chi-Chi and Aunt Bulma, who had perished in another timeline. He understood he could not retreat, even at the cost of his life. Unwilling. Unwilling. Those 3 words echoed relentlessly in his heart. He refused to be a pawn of fate, refused to witness the universe succumb to darkness, refused to remain powerless, and refused to be incapable of protecting what he cherished. I will not be denied, Gohan bellowed. Meanwhile, the energy wave infused with divine power from Lord Kaioshin miraculously merged within Gohan, resonating with his own energy. Like Prometheus stealing celestial fire, Gohan's ordinary essence began to transform into divine energy, gradually evolving from human to divine. The once extruding energy was sealed within, swelling larger and larger. Then, it erupted. In that moment, it felt as if the entire universe celebrated his emergence. At long last, the Super Saiyan God had manifested before all. Gohan's physique appeared leaner and more elongated, his muscles flowing with grace, his skin fairer, and his overall visage youthful, reminiscent of a boy. His eyes widened, pupils distinctly visible. With crimson irises, his hair transformed into a brilliant red, surrounded by a golden aura reminiscent of solar flames. Simultaneously, in the distant depths of the universe, the angel Vados of Universe 7 leisurely sipped her afternoon tea. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow, sensing something, and set her cup down with a slight smile. It seems an intriguing individual has emerged in Universe 7. 28. The brutal slaughter of Black Goku as the wind rises and leaves fall. It is merely a touch of the elements. The exhaustion and injuries within Gohan were healed by divine energy, elevating both his spirit and physique to unprecedented heights. Is this the universe as perceived by the divine? Gohan opened his palm, feeling the divine energy coursing through him. A golden red flame coalesced instantaneously in his hand, and then he clenched his fist and struck. In that fleeting moment, A rift was torn in the fabric of space, and the surrounding air rushed violently into the fissure, creating a tempest in the realm of the Supreme Kai, with Gohan at its epicenter. The Supreme Kai hastily utilized his divine power to mend the space that Gohan had disrupted. How formidable! Gohan himself could scarcely believe he possessed such strength now. It appears you have transformed into a Super Saiyan God. The old Supreme Kai, hunched over, spoke with a hint of astonishment. Having never anticipated that merely comprehending divine energy could lead to such immense power. Gohan's current strength was a stark contrast to his former self. Meanwhile, in a parallel universe, in the future world, Black Goku and Zama stood amidst the ruins of their ravaged Earth. Well done, my other self, Zama's raised a glass of fine wine, toasting Black Goku in gratitude. Nonsense. I am you. There is no need for such formality between us, Black Goku replied, raising his glass in return. It seems our plan is nearing fruition, Zama's remarked, savoring a sip of the exquisite wine. Indeed, once we capture Bra, who escaped into this timeline, all Saiyans here will vanish without a trace. A sinister grin spread across Black Goku's face. Haha, she cannot escape us. Upon finishing this drink, I shall accompany you to the timeline where that female Saiyan fled. Zama's proposed, suggesting a post-meal excursion to hunt Bra across time. Very well, Black Goku nodded, agreeing to his counterpart's suggestion. The two shared a meal, their conversation drifting to dreams of a future where the filthy humans would be eradicated, ushering in true peace for the universe. After a brief interlude, the pair finished their meal, ready to pursue the timeline where Bra had fled in her time machine. Concurrently, in this timeline, in West City at Capsule Corporation, Bulma was engrossed in researching Dr. Gero's android technology, having possessed the documentation for some time. The journey to Namek had brought not only cherished memories, but also anxieties regarding her appearance. After all, she was a genuine Earthling, devoid of the Saiyan race's advantage of anti-aging. Despite her efforts in cosmetic enhancements and daily care, she could not halt the passage of time from marking her visage. Thus, she turned her gaze toward Dr. Gero's android technology. She was well aware that the android siblings had wreaked havoc on Earth for over a decade, yet retained the appearance of youth due to their artificial nature. Eternal youth, boundless stamina, formidable combat prowess. Bulma was merely a surgical procedure away from achieving what they had. Beauty was her primary goal, yet strength was also something Bulma sought. Lacking Saiyan blood like Gohan or Bra, she was reluctant to endure the hardships of martial training. Therefore, she resolved to arm herself with the power of technology. Bulma, renowned as the foremost genius in the Dragon Ball series, was indeed a formidable force capable of crafting time machines. Even though biological modification was not her primary field of study, after perusing the materials left by Dr. Gero, she could aspire to transform herself into an android, albeit not on par with his expertise. Moreover, due to the self-modification aspect, she would not have to erase her emotions, ensuring her combat prowess would surpass that of the android siblings. However, this monumental undertaking would require nearly a week to complete the transformation flawlessly. Ding dong, the doorbell of the laboratory chimed, the clear sound resonating in the quiet space. Bulma paused her research, setting down her tools gently, and approached the camera by the door. On the screen, a familiar figure appeared. It was a girl with blue short hair, standing at the entrance, her eyes filled with urgency. It was her daughter, Bra. Bulma smiled softly, preparing to press the button to open the door when she suddenly noticed another figure standing behind Bra. This person resembled Bra but was older, exuding the mature charm of a woman in her 20s. Her hair cascaded down to her waist, starkly contrasting with Bra's short locks. She stood slightly behind Bra, her head bowed, her gaze tinged with shyness and unease. This was also her daughter, Bra, but from another timeline. What brings you here, Bra? Bulma jested as she opened the laboratory door. Let me explain. The older Bra raised her hand. I am actually the grown-up version of myself. Wishing to visit Mom, but feeling a bit shy about it. I have no such intention. The younger Bra blushed, covering the older Bra's mouth to prevent her from continuing. Bulma watched the playful interaction between the two, her heart swelling with joy. All right, enough of that. You're both grown up now and still act like children. She gently patted the older Bra's shoulder. Come on, let us grab a bite to eat, then go shopping and have a good chat. The two Bras exchanged glances, surprise flitting across their faces. The younger Bra exclaimed with delight, fantastic. Shopping is my favorite. The older Bra was equally taken aback that her mother truly wished to accompany her, feeling a warm sensation. The pain of losing her mother began to ease slightly. Although she knew this woman was not her mother, The identical face and loving gaze ensnared her heart. Bulma led her two daughters out of the laboratory, sunlight bathing them in warmth and brightness. They arrived at a nearby shopping center, where the younger bra dashed excitedly toward a clothing store, while the older bra followed with a bit more restraint. As they strolled through the mall, the younger bra eagerly selected various fashionable outfits, seeking Bulma and the older bra's opinions. The older bra, however, chose more mature and sophisticated styles. Bulma observed her daughters, her heart brimming with happiness. She thought, despite the differences in timelines, the bond between mother and daughter remained unchanged. Just as they reveled in this warm atmosphere, a chilling presence suddenly enveloped them. The air around them seemed to freeze, and panic spread among the shoppers. Suddenly, a dark figure descended from above, landing before them. It was a man clad in black, bearing a striking resemblance to Goku. His eyes were cold and malevolent, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Black Goku. Bulma gasped, instantly recognizing the severity of the situation. Black Goku slowly raised his head, revealing a menacing grin. Bulma, I never expected to encounter you here. You, who recklessly meddle with time, you shall perish. The older bra, upon seeing the murderer of her mother, was ignited by the flames of vengeance, her body ablaze with fury, radiating a formidable aura. She rushed toward Black Goku, throwing a powerful punch. Yet, Black Goku merely scoffed, effortlessly extending a hand to seize the older bra's fist. His grip was as unyielding as a vice, rendering her motionless under the weight of his overwhelming strength. Humph, foolish scion. Do you truly believe your current power poses any threat to me? Black Goku sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. His voice was frigid and piercing, as if mocking the audacity of Launch. Launch's complexion turned pale, and she felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. She was aware that she was no match for Black Goku. Yet retreat was not an option. She could not allow the mother of this timeline to fall into peril once more. Let her go? Bulma shouted, her voice brimming with indignation. She swiftly retrieved a compact device from her pocket, her latest invention, a laser gun. Although she knew this weapon might prove futile against Black Goku, she felt compelled to try, if only for a glimmer of hope. Black Goku glanced at the laser gun in Bulma's hand and scoffed, another futile trick. Do you truly believe such a trinket can affect me? As soon as he finished speaking, Bulma pressed the device's button. A dazzling beam of light shot forth, aimed directly at Black Goku. This was her last hope. She prayed that the light could delay Black Goku, even for a fleeting moment. However, Black Goku merely frowned, raised his hand, and effortlessly dispelled the light. He sneered. How laughable. Subsequently, he struck Launch with brutal force, sending her flying, and turned his attention towards Bulma. Each of his steps felt like a crushing weight on Bulma's heart, engulfing her in despair. Mom, be careful. Short Launch cried out in terror. Witnessing Black Goku approaching, her mother ignited a fire of fury within her. Instantly, she transformed into Super Saiyan 2, encased in a radiant golden aura, and charged at Black Goku with clenched fists. Yet, Black Goku nonchalantly unleashed a ki blast, sending Short Launch hurtling away. Her body crashed against the wall like a broken kite, producing a muffled thud. Launch. Bulma clutched her laser gun tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Her heart swelled with concern for her daughter, tears welling in her eyes. She realized they were trapped in a dire situation, utterly powerless to change their fate. Gohan, where are you? Hurry and save us. Bulma silently prayed in despair, her eyes filled with helplessness. Black Goku approached Bulma, a cruel smile adorning his face, his hand coalescing a rosy ki blade, poised to strike her down. Just as the moment hung in the balance, a crimson gold light streaked across the sky, appearing before Bulma in an instant. It was Gohan, who had sensed Bulma's peril in the other world and had not hesitated to teleport to the scene. Stop! Gohan bellowed, gripping Black Goku's wrist with such force that it turned purple. Black Goku winced in pain, the ki blade dissipating from his grasp, astonishment filling his eyes. Who are you? Black Goku spat through gritted teeth, caught off guard by Gohan's intervention. You harm my family, and I will not spare you, Gohan declared coldly, his gaze ablaze with fury. Without further ado, Gohan, in his Super Saiyan God form, offered Black Goku no respite. He understood that Zamasu was unfamiliar with his father's body, and thus could only transform into Super Saiyan 1 for now. However, if given any breathing room, Black Goku could exploit the Saiyans' near-death strength boost to quickly attain Super Saiyan Rose. Therefore, Gohan struck with lightning speed, his fist crashing into Black Goku's abdomen. Taste my lion's tooth. The immense force sent Black Goku reeling, blood spurting from his mouth, his body battered and unable to counterattack. Stop! Zamasu, hidden nearby, rushed to intervene, intent on rescuing Black Goku and fusing with him. Not a chance. Gohan roared, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Without hesitation, he positioned his hands in a flower blossom shape and thrust them forward, shouting, Kamehameha. A torrent of powerful crimson gold energy erupted from his palms, striking Black Goku squarely in the chest. In an instant, Black Goku disintegrated into fragments, vanishing into the wind. No, another me. Zamada screamed in furious disbelief. Next. It's your turn. Gohan teleported directly before Zamasu, unleashing a flurry of wolf fang fist strikes, pummeling Zamasu mercilessly. Damn it, you will pay for this. Zamasu growled, using his time ring to escape the timeline. Despite his immortality, the disparity in combat power was insurmountable, necessitating a strategic retreat. Gohan, aware of Zamasu's immortality granted by the Super Dragon Balls, refrained from pursuit, understanding that he could not obliterate Zamasu entirely. He descended to the ground. Assessing the injuries of both launches, fortunately, they were merely gravely wounded but alive. All that was needed was for Jebbet to provide some healing. 29. Aunt Bulma. I implore you, Gohan urged as he transferred divine energy to the two Blosks, stabilizing their injuries. He then exclaimed, Aunt Bulma, please lend a hand. I intend to use instant transmission to take them to the Supreme Kai's realm for treatment. Bulma nodded, quickly brushing away tears from the corners of her eyes, and approached Gohan, embracing one of the Blosks. Gohan, too, held one tightly, and as he sensed the energy of the Supreme Kai, the four of them instantly transported to the Supreme Kai's realm. Thank you for your help, Jebbet, Gohan said, placing the two women gently on the ground and clasping his hands together in supplication. No problem, Jebbet replied, kneeling down, a soft green energy emanating from his hands as he began to heal the two Blosks. Afterward, Gohan moved to Bulma's side. Aunt Bulma, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Bulma did not respond, her expression dark. Aunt Bulma, I'm sorry, Gohan said, guilt weighing heavily on him, believing Bulma's silence was due to his failure to arrive in time to prevent the Bloss injuries. He hung his head, his voice hoarse as he apologized, feeling despondent. Before he could finish, Bulma suddenly threw herself into his embrace, the scent of citrus shampoo mingling with the fragrance of a mature woman, momentarily startling him. He instinctively steadied her trembling shoulders, wishing to comfort her. Gohan, Bulma cried, her eyes swollen with tears. I'm so scared. Really so scared. Gohan gazed at Bulma, now a weeping figure before him, momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had seen her cry. He had always perceived her as a strong woman, unfazed by anything, eternally optimistic. Bulma sobbed against Gohan's chest for quite some time before slowly lifting her head to wipe her tears. Gohan, thank you. It's nothing, Gohan replied, his expression complex. This vulnerable side of Bulma felt foreign to him. He had always regarded her as an elder, confiding in her about his troubles, completely overlooking the fact that she, too, was a single mother in need of support. I mean it, Aunt Bulma. If you ever feel unhappy or troubled, please talk to me more. Huh? Gohan, what are you saying? Bulma's ears flushed red, her gaze evasive. She was taken aback by his unexpectedly earnest words. What I mean is, I want to be your support, Aunt Bulma. Gohan took her hands in his eyes resolute. Ah, Gohan. Bulma's face turned crimson. Her demeanor flustered as she lowered her gaze, her fingers curling slightly but not pulling away from his grasp. Observing her, Gohan's gaze softened considerably. He gently held her hands and said earnestly, Aunt Bulma, I've grown up. I hope to be your support, just as you have always cared for me. Bulma's reply was barely audible, almost a whisper, yet she nodded gently, her fingers subtly moving to firmly clutch Gohan's hand. That's wonderful. Gohan smiled brightly and, releasing her hands, declared, It's settled then, let us make a pact. He extended his pinky. Huh? Isn't that a bit childish? Bulma's face was as red as a ripe apple, her eyes filled with shyness. Gohan looked deeply into her eyes, his gaze clear and steadfast. I simply wish to convey my sincerity in the most straightforward manner. A pinky promise for 100 years, no changes allowed. Bulma hesitantly extended her pinky, an array of complex emotions swirling within her. As she gazed into Gohan's sincere eyes, a sudden flutter of emotion washed over her, a blend of bashfulness and sweetness. You child, you truly leave me speechless, she murmured softly, her pinky intertwining with his. Yet, within her heart, she pondered, whom does this straightforward nature remind me of? Bulma's feelings were tumultuous. She had always considered herself an independent and resilient woman, capable of facing anything with poise. However, Gohan's simple and direct expression of his feelings unveiled her own vulnerabilities, revealing her desire to be supported and cherished. A pinky promise for 100 years. No changes allowed, Gohan reiterated earnestly. Gohan, your serious demeanor is quite unfair, Bulma thought to herself, though her lips involuntarily curled into a gentle smile. She held his hand tenderly, her eyes glimmering with warmth. All right, a pinky promise for a lifetime, no changes allowed. Yay, Gohan exclaimed, his face radiating pure joy as he released her pinky. Now, take a moment to rest. I will check on the boss. He departed briskly, leaving Bulma alone. Watching Gohan's retreating figure, Bulma felt a mix of emotions, gratitude intertwined with an indescribable warmth. She bit her lip gently, her fingers subconsciously tracing the spot where Gohan had held her hand, the memory of his tender strength lingering at her fingertips. That child, Bulma whispered, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She had never imagined that Gohan's words could stir such feelings within her. For so long, she had played the role of the strong Bulma, shouldering all burdens alone, as if she were invincible. Yet, the recent events shattered that facade. Her mind was now filled with thoughts of Gohan's every expression, and she suddenly realized that the boy she had nurtured since childhood might have unknowingly grown into her ideal type. Is this what they call character development? Bulma's heart raced. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai observed his ancestor gazing intently at a crystal ball, wearing an inexplicable grin, prompting his curiosity. Ancestor, what are you looking at? Hee. That Gohan kid can even win over a married woman. He is quite the charmer. The old Supreme Kai chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes, making the Supreme Kai feel compelled to deliver a punch. 30. I shall protect Earth. With Jebbet having completely healed the two Bloss, Gohan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He expressed heartfelt gratitude to Jebbet, who merely waved his hand dismissively, downplaying the significance of his actions. After all, Gohan was a distinguished guest of the Supreme Kai and an admirable warrior. Feeling bashful from the praise, Gohan scratched his head modestly. I'm not that impressive. Gohan, how's Mom? The two Bloss, now awake, simultaneously inquired anxiously about Aunt Bulma's condition. Rest assured, Aunt Bulma is uninjured. She is currently resting within the Supreme Kai's temple, Gohan patiently explained. Upon hearing this, the two Bloss finally felt a weight lift from their hearts. As long as Mom is all right. However, Gohan found himself facing a new dilemma. He looked at the two Bloss, one tall and one short, both strikingly identical, stroking his chin in contemplation. Although they differed in age, their appearances were nearly indistinguishable. How could he tell them apart? Should he refer to them by hair length? No. That might upset them. Finally, Gohan tentatively spoke. You both share the name Bra, so how should I address you? You may simply call me Dubra. As the elder Dubra graciously declared, indicating that referring to her as such would suffice. Then I shall call you Little Dabra, the Dabra of this timeline humbly responded. Is that truly appropriate? Gohan hesitated, concerned that this form of address might appear disrespectful to them. It is quite all right, Gohan, they both assured him, expressing that they had no objections whatsoever. Only then did Gohan feel a slight sense of relief. He had initially feared that this matter would be as complex as the tumultuous scenarios from the memories of the traveler fused with his soul, which often led to convoluted relationships and absurd notions, including the outrageous belief that women were incomprehensible beings. This apprehension had left him conflicted about how to address the two Dubras, worried that he might inadvertently provoke a nonsensical quarrel between them. However, Gohan soon realized he was placing too much weight on the memories of the traveler's soul and was being somewhat dogmatic. That is settled then. I have matters to attend to on North Kai's planet. Would you both like to accompany me? Gohan explained to the two Dubras. North Kai's planet? The elder Dubra appeared to recognize the place. This was hardly surprising, as she had not only triumphed over Cell alongside the Z-Fighters in the past, but had also formed bonds with the Supreme Kai and Jebbet upon returning to the future, effectively quelling the threat of Majin Buu before it could manifest. One could say her kill count was the highest in the entire Dragon Ball series. Having vanquished Frieza and his offspring, the android siblings, a juvenile Cell, Dubra, and even the yet-to-be-born Majin Buu, she was the sole scion in the narrative who did not indulge in frivolities. Gohan divulged to the elder Dubra the reason for his visit to North Kai's planet. I intend to seek Uncle Piccolo's guidance on the Mafuba technique, as Zamasu has wished for immortality using the Super Dragon Balls. Apart from sealing him away, the only alternative is to locate the Super Dragon Balls again. Unfortunately, There were only 2 Super Dragon Balls in Universe 7, while the remaining 5 resided in Universe 6, and aside from the angels. No one could traverse the barriers between universes. Noticing the puzzled expressions on both Dobra's faces, Gohan succinctly elucidated the concepts of universes, gods of destruction, angels, and the Omni King. I see. So we can only seal him away with Mafuba? The elder Dobra bit her lip, evidently unsettled by the notion that this method could not completely eliminate Zamasu. It's all right. We can first seal him, and I will find a way to ask the Angel Whiz for assistance in dealing with Zamasu. After all, the chaos Zamasu has caused transcends a single universe and spans across time and space. I believe even a neutral deity like an angel must intervene. Gohan reassured the elder Dobra, urging her not to worry excessively, as death awaited Zamasu. Even without the angel's help, he was confident in his ability to obliterate Zamasu entirely. After all, he was the son of Goku, with the blood of the warrior race, the Science, coursing through his veins, coupled with the earthling desire for peace. With these 2 aspects in place, he was determined to train and surpass the gods of destruction, angels, Supreme Kai, and even the dragon god, Zalama. It was merely a matter of time. Without the ambition to reach the zenith, how could one ever attain the pinnacle? Gohan remained undaunted. Having resolved to embark on the path of martial arts, he aimed to be the best and never concede defeat. His words radiated absolute confidence. To be the best, one must strive for supremacy and never yield. Gohan's self-assurance momentarily stunned the elder Dobra. Has the Gohan I know always possessed such confidence? A wave of complex emotions surged within her. The Gohan she remembered was gentle, reserved, and somewhat bashful. Although powerful, he never flaunted his strength, silently protecting those around him. Yet, the Gohan before her emanated an unprecedented resolve and confidence. If the Gohan from her timeline leaned more towards earthling traits, this version resembled a pure-blooded scion. Imbued with a fervent passion for battle and audacious self-assurance that was truly astonishing. Gohan, it seems you have changed, the elder Dobra whispered softly. People do change. But what remains unchanged is the original intent, which is to better protect peace. He paused before continuing. Like me, while my personality may differ slightly from before, my goal remains steadfast, to protect those I love and safeguard the peace of Earth. I once found myself too naive, thinking not of defeating formidable foes but wishing, if only my father were here. I had previously lamented why my father and the others did not come to assist me. But now I have come to realize. Realized what? The elder Dobra's gaze sharpened. She was eager to understand what had transpired in this timeline to render Gohan so powerful and self-assured. Earth is my responsibility to protect. Gohan flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. The elder Dobra was momentarily taken aback. His statement struck her like a bolt of lightning, resonating deeply within her heart. She had never envisioned Gohan expressing such unwavering conviction with such simplicity. Earth is my responsibility to protect. Gohan, you truly are. His words seemed to possess an enchantment, stirring within the elder Dobra an unprecedented sense of reassurance. Gohan visited the Supreme Kai's palace to inquire whether Bulma would like to accompany him to North Kai's planet, but she declined, stating, North Kai's planet? I have no desire to go there. They all seem eternally youthful, while I am riddled with wrinkles. Just seeing them infuriates me. Consequently, Gohan had no choice but to utilize instant transmission to return Bulma to Earth before subsequently taking both Dobras to North Kai's planet. Upon arrival, Gohan recounted the recent events in detail to the Z fighters and his father, Goku. He implored Piccolo to teach him the Mafuba technique to seal Zamasu, to which Piccolo readily agreed, for Gohan was like a son to him. Meanwhile, Goku seethed with rage at Zamasu's actions. But his anger quickly shifted to curiosity upon hearing about the Super Saiyan God transformation. What is this transformation like? Gohan, can you show me? Goku asked eagerly, hoping for a demonstration. Gohan, feeling somewhat exasperated but unable to refuse his father, gathered his energy, and in an instant, a golden red aura enveloped him, as if he were undergoing a rebirth through fire. His hair and irises transformed into a brilliant red, and he appeared rejuvenated, his muscles becoming harmoniously defined. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Incredible! Gohan, I cannot sense your energy at all. Goku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he beheld Gohan's Super Saiyan God form. Of course not, old man, Piccolo scoffed. This is the realm of the divine. Mere mortals cannot perceive it. Divine? Gohan has become a deity? Krillin stammered, his astonishment palpable. Is this what it means to be divine? It doesn't seem that remarkable to me. It's not even as impactful as Super Saiyan 1. The T-God, ever the critic, remarked without restraint. Yamcha, do not be so quick to judge based solely on appearances. Do you not realize that Gohan now operates on a completely different dimension than us? Tien Shinhan rolled his eyes, directing a reproachful glance at Yamcha. Exactly. Yamcha is a fool. Kaiatsu chimed in, echoing Tien's sentiments. Ah, Tianjin rice and dumplings. Yamcha was left speechless, only able to respond with an awkward smile. However, returning to the topic, Gohan, who are those two girls beside you? They look like younger versions of Bulma, Piccolo inquired, pointing at the two Bra. Ah, this is Bulma's daughter, Bra, Gohan explained. What? Bulma's daughter. All the Z fighters widened their eyes, especially Yamcha, whose eyes grew the largest. Is she the one born with Vegeta? I thought there was only one. Yamcha asked, pointing at the two Bras in confusion. Well, it's like this. Gohan had no choice but to explain the origins of the older Bra to everyone. They finally understood. To be honest, having the script in hand felt quite exhilarating, as it provided a God's perspective. Yet having to explain everything to others each time was indeed wearing on Gohan. He couldn't help but reflect that initially. In the Dragon Ball Cell saga, it was mentioned that Bra lived a happy life in a future timeline alongside Aunt Bulma. However, due to the popularity of this character, Dragon Ball Super had to bring her back for comedic effect. In the end, not only was Aunt Bulma killed by Goku, but that entire universe was erased by Zeno, leaving no trace behind. It was truly tragic, akin to repurposing waste, and it was unfortunate for the original Bra, who was meant to lead a happy life. Thus, Gohan resolved to reverse all of this, ensuring that everyone in that timeline could also enjoy a bright future. He clenched his fists and vowed silently to seal Zamasu. This was imperative. Without further ado, Piccolo demonstrated the method of using the Mafuba and taught Gohan how to draw the talisman. The container was inconsequential. Even a rice cooker would suffice, but it was essential to have the talisman for suppression. Gohan was earnest in his studies, perhaps due to the fusion of two souls. He was inherently intelligent and felt he had grasped the method of creating the talisman and utilizing the Mafuba after merely 2 observations. It was indeed a remarkable technique. Gohan couldn't help but marvel at the inventor of this move, Master Roshi, who was nothing short of a martial arts deity. It was astonishing that such a martial artist existed on this small planet, a mere mortal reaching divine heights. It should be noted that the sealing technique was something even the Supreme Kai could not perform, yet it was invented by an ordinary human and was remarkably simple, requiring only a sealed container. The original purpose of this technique was to seal the first generation of King Piccolo, who possessed a combat power in the triple digits. Yet it remained effective even in the inflated power levels of the Dragon Ball Super era. This was indeed a conceptual technique. The more Gohan pondered, the more he found it remarkable. His eyes brightened as he recalled the near-instantaneous Mechanca Sapo he had witnessed when battling Uncle Piccolo. It was evident that this was the result of 15 years of training in the other world. Surely, besides Uncle Piccolo, the other Z fighters had also upgraded their respective skills, right? Without hesitation, Gohan immediately voiced his curiosity to everyone. Oh, some of us have indeed upgraded our skills. Besides the Mechanca Sapo, we have delved deeper into our techniques, Krillin said, revealing a confident smile. I've upgraded my Kienzan into a quick-draw Kienzan, and it can be activated instantly now. With that, Krillin summoned his energy, forming a long blade of energy in his hand, resembling Vegeta's soul sword, exuding immense coolness. The buzzing sound, reminiscent of a chainsaw, undoubtedly indicated that the energy was compressed to its utmost limit. Astounding. Gohan was left speechless, completely taken aback by Krillin's ability to upgrade the first conceptual skill of Dragon Ball, the Kienzan, into an instant energy sword after training in the other world for over a decade. It was terrifying. Among all the enemies in the original Dragon Ball, the Kienzan had achieved effective attacks only once. The scene where Cell ignored this technique was an original addition in the Dragon Ball Z anime. In the manga, Krillin never used this technique against Cell. In practical combat, only Majin Buu had dared to withstand this technique. This was only because the Kienzan's lethal range could not obliterate all of his cells, and Majin Buu could restore himself after being cut into multiple segments due to his unique ability of cellular immortality. It could be said to be an incredibly powerful skill, where anyone who encountered it would meet their demise, the only drawback being the time required for preparation, much like the earlier Mechanca Sapo. Yet now, Krillin had developed it into a quick-draw Kienzan that required no preparation time. It was truly invincible. If anyone were displeased, they'd face the quick-draw Kienzan without mercy. Gohan was mesmerized, akin to Master Roshi gazing at a beautiful woman, unable to move, his eyes fixated. Haha, Gohan, your expression is so exaggerated. It's just an upgraded version of the Kienzan, Krillin chuckled, clearly aware of the formidable nature of his newly developed skill. The other Z fighters also offered their high praise. This kid Krillin is a genius at developing martial arts. The quick-draw Kienzan could probably intimidate even the gods. Tianjin sighed in admiration, his 3 eyes sparkling with awe. Humph. Tianjin, didn't your new Ki blast get an upgrade too? Its power is several times stronger than before. Yamcha retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Despite feeling somewhat embarrassed by Tianjin and the dumpling earlier. Naturally, my new Ki cannon is astonishing. Unlike certain individuals who can only brag, Tianjin scoffed with a slight smirk, evidently getting into another quarrel with Yamcha. All right, you two, stop bickering. Piccolo interrupted their squabble, turning to Gohan. Gohan, how are you faring? Have you grasped the essentials of the Mafuba? I've got it, Uncle Piccolo. Although Gohan was eager to learn the quick-draw Kienzan from Krillin. Sealing Zamasu was the primary objective, and this technique wouldn't be effective against Zamasu, who was immortal. Really? Then why don't you show me? Piccolo asked Gohan to demonstrate the Mafuba on the spot. Sure, no problem. Gohan patted his chest and began to mimic the Mafuba before Piccolo. Due to the lack of materials for drawing the talisman, Gohan's demonstration was limited to the movements. He couldn't just randomly seal someone without reason. It's acceptable. Piccolo nodded slightly, acknowledging Gohan's training results with the Mafuba, indicating that he had nearly mastered the technique. Gohan's gaze then eagerly shifted to Krillin, who immediately understood his intention and enthusiastically imparted the essence of the quick-draw Kienzan to Gohan. In Krillin's view, a martial artist's training required mutual learning and borrowing from one another to progress, so imparting knowledge was a natural duty, especially since this person was the son of his good friend, Goku. Additionally, since he was now deceased, the piece of earth depended on Gohan's protection. The more skills Gohan acquired for self-preservation, the better his chances against future enemies. It could be said that during the 15 years of training in the other world, Krillin underwent the most significant transformation. He had previously been the least serious Z fighter regarding martial arts training, aside from Kairatsu, only desiring a stable life, to marry, and live an ordinary existence. However, now that he was deceased and could not intervene in the affairs of the living world, he trained in the other world with his body, free from worldly desires. Moreover, spending each day training alongside Goku and the other Z fighters was not unpleasant at all. It brought him a sense of fulfillment and joy. Just as Master Wu-Tian once imparted during my childhood training, the pursuit of martial arts is not merely for the sake of victory in combat, but rather to cultivate a harmonious mind and body, thereby leading a meaningful life. Now, the tale of Krillin has reached its conclusion, while Gohan's journey is just beginning. Krillin, embodying the essence of a martial arts master, has begun to contemplate the future of the next generation. He succinctly conveys the quintessence of the Iaido technique to Gohan. This technique, renowned for its explosive power, emphasizes the instantaneous condensation of energy throughout the body, releasing it with astounding speed and force at the moment of drawing the sword, thereby creating a rotating energy blade capable of effortlessly slicing through any obstruction. In essence, it transforms the ordinary disc-shaped energy slash into a more concentrated and penetrating rotating blade, which can be extended to several dozen meters through a sudden surge of energy. The key for Gohan lies in the momentary explosive force. Krillin solemnly emphasizes the necessity of condensing energy into the forearm in an instant, envisioning a blade, and then compressing it to its utmost limit before releasing it with vigor. This demands extraordinary focus and precise control over one's energy. Gohan nods, takes a deep breath, and begins to mimic Krillin's movements. He closes his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of energy within, then abruptly opens his eyes and swings forward with fervor. However, his initial attempt falls short. Although energy coalesced, it failed to form the desired rotating blade, instead erupting as a chaotic burst in his palm. Fortunately, Gohan reacts swiftly, discarding the errant energy. He persists, repeating the motion several times, yet as the afternoon wanes, progress remains elusive. Do not despair, Gohan, Krillin reassures him. Mastering this technique requires both time and practice. I too faced countless failures before achieving success. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Krillin. Gohan earnestly bows in respect to his mentor. It's nothing, Gohan. Let us try once more, Krillin replies with a smile. Gohan nods, adjusts his breathing, and refocuses. He closes his eyes, as if shutting out the world, leaving only the energy swirling within. This time, he attentively senses the trajectory of the energy, striving to concentrate it into a single point. Just as Krillin instructed, to condense and compress it before releasing. Imagine a sharp blade in your hand, poised to unleash that potent force, Krillin softly reminds him. Gohan nods. Although he does not physically hold a blade, he feels the latent power within him ready to surge forth. He gradually opens his eyes. This time, he refrains from hastily striking, allowing the energy to circulate within, ensuring every corner is meticulously controlled. Now is the moment. Krillin's voice serves as the final command. Gohan swings forward with determination, and the energy instantly condenses into his right forearm, a tremendous force erupting from his being. Unlike before, this time the energy manifests as a distinct rotating blade, slicing through the air with remarkable penetrating power, producing a sharp whoosh. Success! Krillin exclaims excitedly, a proud smile gracing his face. Gohan, having experienced the technique firsthand, recognizes its extraordinary strength. He watches as the rotating energy blade carves a flawless arc through the air, as if cleaving space itself. Wherever the blade passes, the air emits a piercing whistle, and the surrounding foliage is swiftly reduced to neat fragments. Even distant rocks are effortlessly severed, leaving deep marks in their wake. The techniques might extend far beyond this. Krillin approaches, patting Gohan on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with approval. The true marvel of the Iaido technique lies not only in its penetrating power, but also in its speed and precision. It can unleash formidable energy in an instant, and the direction and length of the blade can be deftly controlled, even adjusted according to the opponent's position and movements. Krillin continues, moreover, the essence of this technique is the continuous compression of rotating energy, which signifies that it can not only slice linearly, but also stir the air like a propeller, generating a powerful airflow that can draw nearby adversaries toward the blade. Gohan feels a surge of fervor, realizing the terrifying potential of the Iaido technique in his grasp. This could truly be described as a divine technique, Uncle Krillin. Divine technique? What do you mean? Are you implying it is a technique used by deities? Indeed. Haha, am I truly that formidable? Krillin chuckles, scratching his non-existent nose, a hint of bashfulness crossing his features. Yet his eyes sparkle with undeniable pride. Haha, Gohan, do not elevate me too highly. Krillin waves his hand, attempting to downplay his own achievements. I merely had the fortune of establishing a solid foundation under Master Wutian, coupled with my own exploration, which birthed this technique. In truth, the core of this technique remains the energy slash. I merely made slight modifications. The energy slash, a technique that Frieza learned with a mere glance, is nothing extraordinary. Krillin remains humble, believing his Iaido technique to be unremarkable. Yet, in Gohan's eyes, the ability to conceive the idea of compressing energy into a near two-dimensional disk and subsequently evolving it into an instantaneously deployable, adhesive energy blade marks Krillin as a true martial arts prodigy. However, if you genuinely find this technique impressive, it brings me immense joy. Krillin's tone carries a hint of teasing, yet his gaze is earnest, signifying that my teachings have proven somewhat effective, at least not in vain. Should you master it to perfection, perhaps you could even forge even mightier techniques in the future. Gohan listens to Krillin's words, his heart swelling with respect and gratitude. Krillin's teachings transcend the mere dissemination of techniques. They embody a legacy of martial spirit. This spirit instills within him an unprecedented sense of purpose. The reason why the martial arts of Earth and the Dragon Ball universe stand out in the cosmos lies in this very essence. Zamasu, in Bulma's future timeline, tears apart the banner that was originally prepared for the celebration of exterminating the last scion, discarding it to the ground. His eyes glow red, veins bulging on his forehead, as he roars in frustration. Damn it! When did such a formidable human, even stronger than Son Goku, arrive? He witnessed the demise of Black Goku, utterly powerless. A one-sided slaughter. After all, Black Goku is another version of himself from a different timeline, and he cannot help but feel a sense of sorrow for the fallen. What chills him further is that the unexpected arrival seems to know his plans, with the enemy concealed and himself exposed. This disparity in intelligence sends Zamasu into a panic for the first time. My plan should not have gone awry. Where did I err? In a fit of impotent rage, Zamasu clutches at his hair, incessantly questioning himself, appearing as if he has lost his sanity. At this moment, he has lost Black Goku, and relying solely on his combat prowess is insufficient to execute the plan of eradicating humanity. Having betrayed his master and slaughtered humans, there is no turning back. He can only forge ahead into darkness. No, I cannot simply give up like this. A flicker of defiance reignites deep within Zamasu. He takes a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Now is not the time for self-pity, but rather to seek an opportunity for retaliation. He slowly approached the torn banner, picking up a fragment and gripping it tightly in his hand. The banner, once emblazoned with the word victory, was now reduced to tatters. Zamasu gazed at the remnant in his grasp, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. Then let me start anew, Zamasu murmured. He discarded the fragment and, with a subtle glow emanating from the time ring on his index finger, proclaimed, I shall not succumb, I shall not fail. His voice resonated with a near-obsessive conviction. Gradually raising his hand, the light from the time ring grew increasingly blinding, and the space around him began to warp, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in the primary timeline, Gohan had asked Bulma to prepare the necessary materials for the magic sealing wave talisman, commencing the intricate drawing process. After a week of diligent effort, he finally succeeded. This task proved far more challenging than martial training. Wiping the sweat from his brow and exhaling deeply, Gohan carefully placed the talisman on the table, meticulously inspecting every detail before sealing it within a universal capsule to prevent misplacement. He tucked the capsule containing the talisman into his pocket, bid farewell to his mother, Chi-Chi, and departed from their home on the Capsule Corporation Mountain, soaring towards Bulma's residence. A week prior, Bulma had mysteriously requested that he visit her, hinting at a surprise and mentioning a personal celebration. Although he was unaware of the nature of the surprise, he was content as long as there was food involved. In no time, he arrived at Bulma's house. After pressing the doorbell, it swung open to reveal two bra, one tall and one small. Gohan, you finally made it, exclaimed both bra, their faces beaming with smiles as they warmly welcomed him inside. As Gohan entered, he surveyed the room and noticed the living area was festooned with decorations, balloons, streamers, cakes, and an array of delectable dishes adorning the long table. Wow, this is quite a feast. But I'm curious, what exactly is this celebration for? Gohan inquired, scratching his head. After all, they had already celebrated his triumph over the android siblings and his efforts to save the Earth. It's Mom's birthday, the smaller bra revealed. Gohan's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, today marked Bulma's 48th birthday. Ahem. Gohan, you might want to avoid mentioning that number in front of Mom, the elder bra cautioned, pointing at the birthday cake adorned with the number 28. 28. What is going on? Gohan gasped, eyes widening in confusion. The elder bra chuckled, explaining, Mom has been particularly sensitive about her age lately, so she had us write 28 on the cake. That's a bit. Gohan began to protest, but, noticing the pleading expressions on both bras' faces, quickly rephrased, what a splendid idea. As long as Aunt Bulma appears youthful, the number is merely a formality. Haha, Gohan. You sure know how to flatter, the elder bra laughed, patting Gohan on the shoulder. But really, we must tread lightly. Mom has been quite particular about this. Indeed. If Mom gets upset, there's no peace at home, the smaller bra chimed in. Where's Aunt Bulma, though? Gohan asked, noticing her absence. She's likely still busy in the lab, the elder bra replied. She locked herself away a week ago for some research. All she instructed us was to set up the birthday party and promised a big surprise during the celebration. Yes, she specifically told us to stay away from the lab. The smaller bra added. She said she would reveal herself in a completely new light. A new light? Gohan wondered, but before he could ponder further, he heard familiar footsteps approaching from the lab. Mom's here. Both bra exclaimed excitedly. Bulma emerged from the lab, leaving Gohan and the bra in awe. Before them stood Bulma, seemingly rejuvenated by over 20 years, resembling a young woman in her 20s, akin to the elder bra's sister. Her skin was smooth and delicate, her figure more slender, and her long blue hair tied into a high ponytail, radiating youthful vitality. Wow, Mom, you look so youthful, the smaller bra exclaimed, rushing to embrace Bulma. Haha. My darlings, how do you like this surprise? Bulma grinned proudly, turning to Gohan. Gohan, don't you think I look young? Yes, Aunt Bulma, Gohan stammered, taken aback by the transformation. Haha. This is the result of my recent research, Bulma declared with pride. I performed a minor modification on myself to restore my cellular youth. Now, I need not worry about aging. Modification? Are you saying you've turned yourself into an android? Oh dear, Gohan, you are such a clever child. Bulma smiled softly, her eyes glimmering with a subtle emotion. She approached Gohan, gently patting his shoulder. Indeed, I have transformed myself into an android. But why? Haha. Well, I simply did not want to be a non-combatant. Watching you young ones risk your lives to protect me, I felt the need to make a change, Bulma explained. But Mom, are you still human? The smaller bra asked. Concern etched on her face. Silly, androids are still humans, not robots. Bulma chuckled, ruffling the smaller bra's hair. I've merely enhanced my body, rejuvenating my cells while augmenting my physical capabilities. Rest assured, I am still your mother, just a bit more formidable. Upon hearing this, the smaller bra sighed in relief, a smile breaking across her face. That's a relief. Now, enough of this chit-chat. Let us commence the party. I'm absolutely famished, Bulma declared, rubbing her stomach. Then let us begin. Happy birthday, Aunt Bulma, Gohan exclaimed, presenting the cake adorned with candles before her. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Beerus, the god of destruction, grumbled. Have you not found the Super Dragon Balls yet? I'm starving. His impatience was palpable as he nearly withered from hunger. Lord Beerus, be cautious. Throwing a tantrum could elevate your blood pressure, Whis replied, focused on locating the Super Dragon Balls with his angelic staff, only offering Beerus a token response. I don't care. I'm hungry and want to eat. Let us postpone the search for the Super Dragon Balls, Beerus declared petulantly, insisting that without food, he could muster no energy. Fine, I can't argue with you, Whis sighed, reluctantly shifting his focus from the Dragon Balls to finding a hospitable planet where they could procure sustenance for the insatiable feline deity. With a gentle wave of his hand, he adjusted the staff's display to search for planets inhabited by humans, ensuring they could soon find a meal for Lord Beerus. With the discovery of the green planet 877 of 4032, the nearest habitable world to this place, a glimmer of joy danced in Badass's eyes. Wonderful. Let us hasten our journey there, shall we? How long do you estimate it will take? Badass. Upon hearing the prospect of food, Xiangpa's mouth watered instantly. He licked his lips, eagerly urging Badass to set forth. Perhaps the duration of an animated episode, Badass replied, retracting his staff and continuing. Now that we have made our decision, let us embark promptly, Lord Xiangpa. Heh, you seem quite eager, Badass. Your stomach must be rumbling too, Xiangpa teased. That is not the case at all, Lord Xiangpa, Badass quickly denied. You must be jesting. Clearly, you are also hungry, Xiangpa persisted. I have already stated there is no such matter, Lord Xiangpa. Badass's tone grew somewhat stern, as if warning Xiangpa that further provocation would lead to dire consequences. Very well. I shall refrain from speaking. Let us depart, Xiangpa acquiesced, like a mouse quieting before a cat. He placed his hand on Badass's back, ceasing his banner. Subsequently, a silver-white rainbow streaked across the cosmos, traversing the vast expanse of starry seas like a shooting star. Powerful energy waves left distorted trails in the void, as if time and space themselves were slightly shaken by this force. The green planet 877 of 4032, which is Earth. Gohan had just celebrated Aunt Bulma's 51st, or rather, 20th birthday. His belly was round from indulgence, and he was engaging in light exercises on the lawn, practicing his martial arts. In recent days, he had been contemplating how to combine Super Saiyan God with Super Saiyan, aiming to transform into the so-called Super Saiyan Blue form. Yet, he had been unable to find the key. Whenever he transformed into Super Saiyan God, attempting to further transition into Super Saiyan caused his energy to overflow uncontrollably, resulting in chaotic aura. Not to mention attaining Super Blue. Even maintaining his Super Saiyan God state became a challenge. Gohan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate, embarking on another attempt. His hair gradually turned red, enveloped by a golden-red aura, successfully becoming Super Saiyan God. As he endeavored to stack Super Saiyan on top of this, he felt the energy within him surge. No, the aura is still overflowing. Gohan sensed a powerful energy erupting from within, destabilizing his transformation state. He quickly adjusted his breathing, trying to rein in the energy, but the effect was minimal. With a resigned shake of his head, Gohan reverted to his normal state and sat back on the lawn, racking his brain for a solution to this overflow issue. Just then, a brilliant flash of light streaked across the sky, followed by a tremendous energy wave emanating from afar, causing the entire courtyard to tremble slightly. What is happening? Gohan cautiously looked up, only to see a silver-white rainbow slicing through the sky, hurtling towards him. He immediately sensed the immense divine energy encapsulated within the silver-white rainbow. Could it be Beerus? Having mastered the Super Saiyan God transformation, Gohan had gained the ability to sense divine auras even in his base form. And this presence was undeniably beyond that of a mere mortal deity. Thus, Gohan instinctively concluded that Beerus had come to Earth. As he pondered this, the silver-white rainbow descended onto the lawn. Before Gohan appeared a rotund purple cat and a blue-skinned woman with white hair. What is this? Gohan's heart raced. Recognizing their attire, he realized their identities as the god of destruction Xiangpa from Universe 6 and the angel Badass. What brings them to Earth? Oh, we have arrived already? The scenery is rather pleasant. I hope there is delectable cuisine, Xiangpa remarked, surveying his surroundings with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. His stomach grumbled, clearly anticipating the forthcoming meal. Who are you? Why have you appeared here? Gohan's gaze was resolute, unable to discern whether they were friend or foe. He could only proceed with caution. That divine aura just now came from you, did it not? Wait, how can you be a mere mortal? The god of destruction Xiangpa expressed surprise, having sensed an astonishing divine presence only to find a mortal before him. It is I. That was my transformation, Gohan replied, maintaining his composure. Transformation? What is that? Whatever, it matters not. Hey, kid, I'm hungry. Hurry and find something to eat, Xiangpa declared arrogantly. Lord Xiangpa, this is not Universe 6. Throwing a tantrum in someone else's domain is rather unbecoming. Badass gently tugged at Xiangpa's clothing, offering a quiet reminder. Oof, I'm hungry. Who cares about such niceties? Xiangpa grumbled, though he slightly tempered his bravado, for he did not wish to invite trouble. As a god of destruction, intruding upon another universe was a grave offense. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on the kitchen window nearby, seemingly drawn by the tantalizing aroma wafting from within. Badass, it appears there is food over there. Xiangpa pointed towards the kitchen, excitement gleaming in his eyes. With a resigned sigh, Badass turned to Gohan and said, Sir, we mean no disturbance. It is simply that my companion here, this rotund cat, is quite famished. Could you kindly prepare some food for us? We shall depart promptly and will not impose upon you. So, it was merely hunger that brought them here. Gohan had not anticipated such a simple reason for their arrival on Earth. Not wanting to cause trouble, he relayed the situation regarding the god of destruction Xiangpa seeking sustenance to Aunt Bulma and Bra. Wealthy Aunt Bulma, with a grand gesture, summoned a multitude of chefs to prepare a feast on site. After all, with her 20th birthday coinciding with the visit of a deity, it could be deemed a fortuitous omen. In Bulma's courtyard, the air was thick with an intoxicating aroma. The dining table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes, a feast for the eyes. This is simply divine. Badass gently caressed her cheek, savoring the takoyaki, her face illuminated with satisfaction, as if lost in endless bliss. The golden, crispy exterior paired with the tender, juicy octopus within made each bite a lingering delight. I never imagined such delectable fare existed in this world, she mused softly. Meanwhile, the meat on the grill sizzled enticingly, fat dripping and releasing an alluring scent. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, making it impossible not to salivate. Badass. No matter how many of those little dumplings you consume, they will never sate your hunger. This roasted meat is the true delicacy, Xiangpa exclaimed, ravenously tearing into the meat, juices running down his chin as he chewed voraciously, as if to validate his assertion. Indeed, Lord Xiangpa's approach, lacking finesse, merely relies on teeth to appreciate food. Utterly oblivious to the essence of culinary art, Badass shot a disdainful glance at Xiangpa, a smirk of contempt gracing her lips. The delicacy of takoyaki is a gentle caress for the palate, while your brutish method of consumption is nothing short of sacrilege. She elegantly grasped a napkin, delicately wiping the sauce from the corner of her mouth, her gaze filled with disdain for Xiangpa. Xiangpa's face flushed crimson, ignited by Bardas's words. He bit into the roasted meat with fervor, letting out a muffled grunt. Unlike you, who eats in such a languid manner, devoid of zest. Roasted meat should be devoured heartily to truly savor its boldness and warmth. Bardas sneered, her eyes glinting with a hint of provocation. Oh, boldness and warmth. Pray tell, what flavor does that piece of meat in your mouth possess? Is it the smoky essence of charcoal, or the greasy richness of the juices? Lord Xiangpa, if you cannot even discern the flavor of your food, how dare you boast so shamelessly? Xiangpa was rendered speechless by Bardas's retort, his anger causing the muscles in his face to tremble, yet he found no fitting words to counter her. Being somewhat illiterate, he truly lacked the eloquence to express the delights of gourmet cuisine. At that moment, Bulma emerged from the kitchen, bearing a vibrant plate of fresh fruit salad, her face adorned with a gentle smile. All right, enough of your squabbling, you two. Let us all relish the delicacies. Here, try the fruit salad. It might just dissolve your grievances. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Bardas's eyes lit up, her gaze fixed on the colorful fruit salad. She leaned forward, hands clasped, exuding an eagerness to pounce. Xiangpa, too, reacted swiftly, rising abruptly to seize the fruit salad. However, just as his hand was about to touch the salad, Bardosh transformed into a wisp of wind, snatching it with astonishing speed. Gohan observed intently, realizing that Bardash's reflexes were astonishingly swift. Could this be the so-called mastery of the Ultra Instinct? Bardosh triumphantly made a face at Xiangpa, her lips curling into a victorious smile. It seems not only do you lack sophistication in eating, but you are also a beat slow when it comes to snatching. Xiangpa, his face flushed with rage, glared at Bardosh, muttering, "You're cheating. I saw it first." Yet, Bardosh paid no heed to his complaints, elegantly taking a slice of watermelon and savoring it with a satisfied sigh. The fruit salad was indeed the pie seed or assistance, the fresh fruits harmonizing beautifully with Mrs. Bulma's meticulously crafted dressing. It perfectly balanced the preceding greasy dishes, offering an exquisite delight. Seeing the comical antics of the two vying for the salad, Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. All right, enough of the antics. I still have more fruit salad. Everyone can have a share. She returned to the kitchen and brought out another plate of fruit salad, distributing it to everyone present. The atmosphere gradually softened under the culinary magic. Bulma was truly remarkable. Was this the finesse of adult social skills? Gohan mused as he gnawed on a chicken leg. Why was he eating a chicken leg when he was already full? Well, the Scion's hearty appetite simply would not allow him to watch others indulge without joining in. After satisfying their hunger, Xiangpa leaned back in his chair, rubbing his round belly, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes. He suddenly turned his head to Bardosh and said, "Bardosh, considering the vast array of culinary delights on Earth in the 7th universe, surely our Earth in the 6th universe must be similar?" Bardosh paused her actions, furrowing her brow as if deep in thought. After a moment, she slowly replied, "The Earth in the 6th universe. I have already explored it, and there are no humans left there. Without humans, there can be no enchanting delicacies." Upon hearing this, Xiangpa's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression shifting from anticipation to fury. "What? How can this be? Does that mean we shall never taste Earth's cuisines again? I refuse to accept this. I want to transport Earth to my 6th universe." Bardosh shook her head. Addressing Xiangpa, "Lord Xiangpa, have you forgotten our purpose for coming to the 7th universe? You mean the Super Dragon Balls? What good will that do? They cannot be eaten." Xiangpa, somewhat dim-witted, seemed perplexed. "My point is, we can make a wish to resurrect our Earth, thus restoring our access to its delectable cuisine." Bardosh shot Xiangpa a look of exasperation. Xiangpa paused, then his eyes brightened as he slapped his forehead, as if just realizing. "Of course. How could I forget? The Super Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Let us hasten to find them and revive the Earth of the 6th universe so that we may indulge in those exquisite dishes. Hey, Bardosh, let us set forth to seek the Super Dragon Balls and restore our universe's Earth." Xiangpa leaped from his chair, his round belly rising and falling with rapid breaths. "Whoa, Lord Xiangpa is quite eager." Bardosh nonchalantly tidied her napkin, elegantly wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth. However, failing to express gratitude to one's host was indeed a grave oversight. Bardosh picked up the angelic staff beside the dining table, narrowing her eyes at Xiangpa. All right. I got it." Xiangpa grumbled begrudgingly as he turned to thank Bulma and Gohan. "Hey, mortals, thank you for your hospitality. Earth's cuisine is truly delightful, and I genuinely enjoyed it." Though his tone was rather brusque, it could be counted as gratitude. Bardosh's expression softened slightly, and she too bowed in appreciation to Bulma and Gohan. I have a question regarding my training. Could you offer some guidance?" Gohan stated shyly, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He had long been troubled by the Super Saiyan Blue transformation and struggled to comprehend the control of energy when transforming from Super Saiyan God to Super Saiyan. A training-related inquiry? Very well, since we have been treated so kindly, a brief guidance should not be too burdensome. Hey, Bardosh, aren't you being a bit presumptuous? We have no time to help this little brat with his training. Xiangpa stamped his foot impatiently. Bardosh waved her hand gently, signaling Xiangpa to be patient. "Lord Xiangpa? Just a moment. It won't take long." Fine. But if this delays us, you shall bear the consequences," Xiangpa grumbled, reluctantly moving aside, arms crossed, prepared to depart at any moment. "All right, young man, what troubling question do you have? But remember, we only have 3 minutes," Bardosh said. Gohan, elated at the prospect of Bardosh dedicating 3 minutes to guide him, quickly organized his thoughts and presented his query. "Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. This terminology is new to me. Could you please demonstrate so I can better grasp your concerns? Gohan nodded, took a deep breath, and transformed into Super Saiyan God. The immense divine energy enveloped Gohan. Radiating like a sun, his hair and irises turning a brilliant red, surrounded by a golden aura. Is this the Super Saiyan God? It seems the divine energy I sensed earlier emanates from this unique transformation. Bardos observed Gohan's transformation, comprehending everything. Next, when I attempt to transform into Super Saiyan from this state, my energy becomes chaotic, causing me to revert back. As Gohan spoke, his veins bulged, transforming into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, a golden aura enveloped him, only to dissipate immediately. Gohan reverted to his normal state, expressing his frustration. That's it. I simply cannot advance beyond the Super Saiyan God transformation to achieve Super Saiyan. I have tried countless times. Yet each attempt results in a chaotic aura that cannot sustain the amalgamation of both forms. Bardos nodded slightly, contemplation evident in her gaze. She then spoke slowly. I see. This is indeed a challenging dilemma. The power of the Super Saiyan God stems from divine energy, while that of the Super Saiyan is fueled by one's rage. One is sacred, the other ferocious. If one were to draw an analogy, it would be akin to water and fire when forced together. Either the water extinguishes the fire or the fire evaporates the water. Thus, to achieve their coexistence, one must maintain a delicate balance akin to boiling water, allowing both elements to harmonize. Upon hearing Bardos' explanation, Gohan's eyes sparkled as if he grasped a crucial insight, though he remained somewhat bewildered. Balance. But how do I achieve that? Bardos smiled gently, waving her angelic staff, enveloping Gohan in a soft light that instantly calmed him, rendering his surroundings crystal clear. First, you must understand that the power of the Super Saiyan God is sacred and pure, requiring tranquility and focus from deep within. Conversely, the power of the Super Saiyan is wild and fervent, originating from your inner anger and fighting spirit. These two forces may seem contradictory, yet they both emanate from your core essence. Your task is to discover a balance within yourself, allowing these forces to merge rather than repel each other. Imagine a scale in your heart, one side representing the serene divine energy and the other the fiery wrath of the Saiyan. Your goal is to maintain equilibrium. Gohan closed his eyes, following Bardos' guidance to sense these two forces. He took a deep breath, gradually calming his inner self while embracing the sacred and pure energy of the Super Saiyan God. He then gently awakened his inner anger and fighting spirit, coaxing the power of the Super Saiyan to rouse within him. Initially, the two forces clashed violently within, threatening to tear him apart. Yet, Gohan persevered, striving to maintain inner peace while keeping the fire of rage alive. Gradually, he noticed the forces began to intertwine, their mutual repulsion waning. That's it, Gohan. Bardos' voice resonated in his mind. You are doing splendidly. Remember, the key lies in inner balance, not merely in controlling the aura. When you find this balance, the two powers will naturally merge. With a sudden spark of determination, Gohan opened his eyes, gathering his energy to transform into Super Saiyan God. Ahawk! He cried, his voice echoing like thunder across the realm, reverberating through every inch of the air. His form was enveloped by a dazzling golden red light, with fiery hair, eyebrows, and eyes accentuating his lean, muscular physique. A tremendous divine energy surged from within him, like a dam breaking, an unstoppable torrent. The transformation into Super Saiyan God was complete. Soon, the power of the Super Saiyan began to manifest as a golden aura surrounded the crimson energy, becoming increasingly unstable. Gohan's muscles trembled violently, his expression fierce. The previously impatient god of destruction, Kampa, suddenly focused intently, his disdain replaced by astonishment. How formidable! Is this truly a level attainable by a mere mortal? As the weakest of the gods of destruction, Kampa felt a hint of threat emanating from Gohan's energy. Although he knew that in a real battle, Gohan would not surpass him, he could not ignore the fact that the prior transformation into Super Saiyan God had not evoked such feelings of apprehension. Gohan's transformation was not yet complete. As time passed, the tumultuous energy began to stabilize, the two auras entwining, their colors shifting. The once blazing golden red light gradually faded, replaced by a profound indigo glow reminiscent of the starry sky. After transforming into Super Saiyan God, Gohan's lost muscles inflated once more. His hair and eyebrows transitioned from the crimson hue of Super Saiyan God to a celestial blue, standing straighter and denser, resembling the signature spiky form of a traditional Super Saiyan. His pupils turned a deep blue, exuding a cold yet divine aura. while the aura itself shifted from the fiery red of Super Saiyan God to a serene blue, with liquid-like droplets flowing gently within. Oh, has he turned blue-haired? Bardoss gasped in astonishment. Rejoice. Thus, the Super Saiyan Blue is born for the first time in this timeline. Kampa's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate several eggs. Is there such a powerful human in Universe 7? Hey, kid, you aren't a candidate for the God of Destruction, are you? Kampa inquired tentatively, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity towards Universe 7. He could hardly believe that his brother, who spent his days eating and sleeping, had the leisure to nurture such talent. I am not a candidate for the God of Destruction, Gohan replied calmly, feeling the divine energy of his blue form surging within him. Do you know Beerus? He resembles me, but is neither as strong nor as handsome. Kampa continued his probing. Skeptical that Gohan could achieve divine status without the guidance of a God of destruction. I do not know the deity you speak of. Gohan shook his head, not lying, as he genuinely did not know Beerus. Then who exactly are you? Kampa pressed. I am Son Gohan, a human of Saiyan lineage, he answered with confidence, his tone unwavering. Saiyan? That sounds somewhat familiar, Kampa mused, as if recalling something. Lord Kampa, we also have Scions in Universe 6. You have encountered them, as they are the Galaxy Police. Maintaining peace across the cosmos, Bardoss kindly reminded Kampa. Oh, I remember now. That is indeed the case. But I recall that Scions do not possess such extravagant transformations. Kampa remarked, a hint of confusion in his gaze. It appears that the Scions of Universe 7 have recently mastered this unique skill, Bardoss explained, conjuring vivid imagery of Goku and Frieza engaged in a fierce battle on planet Namek. I see. Since he is not trained by Beerus, there is no cause for concern. Kampa waved his hand, reassured. Well then, it is getting late. Let us set forth to seek the Super Dragon Balls, Bardoss. Very well, Lord Kampa. Bardoss lightly touched her staff to the ground, enveloping herself and Kampa in a shimmering blue protective barrier. Until we meet again, Gohan, Mrs. Bulma. Bardoss elegantly bowed to Gohan and Bulma, and then the two transformed into a silver streak, soaring into the sky. Phew, they are finally gone, Bulma sighed in relief. Although she found Bardoss and Kampa relatively easy to handle, Gohan recalled that these two had the power to obliterate the universe in an instant, which made hosting them a bit nerve-wracking. Thank you, Aunt Bulma, he said as he reverted from his Super Saiyan Blue transformation and turned to express his gratitude to Bulma. If it weren't for Bulma's hospitality that satisfied Bardoss, she wouldn't have guided him to transform into Super Blue. Oh, what are you saying? Aren't we family? Bulma replied with a smile, waving her hand dismissively, indicating that such formalities were unnecessary. Gohan felt a wave of reassurance at Bulma's warm smile and responded with a grin. Yeah, time flew by, and in what seemed like the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed, marking the arrival of the time agreed upon with Dandy. Gohan entered the sacred world of the Kai Salon. Inside the temple, Bubbles and Dandy had been waiting for quite some time. Gohan, you're here, Dandy exclaimed, visibly pleased to see him again. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Gohan smiled slightly as he approached them and embraced Dandy. Haha, it wasn't too long, after all. This is my home too. I was just sitting by the door waiting for you, so it's no trouble at all, Dandy joked, clearly feeling at home in the sacred world. It seems you have fully embraced your new identity as a Kai, Dandy, Gohan remarked. Indeed. I have completely adapted to this new role, Dandy replied with a laugh, and then signaled Bubbles to bring out the new Dragon Balls. These new Dragon Balls were significantly larger than the original Earth Dragon Balls. I learned a secret technique from the Elder Kai that upgraded the Earth Dragon. Now, we can summon the dragon and make 3 wishes at once, and the number of people we can resurrect is no longer limited to just 1, Dandy explained. Well done, Dandy, Gohan said, giving him a thumbs up. It's nothing. Let's set the Dragon Balls in place and prepare to summon the dragon, Dandy instructed Bubbles with a glance. Bubbles immediately understood and arranged the 7 Dragon Balls in the center of the temple. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a soft, mysterious glow, as if resonating with each other's frequencies. Mr. Bubbles carefully placed the last Dragon Ball into position and then stepped aside, his gaze fixed on the orbs. All right, Gohan. Let's summon the dragon, Dandy said, taking a deep breath and putting his hands together. He then suddenly raised his hands above his head and shouted, Come forth, dragon. His voice was deep and powerful, causing the air in the temple to tremble slightly. At Dandy's command, the 7 Dragon Balls' light intensified, eventually converging into a brilliant beam that shot into the sky. The beam was accompanied by a thunderous roar of a dragon, and soon after, A massive azure eastern dragon gradually emerged from the light, its eyes sparkling with wisdom, exuding an aura of authority and sanctity. Earth Dragon, resurrecting the dead. The dragon's deep, commanding voice echoed. Mortal, state your wishes, and I shall grant them. Gohan spoke up. My first wish is to resurrect those who died in the battle against the android siblings, except for the truly wicked. The dragon nodded slightly, its eyes glowing red as if assessing the validity of Gohan's wish. After a moment, its deep voice resonated. Your wish has been granted. My second wish is to grant me the ability to survive in space, Gohan continued. It was indeed a laughable predicament not to be able to survive in the vacuum of space. Even though he could transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he still required oxygen to breathe. Thus, obtaining the ability to exist in the cosmos was essential. He did not want to suffocate while battling aliens or deities. That wish is quite simple, the dragon responded. Its colossal form swayed slightly, and then its eyes glowed red, casting the light upon Gohan. From this moment forth, you shall possess the ability to thrive in the vastness of space, breathing, resisting cosmic rays, and sustaining your vitality in extreme environments will no longer pose a challenge for you. Now, please state your final wish. The third wish? Gohan pondered, rubbing his chin in contemplation. He struggled to think of another wish. The situation was somewhat different from his initial expectations. Those fallen Z fighters, including his father, had no desire to return to life. They proclaimed, those who have died should not interfere with the affairs of the living. In essence, on King Kai's planet, they were well-fed, could train, and had become detached from worldly desires, each resembling a monk in their pursuits. As for Vegeta, unfortunately, although he had participated in the battle against the android siblings and indirectly protected Earth, he had previously aided Frieza's forces in the conquest of countless planets, committing innumerable atrocities, thus rendering any redemption impossible. Not only was he barred from training in the afterlife, but he was also cast into hell for several years. Witnessing his father Goku transform into Super Saiyan 2 before him ultimately crushed Vegeta's pride, leading him to request reincarnation out of frustration. The realm of reincarnation was limited to the entirety of Universe 7, and unless the Super Dragon Balls were used, locating him would be futile. Thus, resurrecting him was not an option. However, when Gohan shared this with Aunt Bulma, to his surprise, she did not express sadness. Instead, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Although it was somewhat peculiar, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, in this timeline, Vegeta had not yet had the opportunity to become a better person, a good husband, or a loving father before departing this world. If Vegeta were to be resurrected, Bulma, who had grown accustomed to being single, would likely struggle to accept the sudden appearance of a man who had been absent from her life for 15 years. The situation could become quite awkward. But wait, why was he even thinking about Vegeta at this moment? He had strayed from the topic. Wasn't he supposed to be contemplating what wish to make? Gohan suddenly realized he had veered into familial dilemmas while in the midst of making wishes. Ahem, have you not thought of a wish yet? The Earth Dragon seemed to grow impatient, clearing its throat to regain attention. Oh, dear Dragon, I apologize for drifting off just now, Gohan said, joining his hands in apology. My third wish is to ensure my mother, Chi-Chi, remains forever youthful. This wish was indeed exceedingly simple. The Earth Dragon nodded, its enormous eyes flashing with red light once more. Then, farewell. With the dragon's words, the 3 wishes were fulfilled, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stone orbs. Typically, these stone Dragon Balls would disperse in 7 rays of light across the world, only to regain their luster and fulfill the next collector's wishes after a year. However, Gohan did not allow the Dragon Balls to scatter in all directions. He swiftly retrieved a bag he had prepared from a capsule and, in a matter of moments, securely placed all 7 Dragon Balls back into the bag. Dandy and Mr. Bubbles looked on in astonishment at this unexpected maneuver. I think the Dragon Balls might be exploited by nefarious individuals. So it's safer to keep them here in the sacred world, don't you think, Dandy? Gohan remarked, scratching his head with a shy smile as he handed the bag of Dragon Balls to Mr. Bubbles. You are correct, Gohan. I share the same sentiment, he chuckled. Dandy, too, scratched his head and laughed heartily. It seems we are on the same wavelength, Gohan remarked. Gohan lingered within the Temple of the Gods, reminiscing with Dandy until he returned home to the House of Buns in the evening. Upon entering the House of Buns, Gohan pushed the door open and was greeted by the delightful aroma of meat simmering in the kitchen, where his mother, Chi-Chi, was busily preparing dinner. Hearing the door, Chi-Chi turned around and her face lit up with a warm smile. Gohan, you're back. Dinner will be ready shortly. A wave of warmth surged through Gohan as he observed his mother closely. He noticed that Chi-Chi, who once had a slight hunch, now stood tall and upright. Her face, which had shown signs of aging, now appeared smooth and delicate, with a radiant complexion reminiscent of youth. The wrinkles that once adorned her forehead and the corners of her eyes had vanished, leaving her features as smooth as they once were. Her hair, formerly gray, now shone with a lustrous black sheen, thick and silky, cascading casually over her shoulders, the ends curling gently at her chest. The weary expression she once bore had transformed into one filled with brightness and vitality. She was clad in a deep blue Chi-Pao martial arts outfit, the fabric soft and smooth. This sight left Gohan momentarily dazed. Chi-Chi playfully pinched Gohan's cheek, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. "What's the matter, Gohan? Do I look strange?" Gohan quickly shook his head. No, you look beautiful. I just didn't expect the dragon's wish to be so effective. Haha. So it was your wish to the dragon that caused this change. I was puzzled when I woke up from my nap looking as I did at 20, right after our wedding. Thank you, Gohan. Chi-Chi embraced him. Silly child, you are always so considerate, doing so much for your mother. She gently patted his back, her eyes brimming with tenderness and gratitude. Mother, I have always wanted you to be happier. Gohan lifted his gaze, determination shining in his eyes. You have sacrificed so much for me and this family. It is now my turn to protect you. Oh, Gohan will protect me? Chi-Chi's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems that regaining her youthful vigor had also rejuvenated her spirit. Then, let us make a promise. Huh, a promise? Gohan was taken aback by his mother's proposal, the scene evoking a wave of nostalgia, reminiscent of his childhood, though he now stood taller than her. Ah, are you shedding tears, Gohan? Gohan snapped back to reality, realizing that tears were streaming down his face. Honestly, Gohan, even after all this time, you still cry so easily. If one day I were to leave this world and join your father, how would you manage alone? Chi-Chi retrieved a handkerchief, carefully dabbing the tears from Gohan's eyes. Mother, you will not leave me, will you? Gohan's voice trembled as he clutched her hand tightly. Chi-Chi smiled gently, patting the back of his hand. Silly child. How could I ever bear to leave you? But one cannot escape death, can they? Besides, I have heard you mention that your father wishes to remain with King Kai for training. Haha, that sounds just like what Goku would say. I wonder if, after my passing, I could retain my physical form like Goku did? If so, I would seek him out. It's been so long since he has tasted my cooking. I wonder if he has lost weight. Mother, please don't think like that. Gohan interrupted, a sense of unease creeping in. Look at you. So youthful and healthy, you will live for a long, long time. I cannot leave until I witness you marry. I must see your children. Yet there remained a lingering sense of regret in her heart. Chi-Chi smiled lightly, her gaze filled with warmth and sorrow as her thoughts drifted back to her youth. In her heart, Chi-Chi mused. That day, Goku took Gohan to visit Master Roshi, and they had not returned for a long time. After finishing her chores in the kitchen, I grew anxious and went to find them. Arriving at Master Roshi's, I found no sign of Gohan or Goku. The others were acting strangely, avoiding my gaze. Suddenly, Master Roshi rushed over, breathless. Chi-Chi, something terrible has happened. Goku, he is dead, and Gohan has been taken by the evil Piccolo. I felt as if struck by lightning, my mind blank. The world around me darkened, and I could scarcely hear the voices of those around me. I collapsed, tears streaming down my face like a torrential flood. Goku, my beloved husband, how could he be gone just like that? And Gohan, my precious son, so young. Taken by a foe, what was I to do? Despair and helplessness consumed me. My heart felt as though it were being ripped apart. Before I could recover from this overwhelming blow, I was informed that a year later, Goku's adversary would arrive to destroy the Earth. Destroy the Earth? This news was more terrifying than a bolt from the blue. I felt as if fate were cruelly toying with me. I was just an ordinary woman, yearning for a peaceful life with my family. Why was the universe so unforgiving? I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to remain calm. I could not falter. I had my son to protect. I searched for any glimmer of hope to find Gohan, refusing to give up. Those days were filled with sleepless nights and meager meals. And I lost a considerable amount of weight, my hair turning increasingly gray. Yet I persevered. Giving up was not an option. Finally, we endured that harrowing year. Goku's adversary was defeated, and Gohan returned safely. I believed everything would improve, yet fate dealt another cruel blow. Goku succumbed to heart disease and passed away suddenly. I stood before his grave, tears blurring my vision. Goku, Why did you leave us, abandoning your mother and son? Did you not realize that without you, our home lacked its very foundation? And Gohan, in his quest to protect the earth and safeguard peace, left the House of Buns, rarely returning home throughout the year. Alone, I maintained this empty house, each day spent in longing. I often woke in the night, gazing at the vacant room, tears flowing uncontrollably. I longed to see Goku's figure once more, to hear Gohan's voice, yet all of it could only exist within my dreams. I gazed into the mirror. My hair had turned entirely white, my face lined with wrinkles, my body frail. I often pondered whether my life was indeed filled with regrets. I had not aged gracefully alongside Goku, nor had I been able to accompany Gohan through his formative years, not even relishing a single day of tranquility. I felt perpetually swept away by the tides of fate, unable to extricate myself. Thus, the lament of life endures, like water flowing eternally eastward. Yet, fortunately, Gohan triumphed over the android siblings. Observing his empty sleeve and the scar at the corner of his eye, I fought back tears, casually inquiring about his well-being. Yet Gohan nonchalantly replied, "I've grown accustomed to it." My heart ached, for this was once the boy who cried so easily. The pain was unbearable. For he is my flesh and blood. I have never been overly concerned about the safety of the earth. My only wish is for Gohan's well-being. When he expressed his desire to accompany Bulma to Namek, I initially hesitated, fearing the dangers that lay ahead, but ultimately, I could not deny him. Observing his dependable demeanor, I realized for the first time that my once crying Gohan had, without me noticing, matured into a reliable man akin to his father, Goku. Though there was an ache in my heart, I bid him farewell with a wave. Fortunately, he returned unscathed, his injured arm healed, and his face appeared fresh and clean. I thought to myself that I could finally live in peace. Such blissful days felt dreamlike. Today, upon waking from my afternoon nap, I was astonished to find my once wrinkled, aged face rejuvenated, resembling that of a 20-year-old on the brink of marriage. Standing before the mirror, I gazed at my reflection in disbelief. My gray hair had transformed into lustrous black strands, and the wrinkles had vanished without a trace. Even my body felt light and vigorous. Gently caressing my face, the smooth, delicate texture stirred tears within me. Is this truly me? Have I really returned to my youthful self? Suddenly, I recalled Gohan mentioning that he had appointed Dandy, a Namekian, as the new guardian of Earth, allowing the use of the Dragon Balls. It must be the result of his wish today. This was also the first time I tangibly felt the power of the dragon. Perhaps due to my renewed youth, my stagnant heart suddenly stirred with vibrant energy. Reminiscent of my youthful days, I opened my wardrobe and unearthed the deep blue martial arts uniform I once wore as a martial artist. It fit as perfectly as it did back then, as if it had never left my body. In a daze, I looked into the mirror at the familiar yet strange young woman, tears streaming down my cheeks. Is this a dream? No, it is not. Taking a deep breath, I stood at the threshold of my home and executed the Kamehameha technique. With a graceful motion, I kicked down the sturdy tree at my doorstep. In that instant, I felt transported back to my passionate youth. Staring at the severed tree, my thoughts were drawn back to the time just after my marriage when Goku was still an innocent child, utterly oblivious to the nuances of relationships. He naively believed that marriage merely entailed sharing meals, living together, and sleeping side by side, completely unaware of the tenderness and intimacy between spouses. That day, he looked at me innocently and asked, "Is marriage just about sleeping together?" My face flushed with embarrassment and frustration. I thought, how could Goku be so ignorant? Was he genuinely unaware or merely pretending? After all, his teacher was the lecherous Master Roshi. In a fit of anger, I kicked the tree at our doorstep, causing its leaves to scatter. Goku, startled, rushed over, asking, "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong?" His large eyes, filled with confusion, evoked a mixture of irritation and compassion within me. I took a deep breath to compose myself. Seeing his innocent and hopeful gaze, I knew I could not erupt in anger. So, I lowered my head and softly explained, "Goku, marriage is not just about sharing meals and sleeping together. It also requires mutual care and understanding between partners." He tilted his head, seemingly still perplexed. My face reddened like a ripe apple, and with a determined heart, I continued. For instance, couples should share joy together and also shoulder each other as burdens. And on the wedding night, there should be a deeper intimacy between spouses. Goku's eyes brightened, as if he grasped something profound, and a smile spread across his face. He cautiously leaned closer and whispered, "I've read Master Roshi's magazines. Is it like a wrestling match between a man and a woman?" Looking at his innocent smile, my irritation dissipated. I gently held his hand, shyly nodding in agreement. In that moment, I understood that although he might not comprehend many things, he would express his love in his own unique way. Now, standing at the doorway and gazing at the tree I had kicked down, memories flooded back like a tidal wave. I smiled gently, as if I could see the Navi Goku and my youthful self once more. The evening sun bathed me in warmth. Reminiscent of the time when he held my hand, I suddenly realized how wondrous life is, coming full circle back to where it began. Time was slipping away. It was time to prepare dinner, or Gohan would return home hungry, just as he used to. Each time he came home from school, his stomach would grumble, prompting me to hastily prepare a hearty meal to satisfy his insatiable appetite. With that thought, I quickened my pace toward the kitchen. Everything in the kitchen felt familiar: pots, bowls, and the staples of cooking. Yet, my state of mind had subtly shifted. As I began to cook dinner, a familiar voice rang out from the entrance. "Mom, I'm back." I quickly wiped my hands and turned toward the door, my face aglow with a smile as I replied, "Gohan, you're back? Dinner will be ready shortly." Gohan looked at me, momentarily dazed. Curiously, I pinched his cheek as if he were still a child. "What's wrong, Gohan? Do I seem strange?" He shook his head vigorously, saying he had not expected the dragon-ass wish to be so powerful. I chuckled, realizing that my transformation back to youth was indeed the result of Gohan's wish to the dragon. I embraced him, saying, "You silly boy. You always understand so much and do so much for your mother." Gohan insisted on protecting me, and with a smile, I playfully linked my pinky with his, making a promise as we used to do in our childhood. Yet, he suddenly shed tears. No matter how grown-up he becomes, Gohan will always be a crybaby. But that is okay. Mother will wipe your tears. Apart from the restroom, the only place to cry is in a mother's embrace. It was as if nothing had changed, the mirror-like water before the door still reflecting the people from years past. As Gohan grasped my hand, his eyes filled with anger. He declared, "Let us go, Mom." His mind was consumed with feelings of regret. Regret? Such a concept was foreign to Gohan. He had faced death once and now cherished every day as a gift from the heavens. Anything that dared to bring sorrow to those around him would be shattered by his fists. Where are we going at this hour? I wondered, uncertain of Gohan's intentions. To North Kai's planet, he responded before activating instant transmission, whisking us away from Capsule Corporation. On North Kai's planet, the Z-Fighters concluded their training for the day and were indulging in a feast. Goku, particularly, was devouring food as if he had a black hole for a stomach, lifting the rice cooker directly to eat, consumed by the act of eating. Amidst the chatter at the table, Krillin spoke up, "Goku, is it really okay for you not to be revived? After all, unlike us single folks, you have a wife and children." As soon as Krillin's words left his lips, the atmosphere at the table shifted subtly. Goku paused, furrowing his brow, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, but he quickly regained his usual carefree demeanor. "Krillin, you're mistaken," he said, setting down the rice cooker and wiping his mouth. "I've always lived life as it comes, even though I have a wife and children. I believe that as long as I think of them, we can feel connected even when apart. Moreover, due to Lord North Kai's restrictions on our involvement in earthly matters, I've refrained from intervening, even when I know the Earth is in grave danger. I fear Chi-Chi may despise me for it." As Wukong spoke, despite his usual openness, his tone began to grow somber. I am not a good husband or a good father." "Oh, don't say that," Piccolo interjected, pausing his meal with a serious demeanor. "We all understand that the rules of the underworld cannot be broken, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. You have done your utmost, and I believe Chi-Chi understands your predicament." "Indeed, Wukong, Chi-Chi is a reasonable person. She wouldn't truly blame you," Tien Shinhan chimed in. "Is that so?" A flicker of light appeared in Wukong's downcast eyes. However, the other Z warriors remained silent, as they were well aware of Chi-Chi's temperament. Though she was an endearing young woman, her temper could ignite like the flames of the Fire Mountain. Even Master Roshi had remarked, "The universe's greatest man, the Super Saiyan Son Goku, fears his wife the most." This is where my torment lies. When Chi-Chi sees me, she will undoubtedly strike my head fiercely and demand to know where I have been all these years. Wukong grimaced, clutching his head in despair. "But didn't you actually die?" Yamcha chuckled, amused by Wukong's fearful expression. "Though that may be true, the fear is still there. I cannot articulate why, but the thought of being resurrected and facing Chi-Chi, knowing she will be angry, terrifies me." Wukong paused for a moment, then continued. But what frightens me most is not her scolding or hitting me. Oh, is there something worse than that? Yamcha laughed, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Hey, Yamcha, that's too much. Krillin retorted, unable to restrain himself as he defended his good friend Wukong against the oblivious playboy. Despite being the first friend Wukong encountered after his return, their time together had been brief, with their paths diverging shortly after collecting the Dragon Balls. For the next year, Wukong spent every moment with Krillin, learning martial arts under Master Roshi. Thus, it could be said that Krillin had spent the most time with Wukong during their childhood. Even Bulma, the first female lead, had not spent as much time with Wukong as Krillin had. This is why the phrase Krillin is a deity became a humorous saying among them. Krillin led the charge against Yamcha, prompting the other Z warriors to join in the fray, bombarding Yamcha with verbal jabs. Realizing he had gone too far with his jest, Yamcha admitted, "Honestly, I spoke too thoughtlessly." Wukong shook his head, not angered, and continued, "What I fear most is not Chi-Chi hitting or scolding me, but her embracing me in tears. The thought of Chi-Chi crying is the most painful. It hurts here," he said, pointing to his heart. "It is a pain greater than a heart attack, tenfold, 100-fold. Old son, do you truly comprehend what you are saying?" Piccolo was astonished. He had never expected the carefree Wukong to utter such heartfelt sentiments. "I heard from Vegeta that you Saiyans lack a sense of family," Yamcha remarked, bringing up the man he despised most in his heart. Although he had separated from Bulma and felt no lingering affection, the fact that a former enemy, who had indirectly caused his demise, had a daughter with his ex-girlfriend was a blow to Yamcha's pride. The table fell into a heavy silence. The Z warriors regarding Yamcha with disapproving looks, as if questioning his social awareness. "That's not true. I value family." Wukong's tone shifted, revealing his displeasure for the first time. He felt that Yamcha was treating him as a fool. "What do you mean Saiyans don't understand family? I refuse to accept that. I know the difference between family members and friends. Chi-Chi has taught me well." Yamcha was taken aback by Wukong's outburst, especially since even Krillin, who had spent the most time with Wukong, rarely witnessed him angry. Wukong's Super Saiyan 4 form was known to all, and it was no exaggeration that he was regarded as the mightiest in the universe. Who wouldn't be intimidated by the universe's strongest yelling at you? The atmosphere began to grow chaotic when suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "Wukong-san, how impressive." A familiar call echoed in Wukong's ears, laced with shyness and anticipation. Startled, Wukong turned sharply, his gaze immediately drawn to a figure not far away. A woman clad in a deep blue martial arts uniform stood before him, exuding an air of both strength and grace. Her stature was as upright as a pine tree, her eyes sparkling with warmth, and her long black hair danced gently in the breeze, embodying both gentleness and resilience. At that moment, Wukong felt an indescribable sense of familiarity, as if time had rewound to a distant past. In the midst of 1,000 searches, he turned suddenly, and there she was, perfectly matching the scene before him. "Chi-Chi." Wukong's expression shifted to one of excitement. "Watch out." Chi-Chi suddenly called out, her figure darting towards Wukong like lightning, her hands quickly forming the starting stance of Master Roshi's style. Wukong's heart raced, instinctively attempting to retreat. The moment evoked memories from 25 years ago at the World Martial Arts Tournament. A young Chi-Chi had launched a similar attack, her anticipation tinged with a hint of anger. Back then, Wukong had effortlessly sent her flying with a single punch. Now, the same scene unfolded once more. Wukong, acting on instinct, swung his fist, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that swept across the area. Chi-Chi was lifted by this immense force, her body tracing an arc through the air, seemingly destined for a harsh landing. In that instant, Wukong realized his grave mistake. Panic flooded his eyes as countless thoughts raced through his mind. "This is Chi-Chi, my wife. How could I treat her this way?" He immediately halted all movement, teleporting to Chi-Chi's side, cradling her in his arms with utmost urgency. Chi-Chi trembled slightly in Wukong's embrace, clearly startled by the abrupt turn of events. "Oof, Wukong-san, how could you use such force against such a lovely wife? Are you trying to kill me?" Chi-Chi's tone mixed playful reproach with a hint of laughter, reminiscent of their first encounter at the tournament. Wukong looked at her, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face as he scratched his head. "Oh dear, Chi-Chi, my reflexes just took over. I'm truly sorry, I was being careless." He tightened his hold on her, his voice filled with regret. "But you sprang into action so suddenly. I really didn't have time to react." Chi-Chi shot him a playful glare, her lips curving upwards. "React? It seemed like you were quite quick to send me flying with that punch. And now you say you were careless? Do you wish to relive your glorious past?" How could that be possible? Wukong immediately shook his head vigorously and continued. You are my wife. How could I ever harm you? Humph, you may say it's impossible, but your earlier actions tell a different story. Chi-Chi pouted slightly, her eyes sparkling with playful teasing, and gently punched Wukong. However, seeing how anxiously you caught me just now, I shall forgive you. Wukong let out a sigh of relief, gently setting Chi-Chi down and gazing at her with tenderness. Chi-Chi, I truly did not mean to. When I saw your position, my mind instantly wandered back to the past, and I was completely caught off guard. If I had truly hurt you, I wouldn't know how to handle it. Oh. So if I were injured, you wouldn't be able to enjoy delicious food anymore, would you? Ah, I knew it. Wukong exclaimed. Chi-Chi, haven't I taught you that in such situations, you should say that I am more important than food, rather than going mute? So I say, Wukong, you truly are. Chi-Chi continued to scold him, yet she failed to notice the slight smile tugging at Wukong's lips. Suddenly, Wukong set Chi-Chi down, startling her, and without any hesitation in front of everyone, he leaned in and kissed her passionately. Ah! Gasps filled the air. The Z-Warriors and Gohan were all taken aback. The innocent Wukong, who was often oblivious to romance, had just kissed Chi-Chi in front of everyone. Chi-Chi's face instantly flushed crimson. She had intended to scold Wukong for such behavior, especially with others and children present, but her words were silenced by his kiss. She let out soft whimpers, resembling a mewling kitten, as the once chattering tigress was suddenly tamed. Realizing she could not resist her husband, Chi-Chi surrendered her embarrassment. She gently closed her eyes, returning Wukong's kiss. In that moment, everything around them seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them. After what felt like an eternity, Wukong slowly pulled away. His eyes filled with warmth and affection, as if he wished to etch this moment of beauty into eternity. He caressed Chi-Chi's cheek and softly declared, Chi-Chi, you are more important than any food, more significant than the entire universe. I was just too foolish to react in time. But I know you are the most precious person in my life. Chi-Chi's cheeks remained rosy, her gaze brimming with tenderness. She gently took Wukong's hand and smiled slightly. Silly, I've known all along. I just wanted to hear you say it once. The air around them seemed to turn pink. And although the Z-Warriors were initially shocked by this sudden display of romance, they soon wore knowing smiles. Gohan stood nearby, his eyes filled with emotion. He had never witnessed such a gentle side of his father before. In that moment, he felt the deep bond between his parents. All right, you too. Could you refrain from flaunting your love so openly? Krillin's voice broke the warm atmosphere. With his arms crossed, he feigned exasperation. We're still right here, Wukong. If you wish to be affectionate, perhaps save it for home. Wukong, you rascal, you really have a way with this. Yamcha whistled, egging them on. Wukong, upon hearing Krillin and Yamcha's teasing, wore a sheepish grin, scratching his head and apologizing. My bad. I got a bit carried away and didn't consider the surroundings. Chi-Chi, recovering from her earlier embarrassment, smoothed her disheveled hair and shot Wukong a mock glare. Pretending to scold him, it's all your fault for making this so awkward. Just wait until we get home. Oh, Chi-Chi, please don't be angry. I simply couldn't help myself, Wukong pleaded, his eyes filled with a desire to appease. Humph, who told you to forget about reviving? I say, Wukong, have you forgotten you have a wife? Of course not. I was merely contemplating our reunion after death. It doesn't make much difference. What? I am truly at a loss for words. Only you, Wukong, would say something like that and expect me not to be upset. Chi-Chi shook her head helplessly. A smile creeping onto her lips, her eyes filled with affection. She understood that Wukong was a simple soul, almost naive, yet he possessed an irresistible charm. Fortunately, this man was her husband, and she could mold him as she pleased. Hee, Chi-Chi, Wukong chuckled, scratching the back of his head with an innocent look in his eyes. Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh at his demeanor, her irritation dissipating instantly. She gently patted Wukong's arm, and then wrapped her arms around it, saying, all right, as long as I know you haven't forgotten. At that moment, Gohan approached, a hint of shyness on his face, yet his eyes sparkled with satisfaction, much like the leader of a romantic pairing. Uncle Piccolo, look, my dad is actually capable of romance. Uncle Piccolo? Gohan received no response from Piccolo, who was typically stoic. Turning to investigate, Gohan noticed that the usually composed Piccolo now bore a slight blush on his green face, seemingly embarrassed. Who would have thought, Gohan? Your father really has a knack for this, Piccolo stammered, regaining his composure. Indeed, I too was taken aback, Gohan replied, filled with countless emotions. He had anticipated a potential argument between his parents, only to witness this. As the inhabitants of the North Galaxy were immersed in the romantic atmosphere of Chi-Chi and Wukong's reunion, the King of Hell was busily occupied. He sat atop a high judgment platform, surrounded by an array of death records, a crimson seal in hand. As he rapidly flipped through the volumes detailing the deeds of souls, he muttered to himself, "This one ascends to heaven, that one descends to hell, hell, hell." His brow furrowed, his hands ached from the labor. Meanwhile, the soul-cleansing machine in hell was in frenzied operation. The evil souls accumulating in jars were piling up like mountains. The red demon in charge of replacing the jars was distracted, listening to music while singing and dancing, neglecting his duties. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred as the jars filled to capacity without being replaced, releasing a wave of malevolent energy in all directions. The nearest red demon became a vessel for the dark energy, his body swelling to a towering height, transforming into a yellow monster, muttering incessantly, "Evil wave. Evil wave." As if a naive infant clapping joyfully, a powerful aura erupted, causing the entire underworld to tremble. What is happening? The King of Hell was jolted from his seat by the tremors, staring in disbelief at his staff, now ensnared in sticky, candy-like goo. He then sensed peculiar sounds emanating from above the king's hall. Gathering his courage, he opened a window and looked up to see a yellow-skinned monster chanting "Evil wave" and baring its enormous mouth. "Who are you?" The King of Hell was not afraid. He was the ruler of the underworld. Any being that appeared in the realm of the dead had to bow to him, regardless of their former strength. However, the evil wave was not a mere deceased soul, but an aggregation of dark thoughts from the entire seventh universe. The evil wave paid no heed to the King of Hell, clapping its hands, enveloping him in candy-like goo, and releasing all the souls of the underworld. Whether it be hell or heaven, or the souls awaiting reincarnation, all have been transported to Earth by the malevolent energy wave. The reason remains a mystery. Yet that is the essence of the original tale. Suddenly, the streets of Earth are populated with a myriad of spirits, including historical figures, fantastical beings, aliens, and a host of bizarre entities. Most terrifying among them are the android siblings. This demon, which has circled above the heads of mortals for 15 years, has returned. "Long time no see, everyone on Earth," declares Android 17, spreading his arms as if to embrace the entire planet. "Damn you, Son Gohan." Android 18's beautiful eyes glimmer with a cruel light. "Ha ha ha. I, Frisia, never thought I would rise again." Frisia's unmistakable voice echoes through the air, filled with unrestrained laughter. The inhabitants of North Kai's planet suddenly sense the ominous presence from the underworld. This energy is formidable. Piccolo frowns, a serious glint in his eyes. The aura resonates with evil and chaos, undoubtedly a harbinger of doom. North Kai speaks, his voice deep and commanding. "Let me use my abilities to assess the situation. Perhaps I can uncover some clues." Closing his eyes, North Kai's antennae sway as he begins to perceive the cosmos's dynamics. Moments later, he opens his eyes, his expression grave. "This is dire news, Goku. The souls from the underworld have been unleashed by a powerful malevolent force, shattering the order of the afterlife. Fallen Frisia and the androids have also appeared on Earth." "What?" Goku's visage turns serious. Gohan can no longer remain idle. He immediately contemplates using instant transmission to return to Earth. But then he hesitates. There are currently 2 Super Saiyan 2 level fighters, Bra, and 1 Super Saiyan 1 level fighter, Bulma. Unfazed, the trio possesses sufficient power to crush the emerging foes. North Kai continues, "That monster is currently around King Yema's palace." Yema states he is encased in jelly and unable to move. Gohan furrows his brow, recalling a similar scene from a Dragon Ball movie, the collective embodiment of evil energy, the evil energy wave. According to the lore, this wave possesses overwhelming power exceeding that of Super Saiyan 3, along with a plethora of strange abilities, such as creating spatial portals, rendering it impossible to predict its next strike. "North Kai, I shall visit King Yema's palace. Father, please take care of Mother." Gohan senses the evil energy wave and uses instant transmission to depart from North Kai's planet. Gohan. Chi-Chi, fearing for Gohan's safety, urges Goku to accompany him. "No need." Chi-Chi, though this energy is potent, it pales in comparison to Gohan's strength. "You must have faith in our son," Goku reassures her. Despite his words, Chi-Chi is unconvinced and insists Goku accompany Gohan. With no alternative, Goku complies. At King Yema's palace, a massive, Yellow-skinned monster is incessantly using its super abilities to transform the entire underworld into a candy world. Is this the evil energy wave? Gohan appears above the palace, gazing down at the malevolent force. With a mighty roar, he channels his energy into a divine form. He leaps from the sky, plummeting toward the evil energy wave with a powerful punch. The evil energy wave is struck down, letting out a wail before falling silent. However, its corpulent form begins to shrink, rapidly morphing until a towering, red-skinned humanoid demon emerges. Phase 2. Gohan observes the evil energy wave as it transforms into a familiar visage from his memory. Unable to contain himself, he ascends to Super Saiyan God, declaring, "Let us see if you can withstand this." Gohan, a proud Saiyan, understands that while his divine form can vanquish the evil energy wave, it requires several minutes to maintain. Thus, he opts to transform into Super Saiyan God for an instantaneous defeat. His aura radiates divine energy, enveloping him in a golden-red blaze, akin to a deity. In an instant, the evil energy wave is obliterated, not a whisper of sound remaining. Unlike the original tale, where Vegito employed a technique to eradicate evil thoughts, Gohan does not wield such a specialized skill. He relies solely on brute strength to annihilate the evil energy wave. After all, in the Dragon Ball universe, supernatural abilities or peculiar magic can only affect opponents of a similar tier. When the disparity in power is too vast, effectiveness diminishes dramatically. A prime example being the puppet that turned Vegito into a cookie, only to be thoroughly defeated by Cookie Vegito. In the Dragon Ball realm, strength reigns supreme. Consequently, Gohan in his Super Saiyan God form can undoubtedly eradicate the evil energy wave, for it is not immortal, merely a conglomeration of malevolent thoughts. The only lamentable consequence is the utter annihilation of the possessed red demon. Although Gohan hesitates to eliminate the red demon, he had just resurrected numerous innocents slain by the androids. That evening, due to negligence, the red demon succumbed to the evil energy, summoning the fallen androids and Frieza's soul to Earth. If these villains were to wreak havoc again, causing casualties, Gohan's earlier wish would be in vain. He cannot allow such a calamity to unfold. With the demise of the evil energy wave, the chaotic order of the underworld is restored. The departed souls, unable to linger, swiftly return to the realm of the deceased. The myriad of souls on Earth, villains, heroes, those committing misdeeds, or reuniting with family, are swiftly returned to the afterlife in less than 3 minutes. This incites a collective roar of discontent from the underworld. Silence. King Yama bellows, his authority palpable. With the evil energy wave's defeat, he breaks free from the candy confines, unyielding to the restless spirits. Those who have died must not meddle in the affairs of the living. Return to your queue at once. The tumult surrounding the evil energy wave dissipates within mere minutes. However, the toll is significant. A multitude of Earthlings, at least 100 million, perished during that brief span, many of whom had only just been resurrected that very afternoon. The bitterness of their fate is palpable. Gohan witnesses the harrowing aftermath. It seems he will once again be making wishes to the dragon next year. Gohan is exasperated, pondering why the evil energy wave chose this moment to emerge, right after he revived those who had perished. Fortunately, following Dandy's enhancements, the Earth Dragon now possesses abilities akin to the Namekian Dragon, capable of resurrecting the deceased multiple times. Remarkably, it has even surpassed the limitation of reviving only one individual at a time, allowing for the revival of entire planets. Dandy is indeed a remarkable member of the Namekian dragon lineage, possessing extraordinary talent. Gohan, have you resolved the situation so quickly? Goku teleports beside Gohan, having anticipated that Gohan would require several minutes to confront the threat. Astonishingly, in the brief moment he conversed with Chi-Chi, Gohan had already triumphed. Goku gazes at the transformed Gohan, marveling, "The Super Saiyan God is truly formidable. Although I cannot sense your energy, even in my Super Saiyan 4 form. I could not have dispatched that monster in under a minute." "Not too shabby," Gohan humbly replies. However, upon seeing the glaring halo above his father's head, he inquired, "Dad, can you come home now?" "Home? Although I long to, regrettably, Gohan, I am deceased and cannot return to the mortal realm." "What about Mom?" This question momentarily stumped Goku, but he soon recalled that they could use the Dragon Balls. "However, I've already utilized them. Your mother regained her youth through their power. Thus, it will take another year. Do you think she can endure a year of waiting?" This, Goku scratched his head helplessly, seemingly unsure. "Why must you tease Mom so?" Gohan shrugged in resignation. It appeared that the solution rested with him. Gohan devised a clever plan to enlist the aid of the Dragon Clan from the Demon Realm. Defeating the so-called God of Balls would grant them the opportunity to use the Dragon Balls to wish for his father's resurrection. Afterward, they could wait a year to revive those who had perished innocently due to the incident involving the evil energy wave. Gohan felt quite astute, having resolved both family and planetary dilemmas. Of course, these were merely secondary concerns. Primarily, Gohan yearned to witness the most extraordinary bug from the Dragon Ball series, the readily available third eye of evil. It was plug and play, allowing even the feeble king of demons to transcend Super Saiyan 3 instantaneously with boundless stamina. Had Kunat struck the third eye with a book, it might have amplified to levels surpassing Super Saiyan 4. There were also various insects, such as recovery bugs, comparable to the Senzu beans, and infused fusion bugs that could prove useful against Zamasu. It is worth reiterating that Gohan is the least reckless of the Saiyans. Throughout the numerous battles fought, he has always emerged victorious. The android siblings, Black Goku, and the evil energy wave were all crushed, perhaps due to the fear of inadequacy inherent in his fused soul. If there is only a 90% chance of victory in a fight, what difference does it make from courting death? Setting off towards the demon realm, Gohan felt a chill. Chi-Chi gazed somewhat forlornly at the dishes in the pot. Although they could be reheated, they lacked the freshness and flavor of when they were first prepared. It's fine. This will suffice, Gohan remarked, unconcerned with the temperature of the food. His stomach growled, demanding sustenance. The battle against the evil energy wave, although effortless, had depleted his energy. Given the circumstances, let us eat first. Observing Gohan devouring his meal ravenously, Chi-Chi felt a pang of guilt, realizing she had neglected her duties as a mother. After meeting with Goku, she had momentarily lost herself in the moment, forgetting that Gohan had yet to have dinner. Gohan, let me heat this up for you. Eating cold food isn't good for your stomach. No thanks, Mom. I'm too hungry to wait, Gohan replied as he took another bite of a cold bun. No. I have told you not to eat cold food. No matter how hungry you are, it will upset your stomach. Chi-Chi suddenly became stern. Fine, Gohan sighed. Reluctantly placing the bowl down, he complied with his mother's insistence, albeit his gaze frequently drifted back to the buns in the pot. All right, it's ready to eat. Chi-Chi set the warm dishes on the table. Let us begin. Gohan swiftly polished off the meal before him. Rest well tonight. Without delay, Gohan rushed to the Kaioshin realm to consult with Kaioshin Luck regarding matters of the demon realm. The demon realm. Ah, how nostalgic. This goes back to the time of my birth, Kaioshin Luck began, recounting tales of the tree from his childhood. No. Just start from the creation of the universe by the Omni King. This is far too much preamble, Gohan interjected, frustration bubbling within him. Get to the point, please. And spare us the trivialities. Kaioshin Luck was momentarily taken aback. Well, you have a point. The demon realm actually predates the 7th universe. A past demon king commanded the creation of multiple universes, allowing the inhabitants of the demon realm to migrate there. For instance, the Namekians are a race that moved from the demon realm to the universe, not native to the 7th universe. Whereas the Saiyans and Earthlings emerged naturally once the universe was created. What? So we humans were not created by you, Kaioshin? Of course not. Even we Kaioshin lack the ability to create sentient beings. We can only form planets suitable for life and guide the emergence of civilizations, a process that is quite lengthy. Kaioshin Luck clarified. So, this super demon is quite formidable? Gohan expressed particular interest in the entity known as Reims. Indeed, he is one of the greatest beings in this universe, effectively a superior to us Kaioshin, Kaioshin Luck admitted, his voice lowering significantly. You must not speak of this, Mr. Gohan. If the Omni King found out, I would be in grave trouble. Rest assured, I am one who keeps secrets well, Gohan reassured, patting his chest. With a sigh of relief, Kaioshin Luck continued. Before you mentioned the god of destruction, I was unaware of the existence of the Omni King. I only knew of Lord Reims. As our duty is to create planets, which seems fitting. The Omni King, on the other hand, erases universes and doesn't seem like our superior, but rather a higher authority over the destruction rites. Gohan nodded in understanding, likening the roles to that of a paintbrush and an eraser. Kaioshin Luck's eyes lit up with recognition. That metaphor is quite vivid. You have indeed come to the right person for inquiries about the demon realm. Will you take me to the demon realm? To the demon realm? What prompted such a thought? Gohan did not conceal his intentions, immediately sharing the information he had regarding the demon realm. What? The third eye is available wholesale? Kaioshin Luck was evidently unaware of this development. Based on his childhood memories of life in the demon realm, he recalled the legends of the magical eyes, which were said to be a lost treasure, not something sold in bulk. In any case, that is the situation. Please take me to the demon realm. Upon hearing Gohan's request, Kaioshin Luck's expression turned troubled. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, Mr. Gohan, the demon realm is not an easy place to visit. It is fraught with peril, inhabited by various powerful demon clans, and its rules are entirely different from here. Even I would not dare to step lightly into the demon realm. Naturally. But with me by your side, there should be no issue. Please, will you take me? Gohan grasped the hands of King Kai, who gazed into Gohan's resolute eyes. After a moment of silence, King Kai sighed and said, Very well, since you are so insistent, I shall take you to the demon realm. Thank you, Lord King Kai. Gohan responded with a gesture of affirmation. The customary method to enter the demon realm involved boarding a specialized spaceship produced by that realm and completing the necessary passage procedures. Ordinary flight or instantaneous movement could not traverse the two worlds directly. A spaceship specifically for the demon realm? Actually, the one I used when I left the demon realm in my childhood is still available. Jebbit, could you assist me in retrieving that spaceship? Of course, Lord King Kai. Jebbit replied. A small, dilapidated spaceship covered in moss was brought forth by Jebbit. As you can see, this is the one I used during my childhood. However, its space is too confined for adults, and I am uncertain whether it is still operational, King Kai explained, pointing at the ship. Well, that's all right. I shall find a solution, Gohan thought to himself. The ever-resourceful Aunt Bulma would surely assist him in resolving this issue. With the capsule containing the spaceship in hand, Gohan instantaneously transported himself from King Kai's realm to the entrance of the Capsule Corporation's laboratory, the workplace of Aunt Bulma. Despite being the wealthiest person globally, Bulma preferred to tinker with inventions rather than merely overseeing her vast business empire from an office. Upon pushing open the laboratory door, Bulma was found sprawled over her workbench. And sensing someone entering, she quickly stood up. In that fleeting moment, Gohan noticed the dark circles under her eyes, a testament to her undeniable fatigue. Yet she swiftly rubbed her eyes to shake off the drowsiness and said, I apologize. I've been grappling with some research issues and dozed off during my lunch break. Stretching her limbs, she completed the motion and, upon lowering her hands, wore her usual cheerful smile. Noticing the capsule clenched in Gohan's palm, she inquired, What is this? A gift for Auntie? Oh, I see. Is this to make up for the last birthday present, Gohan? Her words caused Gohan to break out in a sweat. Bulma's fatigued appearance made him hesitant to ask her to repair the spaceship, and now, with her expression brimming with anticipation, he felt an inexplicable nervousness. As if he were a scoundrel taking advantage of her kindness. However, it was impossible to conjure up a gift on the spot. Gohan steeled himself and began, Actually, it's... He proceeded to explain the information he had gathered from King Kai and his request for her assistance in repairing the spaceship. So, it's about fixing the spaceship, not a gift. Bulma's face visibly fell, yet she quickly forced a smile and said, No worries. This will be taken care of by Auntie. Let me first see what we are dealing with to determine if it can be repaired. Taking the capsule, she opened it with a soft pop, revealing the moss-covered spaceship on the ground. This design is indeed peculiar, entirely different from the ships of the old Kai, she remarked. Donning a dust mask and retrieving her toolbox, she crouched down to conduct a preliminary inspection, demonstrating no sign of complaint. This scene tugged at Gohan's heart, stirring feelings of discomfort and unease. Well, it's not urgent to go to the demon realm, he said, running his fingers over his face to alleviate his inner tension. Carefully, he added, Actually, I came here to invite Annie to the new amusement park that just opened. Suddenly, Gohan pulled 2 tickets for the amusement park from his pocket, which he had won during his last outing with Bra. He had forgotten to use them, but fortunately, they were valid for a year. Bulma's wrench fell from her hand as she stared in disbelief at the tickets, instinctively wiping her forehead to calm her nerves. She inadvertently left smudges of dust on her fair skin. You're joking, right, Gohan? Just the 2 of us going to the amusement park? Bulma questioned incredulously. This realization struck Gohan. He had forgotten about Bra and her little sister. As he contemplated explaining that he would buy 2 more tickets, Bulma misinterpreted his silence as reluctance. This caused her heart to race, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She quickly lowered her gaze, attempting to mask her true feelings, and then composed herself to ask nonchalantly, You really want to invite me to the amusement park? However, her trembling voice betrayed her emotions. Gohan, observing Bulma's reaction, instinctively wanted to clarify, Bra and her sister can join too. But a deep-seated intuition warned him that such words would displease Bulma, so he swallowed them, merely nodding vigorously. Seeing Gohan's determined nod, Bulma's heart soared and tumbled within her. She struggled to keep her voice steady. All right, Gohan. Since you were so eager to invite me, I shall go. However, let me first finish the preliminary inspection of this spaceship. Andy, you look so tired. You should rest first. I'm not in a hurry, Gohan suggested. No worries, Auntie is now an android with unlimited stamina. I feel no discomfort. These dark circles merely appear alarming, Bulma replied, resuming her inspection with renewed vigor. While she worked, she couldn't help but steal glances at Gohan, who stood awkwardly beside her. Yet he maintained a smile and engaged her in light conversation. After a while, Bulma completed her initial assessment, lifted her head, and removed her dust mask. The damage to this spaceship is more complex than I anticipated, but it is not beyond repair. However, I will need some time to gather tools and parts. If I can gather everything, it should take about half a day to fix. The main issue is that the ship is too small. I will need to modify it to make it usable, which will be a bit troublesome and may take a day. Yet, Bulma noticed that Gohan was not focused on her words, but was reaching out his hand towards her. As his hand drew closer, her heart raced with excitement and anxiety. Gohan, what are you doing? He wouldn't dare. With no one around in the lab, has the beast within him awakened, wishing to. Bulma crossed her legs, seemingly resigning herself to the moment, closing her eyes. Gohan must be trying to take advantage of me. Alas, I am a naturally beautiful woman. Truly a misfortune. However, when Gohan's hand gently brushed her forehead, she felt only a tender touch. He was simply wiping the dust from her brow, expressing concern. Annie, your forehead is dusty. You should wash your face. Bulma was taken aback. Her tension dissipated instantly, and her face flushed with warmth. Then, frowning, she punched Gohan in the stomach. Get out of here with your 2 worthless tickets. Hey? Gohan found himself unceremoniously expelled from the laboratory, clutching the 2 tickets. Standing forlornly at the door, he gazed at the amusement park tickets in his hand, filled with confusion and grievance. Unbeknownst to her, Bulma was suddenly engulfed in a fit of anger, despite Gohan's unintentional provocation. This was, of course, a consequence of Gohan's own emotional turmoil. He had previously felt uneasy when addressed by the diminutive Bra, haunted by the remnants of a past life that instilled fear within him. However, upon realizing that no one in the present paid heed to those memories, he began to cast them aside. Ironically, this led to a greater emotional numbness than he had experienced before. Perhaps this very insensitivity, coupled with his forthrightness regarding feelings, held a peculiar allure for elder characters. In her laboratory, Bulma gazed at the door Gohan had just closed, her heart a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Seated at her workstation, she cradled her chin in her hands, her gaze distant and unfocused. The earlier scenes replayed incessantly in her mind, her heartbeat still racing. What was happening to me? Why did I unleash such fury upon Gohan? She pondered, yet no answers surfaced. She recognized a unique affection for Gohan, yet the nature of this sentiment eluded her understanding. Initially, she had seen a glimmer of Goku within him, nurturing a protective fondness akin to that of a mentor for a protege. As time passed, Goku's untimely demise from heart disease and Gohan's subsequent departure from home led to a prolonged stay at her residence, where he quietly became her support in caring for Bra. Furthermore, during the onslaught of the Dark Goku, Gohan had made a solemn vow to protect her for a lifetime. Gohan, my thoughts are becoming muddled. Rising to her feet, she approached the mirror, noting the flush of her cheeks, a realization dawning that her feelings for Gohan were indeed of a romantic nature. Her gaze fell upon a family portrait featuring Bra, Bulma, and Gohan at the base. She unlocked her desk drawer, revealing a photo album chronicling Gohan's journey from childhood to adolescence. In many ways, Gohan's formative years were spent under Bulma's watchful eye, a connection that even Chi-Chi could not rival. Much like a farmer tending to their crops, she had invested her utmost care and emotion into nurturing Gohan. With a soft sigh, Bulma returned the photographs to the drawer and retrieved an envelope, its seal worn from countless inspections. Carefully, she opened it, extracting a letter penned in Gohan's youthful handwriting. Dear Aunt Bulma, today I saw you burning the midnight oil for your research, and it pained me. I know you are remarkable, but please remember to rest. I will strive to grow stronger to protect you and Bra, just as Dad protected Mom. I hope you aren't angry with me. I am truly grateful for your care. Gohan. Gohan, how endearing. Bulma's heart melted at his words, and she felt an unfamiliar warmth envelop her. Soon, the laboratory echoed with her peculiar breaths. Unbeknownst to her, her emotional turmoil was setting the wheels of fate in motion once more. Meanwhile, Gohan sat despondently on a bench in a nearby park, clutching 2 tickets tightly in his hands, lost in self-doubt. Perhaps I should directly inquire with Aunt Bulma. Gohan could not fathom what had caused Bulma's ire and resolved to confront her. As he turned to retrace his steps, he noticed a gathering of people ahead. Approaching the scene, he discovered it was a martial arts dojo recruiting new students, albeit with a rather peculiar name, Satan Style. The name seemed to deter onlookers, especially with the poster featuring a balding middle-aged man, causing the crowd to disperse quickly. Gohan took a glance, but felt no inclination to linger. Just as he prepared to leave, the name Satan struck a familiar chord within him, prompting him to mumble, "Satan? That name rings a bell, Satan." Gohan's voice rose in realization, recalling the comedic character from the original story, who also happened to be his father-in-law. "Ah, young man, it seems you recognize me." A balding middle-aged man called out to Gohan. "Who are you?" Gohan inquired, puzzled by the stranger's familiarity. "Ha, I am the illustrious Mr. Satan, the proud owner of the Satan-style dojo," the man declared with a smug expression. Gohan's eyes widened in recognition. Indeed, this was Mr. Satan, complete with his signature mustache, though he appeared somewhat disheveled. "Young man, would you like to join my dojo? If you sign up now, you can enjoy a 20% discount on your membership. Plus, my private training sessions will have you as strong as I am in just 3 months. Continued training even comes with complimentary beverages and snacks," Mr. Satan enthusiastically promoted. Gohan scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. "Mr. Satan, I'm not here to enroll. I just happened to pass by and recognize the name. I have other matters to attend to." With that, he turned to leave. "Oh, don't rush off," Mr. Satan exclaimed, grabbing Gohan's arm. "You look like a promising martial artist. Joining my dojo would surely teach you some formidable techniques. Besides, as a world champion, studying under me guarantees you'll become a martial arts master." Mr. Satan pulled Gohan into the dojo, which appeared somewhat shabby, with limited training equipment. Yet it remained clean and orderly. Mr. Satan eagerly ushered Gohan to a tattered sofa, retrieving an old brochure and pointing to the techniques illustrated within. "Behold, this is our dojo's signature technique, Satan Fist. It is my own creation, incredibly powerful. Once mastered, it can easily vanquish foes. Just look at this." He gestured to an image depicting him breaking 23 tiles with a single punch. "I'm really not interested, Mr. Satan," Gohan replied, shaking his head and preparing to leave. Yet, Mr. Satan suddenly knelt, grasping Gohan's pant leg, pleading, "Please, join my dojo. If I fail to recruit more students, my daughter and I will be left with nothing to eat." His tears and snot were quite off-putting to Gohan. "Mr. Satan, please. Your nose is about to stick to my pants. We can negotiate conditions, just agree to join. You recognized my name. You must know I was once the world heavyweight champion. I truly possess skills. I am not a charlatan. Joining my dojo will yield great rewards." Despite Mr. Satan's fervent pleas, Gohan remained unmoved, politely helping him to his feet. "I'm sorry, but I truly see no necessity. I am stronger than you, Mr. Satan." With that, Gohan departed. "What a persistent fellow," Gohan muttered as he exited the dojo, noting the dusk settling around him, having wasted considerable time with Mr. Satan. "I should have just kept to myself." As Gohan walked, he resolved to head directly to Aunt Bulma's to inquire about her anger. However, as he turned a corner, he was abruptly halted by a girl with twin ponytails. "Hey, what was that all about?" she demanded, her demeanor fierce, her eyes brimming with evident dissatisfaction and anger. Hands planted firmly on her hips as she confronted Gohan. Gohan felt somewhat bewildered as he scratched his head, attempting to recall the events that had transpired and what had provoked the ire of the formidable-looking woman before him. He cautiously inquired, "May I ask what I did to upset you?" "Humph, how dare you question me?" The woman with black twin tails glared at Gohan, her expression far from friendly. "This is strange. Am I simply incompatible with women today?" Gohan mused to himself, recalling how Bulma had reacted similarly. Why is it that these women often become inexplicably angry? "You dare claim to be superior to Mr. Satan? That is an affront. Mr. Satan is a world champion, while you, with your slender arms and legs, are nothing but a pretty boy. Where does your confidence stem from?" Gohan found himself at a loss for words, torn between amusement and exasperation. Though he possessed a somewhat delicate appearance, the muscle honed through countless battles belied the notion that he was merely a pretty boy. Was this woman simply fabricating nonsense? I did not intend to offend Mr. Satan. He insisted I join his dojo. Moreover, I was merely stating a fact. I truly am stronger than Mr. Satan, Gohan patiently explained. I also have my own matters to attend to, so. Yet, there are times when speaking the truth goes unrecognized. People often trust their own judgments above all else. Humph, do you think that mere words will suffice? The woman with black twin tails remained unconvinced, crossing her arms with a hint of provocation in her gaze. If you truly believe you are stronger than Mr. Satan, then follow me for a spar. No, this is absurd. Gohan genuinely wished to avoid further confrontation and turned to leave. Humph, trying to escape? Witness my Satan fist. The woman suddenly shouted, launching a punch at Gohan. To those unfamiliar with martial arts, her movements might have appeared swift, but to Gohan, they seemed almost sluggish. Such speed is hardly faster than a bullet. It is akin to moving in slow motion. Gohan frowned slightly, finding her sudden attack lacking in skill. He merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading her blow, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, a faint stream of energy struck her shoulder. She felt a tingling sensation in her shoulder, causing her to lose her balance and stumble forward, ultimately falling to the ground. Do not waste any more time. I genuinely have urgent matters to attend to. Gohan's voice came from behind her, laced with a gentle warning. As the woman turned to face him, gazing into Gohan's calm eyes, her anger was gradually replaced by a flicker of respect. She realized that this man was far beyond her ability to handle easily. Who are you? She asked softly, her tone tinged with reluctance. Ignoring her question, Gohan prepared to leave. Wait. The woman called out suddenly, urgency in her voice. What is your name? Gohan paused, glancing back over his shoulder, and replied coolly, Son Gohan. With that, he continued on his way, leaving the woman standing there, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Son Gohan, I will certainly defeat you, even more than Dilly, she murmured to herself. In the afternoon, Bulma had expressed her displeasure towards Gohan, initially believing he would return in a few days after repairing the spaceship. To her surprise, he came seeking her help that very evening. She tucked her long hair behind her ear, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, her tone somewhat hesitant. I apologize. I may have been a bit irritable after just waking up from a nap. Can you forgive me? Gohan was taken aback by Bulma's unexpected apology. The questions he had intended to ask her regarding her earlier anger evaporated from his mind. It's quite all right, as long as you are feeling well, Aunt Bulma. Your health is what matters most, and I don't mind your outbursts, he reassured her. Although this was a lie, Gohan was not one to simply tolerate such behavior. Yet, avoiding conflict seemed preferable. Bulma offered him a chance to sit inside. Would you like to come in for a moment? She invited, opening the door. Gohan hesitated, feeling his stomach, but ultimately decided against troubling her. He departed, leaving Bulma with a look of disappointment as he utilized instant transmission to return home to the Capsule Mountain. A shadowy figure observed this entire exchange. Where did he go? How can such a large person just vanish? Biddy, having set down her binoculars, rubbed her eyes in disbelief, witnessing Gohan seemingly disappear into thin air, as if he had never existed. Son Gohan, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will find you, she declared, hastily climbing down from her perch in the tree and hastening away. After all, the security measures at the world's wealthiest home were formidable. She could not risk being discovered by Bulma for merely observing. At Capsule Mountain, Gohan enjoyed a hearty meal before taking his mother, Chi-Chi, to the North Kai's planet to reunite with his father, Goku. This had become a routine part of their lives. With each trip, Gohan felt akin to the mythical bridge that connects lovers, while his parents resembled the star-crossed lovers, the cowherd and the weaver girl, meeting only once a year. After 2 days had passed, the spaceship was finally repaired. Gohan arrived at the Capsule Corporation laboratory, receiving a universal capsule containing the spaceship from Bulma. How long do you plan to be gone this time? 2 or 3 days, just to take a look around. Be careful on your journey, and do not overexert yourself, Bulma advised, stepping closer to Gohan and adjusting the slightly wrinkled collar of his shirt, reminiscent of a wife reluctant to part with her husband on a business trip. The long-absent bra also made her appearance, though this was the bra from this timeline. The older bra had left for the past via the time machine the previous day. Though she had confidence in Gohan's ability to defeat Zamasu, she felt it prudent to seek out the Goku and Vegeta she knew better from the past timeline. Before departing, she looked at Gohan with a complex expression, stepping forward to impart a serious warning. Gohan, take care of Mom and me. Then, amidst Gohan's puzzled gaze, she left. Hey, Gohan, can I come with you? Bra asked with wide, innocent eyes fixating on him. No. Gohan firmly refused her request. while I am away. The Earth needs you to protect it, brah. I understand, Gohan. Although slightly disappointed, Bra accepted that this was the right decision. The Earth required powerful warriors for its protection. Gohan flashed a bright smile, ruffling Bra's hair encouragingly. Hasn't the other Bra taught you swordsmanship? Spend these days practicing diligently, and when I return, we can go to the amusement park together. Yay! Bra exclaimed, excitedly striking a victory pose. Despite the harsh environment of the despairing timeline shaping her into a serious and composed individual, she was still a young girl in her adolescence, naturally drawn to fun and games. After bidding farewell to the two girls, Gohan utilized instant transmission to leave Earth and arrived at the Kaioshin realm. Lord Kaioshin, shall we set off? It seems nothing can deter you now, Mr. Gohan, Kaioshin Shin remarked as he boarded the spaceship alongside Gohan, preparing to journey to the Demon Realm. With the addition of the fully automated navigation system, after Kaioshin inputted the coordinates, Gohan and Kaioshin reclined in their seats, engaging in light conversation to pass the time. Upon learning that the Demon King remained Dabura, Gohan felt no surprise. The tale of Dragon Ball, the great demon, unfolds after the Majin Buu saga, during a period of vacancy on the Demon King's throne following Dabra's demise. However, in this narrative, Dabra remains alive and is still the reigning Demon King. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the spaceship docks beside a colossal golden fish, which serves as the portal between the cosmos and the Demon Realm. Helmed by the esteemed Lord Tsusue, Mr. Gohan, please come here. We are about to enter the Demon Realm. I shall enchant your ears to take on a pointed appearance. Befitting a demon, he instructs. Gohan nods in agreement. Subsequently, the Supreme Kai employs magic to transform Gohan's ears into sharp points. Due to Goma's absence from the scene, Lord Tsusue does not require a secret signal at this moment. Upon noticing the two with their pointed ears and the spaceship crafted in the Demon Realm, he opens his mouth wide, allowing passage for them. After a brief jolt, they arrive at the relay point. Gohan plans to commence his quest for the Dragon Balls in the third Demon Realm, while also intending to visit a shop notorious for selling dubious enhancements. Along the way, Gohan dons the guise of a scion vigilante, pilfering the funds of various ruffians to facilitate his upcoming purchases of bugs and demon eyes at the shop. After compensating a demon informant for intelligence, they locate the aforementioned shop from Dragon Ball, the Great Demon. Gohan eagerly purchases all types of bugs and acquires 3 demon eyes sealed within jars. With no time to waste, they swiftly confront and defeat the God of the Ball in the third Demon Realm. The gods of the second and third Demon Realms meet a similar fate. Having gathered 3 Demon Realm Dragon Balls, Dabra, upon hearing rumors of Gohan's exploits, decides to confront him personally. Ignoring the fact that Gohan had already vanquished the God of the Balls, Dabra foolishly underestimates him. Gohan, unceremoniously, dispatches Dabra in an instant. He then requests the Supreme Kai to summon the dragon using the demon language to resurrect his father, Goku. The Dragon Balls of the Demon Realm yield a dragon akin to that of Namex, differing only in hue, red instead of green, and possessing formidable combat strength. The wish is swiftly granted, and Gohan sees no reason to linger in the Demon Realm, returning along the same route in less than 3 days. The peculiar cuisine of the Great Demon Realm, while not necessarily unpalatable, is visually unappealing, dampening one's appetite. Soon, Gohan and his companion return to the Supreme Kai's realm, where the Supreme Kai reflects nostalgically upon his return home. After exchanging pleasantries with the Supreme Kai, Gohan makes his way back to Earth. Unsurprisingly, upon arriving home, he finds Goku clad in farming attire, laboriously plowing the fields, his demeanor somewhat bored. "Ah, Gohan, you've returned," Goku exclaims, halting the plow, removing his straw hat, and wiping the sweat from his brow, revealing his signature smile. "Perfect timing, Gohan. I'm rather bored. Let's have a sparring match after I warm up." "Sure," Gohan readily agrees. Goku steps aside to stretch and prepare. He begins with simple warm-up exercises, followed by practicing the Turtle School's martial arts to invigorate his body. "Hey, Gohan. When I'm done warming up, I want to see your transformation into Super Saiyan God," Goku states. "Absolutely, no problem," Gohan replies, a hint of excitement glimmering in his eyes. Before long, Goku declares, "All right, I think I'm warmed up. Show me your transformation." He assumes a fighting stance, anticipation radiating from him. Gohan mirrors the stance, taking a deep breath, his body slightly crouching, poised for an attack. "Dad, let's see if you can defeat my base form before we discuss the Super Saiyan God transformation," Gohan shouts, instantly dashing towards Goku like a fleeting shadow. His right fist strikes out with tremendous force aimed at Goku's face, but Goku nimbly sidesteps the blow. In response, Goku executes a spinning kick aimed at Gohan's waist. However, Gohan is no novice. He leans forward, using his hands for leverage, and performs a backflip to evade Goku's attack. With a powerful push, he propels himself back towards Goku. Seeing this, Goku crosses his arms defensively, bracing for Gohan's onslaught. Gohan unleashes a flurry of punches, each infused with incredible strength. Goku appears to struggle under the barrage, ultimately being sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and stirring up dust. He slowly rises, gazing at Gohan with a mix of surprise and excitement. Gohan, your strength and speed have increased dramatically. You have far surpassed me. This is my base state. My power escalates significantly when I transform into Super Saiyan God. This is the advantage of pursuing the path of divine transformation, Gohan explains. Ah, I see. While I may not fully understand it, your base form has indeed grown stronger. I must take this seriously, Goku responds, his aura shimmering with a faint golden glow as his power intensifies. Super Saiyan 1. Goku bellows, enveloped in golden light. His hair turning bright yellow and eyes becoming emerald green. His muscles swell slightly, exuding an overwhelming presence. Come on, Gohan. Let's see if Super Saiyan 1 can best your base form. Gohan, witnessing his father's transformation, adopts a serious expression but remains in his base form, adjusting his stance to counter Goku's assault. Goku launches the first strike, his speed markedly enhanced, becoming a golden blur as he charges at Gohan. His right fist strikes out with immense force, aimed at Gohan's chest. Gohan smiles slightly, tilting his body to evade Goku's attack effortlessly. He follows up with a side kick aimed at Goku's waist. Although Goku reacts quickly, he still receives the kick, sent flying once more. It seems Super Saiyan 1 isn't enough. Goku exclaims, rising from the ground, his golden aura glowing more intensely. With renewed vigor, Goku's hair stands on end, and the air crackles with energy. How about Super Saiyan 2? He shouts, accelerating towards Gohan with unmatched ferocity, his fist charged with potent energy. Yet, Gohan remains undeterred. His movements more agile, dodging each of Goku's attacks with precision while seizing opportunities to counterattack. Goku then transforms into Super Saiyan 3, raising the intensity of their clash. In this form, Gohan finds it increasingly challenging to keep pace with Goku, resorting to his Super Saiyan 1 form to engage. Shortly after, Goku ascends to Super Saiyan 4, effortlessly overpowering Gohan in his Super Saiyan 1 state. Gohan has transformed into a mysterious form, Goku exclaims, now facing a formidable opponent. Even in his Super Saiyan 4 form, Goku struggles to match Gohan's current strongest transformation. It seems I have yet to draw out your true potential, Gohan. Goku rose from the ground, his expression tinged with reluctance, yet predominantly filled with exhilaration and anticipation. Very well, if that is the case, show me your true strength. Gohan nodded, and a radiant golden-red aura began to shimmer around him. His energy gradually diminished until Goku could no longer sense it. Father, watch closely. In an instant, Gohan was enveloped in a blinding light. His hair transformed into a crimson hue, his eyes glimmered with a red luminescence, and a mysterious, potent golden-red energy field enveloped him. This is not my ultimate form. Building upon the foundation of Super Saiyan God, I will ascend to Super Saiyan, which is to say, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, commonly referred to as Super Saiyan Blue. Goku watched, entranced, his eyes sparkling with a fervent desire for this newfound power. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, Gohan, I wish to try this transformation as well. Can you teach me? Gohan replied, if you wish to learn, I will instruct you. If you can successfully transform into Super Saiyan Blue, it will greatly enhance my chances against Zamasu. Gohan retrieved a peculiar insect from the capsule, tossing it to Goku. Father, this is the fusion insect I acquired from the demon realm. Split it in half, and we can fuse. Fuse? Indeed, should Zamasu grow even stronger. I fear I may not be able to defeat him alone. We will need to fuse to overcome him. Gohan resolved to ensure that if the time came when he could not contend with Zamasu, he would merge with Goku, confident that together they could prevail. Gohan, you are truly a genius. To conceive such a transformation. Goku gasped, seated on the ground, beads of sweat trickling down his face. I am no genius. I merely stand on the shoulders of giants. Gohan modestly shook his head, tossing a revival insect to his father. Ah, you are indeed humble, Gohan. Your Super Saiyan Blue has astonished me. Goku accepted the revival insect, disregarding its appearance, and began to chew voraciously. Instantly, his fatigue dissipated, and with a swift motion, he regained his feet, revitalized. Now, let us proceed. I believe I am beginning to grasp the essence of divine energy. Goku flashed a radiant smile, revealing his pearly whites as he assumed a combat stance, eager to learn from Gohan once more. Though I would love to continue, if we return too late. Mother will surely be upset. Gohan declined his father's request, recognizing the late hour. Ah, Chi-Chi. Alas, it is indeed late. Goku exclaimed, glancing at the sky where the moon hung high, hastily adjusting his attire in preparation to return home. Haha, father, you are quite the flustered one. Gohan chuckled at his father's disarray. Gohan, aren't you coming home for dinner? Goku asked, somewhat puzzled by Gohan's lack of intention to accompany him. No, father. Now that you have returned, you should spend time with mother and make up for lost moments. I shall refrain from being a third wheel. Gohan bid farewell to his father and, utilizing instant transmission, arrived at the Supreme Kai's temple. He intended to enter the hyperbolic time chamber once more to continue his training and refine his Super Saiyan Blue form. It is essential to elucidate that Gohan's current Super Saiyan Blue form is merely the first stage, colloquially referred to as Leaky Blue, with an exceptionally short duration that proves nearly ineffective in genuine combat, serving only as a trump card. In the original manga, his father, Goku, faced a similar predicament during his battle with Hit. He had contemplated the idea of switching forms between red and blue to adapt. When Hit executed his time skip technique, Goku utilized his Super Saiyan God form to respond, only switching to Super Saiyan Blue at the moment of attack to overwhelm his opponent. However, this method merely represents a clever workaround. In a true encounter with a fused Zamasu, he would face significant challenges. Zamasu's immortality could easily whittle away at the duration of the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Consequently, Gohan resolved to dedicate himself to rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber. He informed Din of his intentions and prepared to enter, only to be halted by Bubbles. What is it, Mr. Bubbles? Gohan, you have already entered once. Indeed. But is it not said that each person may enter twice in their lifetime? While that is accurate, you spent nearly 2 years inside during your last entry, depleting most of your allotted time in the chamber. Even if you re-enter, you would have to exit again shortly. The most alarming possibility is that if you become engrossed in training and lose track of time, you might find yourself trapped indefinitely within the chamber, unable to escape even with instant transmission. Bubbles regarded Gohan with a serious expression, blocking the entrance. I understand, but it's not as daunting as it seems. As long as my power is sufficiently strong, I can break the space and exit. Ah? Bubbles appeared astonished. In any case, there is no cause for concern. If necessary, we have the Dragon Balls. Gohan maintained a positive outlook, assuring there was no need for worry. Very well. Realizing he could not persuade Gohan otherwise, Bubbles relented, opening the door for him. The familiar white expanse, unpredictable temperatures, and gravity far exceeding that of Earth enveloped Gohan once more. The monotonous training was about to commence anew. I hope that upon my return, I shall have made significant progress. Gohan inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening with determination. He was not prepared to place all his hopes solely on the fusion. In a parallel universe, Planet Vampa. TCH, is there truly the strongest Scion here? That fool Zuno must be mocking me. Zamasu stood aloft, surveying the barren, rocky, desert-like planet below. His gaze brimmed with disdain. On such a desolate world, one would be hard-pressed to find even a single human, let alone any surviving creatures. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the landscape, stirring up clouds of yellow sand, causing Zamasu's robes to billow. He frowned, preparing to use his abilities to disperse the sandstorm, when he heard a deep, powerful human roar emanating from the tempest. Is this a human? Zamasu silently descended to the ground, observing intently. Before him stood a tall man with disheveled long hair cascading over his shoulders, wearing a collar around his neck, his upper body bare and revealing well-defined, muscular pectorals. Every inch of his physique exuded strength, adorned with numerous scars from battle, and a strip of unknown green hide loosely tied around his waist, radiating a primal, wild beauty. He was engaged in a fierce battle with a monstrous creature towering 100 meters tall, exchanging brutal blows that drew blood with every strike. Zamasu's attention was immediately captivated. He had never witnessed such a savage and potent combat style. It starkly contrasted with the disciplined, technique-oriented warriors he was accustomed to. This was a raw, unrefined fighting technique, even resorting to the crude tactic of biting the creature's tail. Such a base method of attack repulsed Zamasu. Truly, humanity is a shameless existence. It makes me feel ill. Zamasu grimaced, covering his mouth as if on the verge of vomiting. The man, panting heavily, delivered a powerful blow to the monster's head, the tremendous force shattering its skull, blood and fragments scattering in all directions. Zamasu's gaze remained fixated on the man, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The power is indeed formidable. However, his combat style remains rather crude. Were it me, I would employ techniques far more elegant and refined to triumph over my adversary. Zamasu disdainfully curled his lip. After dispatching the creature, the man slowly turned, directing his gaze toward Zamasu. His eyes brimmed with wariness and hostility, as if he had sensed Zamasu's presence. Zamasu stood resolutely, hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised, exuding an air of superiority. Who are you? Why are you here? The man's voice faltered, as though he had not conversed with another in ages. My name is Zamasu, the one true supreme being of the universe. It is truly remarkable that you have detected my location solely through your beastly instincts. Zamasu maintained an elegant smile, reminiscent of a gentleman, yet his tone bore an imperious quality, as if his words were the ultimate decree, eliciting discomfort. And your name? I am Broly. Broly, you say? Zamasu's lips curled into a slight smirk upon hearing the name, reminiscent of a vegetable. It appeared that this coarse, filthy brute was indeed the strongest scion. As Zuno had claimed, the strongest scion? How laughable, Zamasu scoffed, a hint of derision gracing his features. How could a barbarian, devoid of combat finesse, ever deserve such a title? Broly, momentarily taken aback by Zamasu's words, did not lose his composure but instead fixed his gaze intently upon Zamasu, as though assessing his strength. Though he appeared rough, years of battle experience had taught him caution. You seem powerful, yet your fighting style is utterly primitive, Zamasu continued to provoke. Do you not understand the essence of graceful combat? Combat is combat. There is no elegance in it. Broly's voice was deep and resolute. As long as he could defeat his opponent, the method was inconsequential. How foolish, Zamasu sneered. A savage like you is unworthy of conversing with me. However, since Zuno has proclaimed you the mightiest scion, I shall see just how formidable you truly are. No sooner had Zamasu spoken than his form vanished from sight, reappearing before Broly in an instant. His movements were astonishingly swift. Despite Broly's quick reflexes, he was a moment too late. Zamasu's fist collided brutally with Broly's face, sending him hurtling backward into a boulder, which shattered upon impact. Is this your strength? How disappointing, Zamasu remarked, shaking his head slightly. It seemed Zuno had deceived him. Broly was far from the strongest scion. This level of power could not even defeat me, let alone Gohan. Broly slowly rose from the rubble, a streak of blood marring his visage, yet his eyes gleamed with newfound intensity. Wiping the blood from his face, he recognized that this green-skinned being was an enemy, not an ally. With a low growl, he unleashed a powerful aura that surged toward Zamasu. Do you think this will defeat me? Such naivety, Zamasu laughed coldly, his own aura erupting with overwhelming force, elevating his presence to a terrifying level. Come now, let me witness your true prowess. Zamasu regarded Broly with a taunting gaze, seemingly eager for his retaliation. Broly remained silent, his focus unwavering on Zamasu. The energy surrounding him intensified, as if it threatened to tear the very air apart. His eyes radiated fury and determination, signaling his readiness for battle. It appears you possess some skill, Zamasu acknowledged, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he observed Broly's escalating aura. Yet he dismissed it as insufficient. Before Zamasu could finish his thought, he vanished again, reappearing in front of Broly. His fist struck out once more, but this time, Broly was prepared. He extended his hands, gripping Zamasu's fist tightly. Their energies clashed in a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves that lifted rocks and sand into the air, as if the very planet trembled. Zamasu followed up with a swift kick, driving Broly deeper into the rubble. TCH, worthless, a waste of time. Is this truly the strongest scion? Zamasu deemed Broly nothing more than a brute, relying solely on raw strength, his combat techniques inferior to those of the previous Goku. Suddenly, an aged voice broke the tension. A white-haired scion with a tail emerged, attempting to pull Broly from the debris. Father, run, no. Broly stammered, though he loathed the control his father Paragus exerted over him. He could not allow harm to befall the only family he had known for over 40 years. An insipid trick, Zamasu sneered, gathering energy at his fingertips to eliminate the meddlesome elder. With a swift motion, Paragus collapsed, blood seeping from his chest, the remote control for Broly's collar falling to the ground. What have you done to my father? Broly's voice grew hoarse and deep, filled with rage and hatred. Rising from the rubble, his aura surged violently, a powerful energy enveloping him, distorting the surrounding air. With a decisive crack, Broly crushed the fallen remote control beneath his foot. The slumbering beast awakens. Zamasu raised an eyebrow, sensing Broly's energy skyrocketing, a change that both surprised and intrigued him. Yet recalling the Scion ability to transform through fury, he quickly composed himself. Are you aiming to become a Super Saiyan? Merely a 50-fold increase. What can you possibly achieve? Zamasu's disdainful smile resurfaced. No matter how you struggle, you shall never be my match. Your body and combat style are far too primitive to contend with me. Determined to eradicate this time-wasting Scion, Zamasu resolved to locate Zuno and demand the whereabouts of the true strongest Scion before dispatching him. Those who dared deceive a deity must meet their demise. As Zamasu prepared to send Broly to the netherworld, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. Broly's form erupted in radiant green light, akin to a miniature green sun rising in the desert. His hair shifted to a brilliant gold, standing erect, surrounded by a terrifying emerald flame. With a single punch, Zamasu felt half of his body obliterated, blood raining down. He gazed in disbelief at his mangled form, thankful for his wish to the Super Dragon Balls for immortality. Otherwise, he would have truly perished. Instantaneously, Zamasu's body regenerated, the wounds healing at a visible pace, his skin returning to its pristine state. He lifted his head, rage igniting in his eyes, fixating on Broly. You dare injure me. You shall pay dearly for this. Zamasu's voice dripped with malice as he unleashed the combat techniques of the Kaishin upon Broly. However, Broly seized Zamasu by the head, delivering a fierce knee strike that shattered Zamasu's nasal bone. Infuriatingly, Zamasu felt a surge of pain. This was not the end. Broly grasped his foot, spinning him in the air like a yo-yo before crashing him heavily to the ground. This torment repeated over 100 times. Zamasu's eyes glazed over in agony, nearly losing consciousness. Yet fortunately, as a Kaishin, he managed to utilize instant transmission to escape from planet Wampa. Incredible. Is this the might of the strongest Scion? Although Zamasu felt a sense of humiliation, it mattered little, for no one was there to witness his disgrace. He could now ascertain that Broly possessed far greater power within his Scion form. Thus, he began to gather the Super Dragon Balls from this timeline. After some time, he successfully collected all 7. A look of joy crossed Zamasu's face as he invoked the divine words, summoning the Eternal Dragon. A majestic golden dragon, reminiscent of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, appeared before him. I wish to exchange bodies with Broly. Meanwhile, on the desolate expanse of planet Wampa, Broly knelt in the barren land, desperately digging the earth with his bare hands, striving to create a resting place for his aging father. Though his actions were rugged, each scoop of soil was imbued with profound sorrow for his father. Paragus had never been a good father, having even harmed Broly's only true friend. Yet, on this planet, he was the only family Broly could converse with, the sole individual he could draw near. No matter how flawed he was, he remained Broly's only anchor in this world. Ultimately, why was he born into this existence? Tears streamed down Broly's face, each drop crashing to the ground, as if to express the grievances and helplessness that swelled within his heart. From a young age, he had been coerced by his father to fight, even against his will. As he grew, he was shackled with a collar, restrained from unleashing his full power. His life, akin to a caged bird, endured for over 40 years. Now, with his father suddenly slain and the remote control for the collar vanished, the very entity that had imprisoned him and harmed his friend had disappeared. Yet, instead of feeling relief, Broly was engulfed in confusion. After all, his entire existence had been orchestrated by his father. Without him, Broly was at a loss for how to navigate the remainder of his life. He began to doubt the purpose of his own existence. Amidst this heavy moment, Broly was suddenly struck by a violent palpitation. It felt as if an invisible force surged from deep within his being, enveloping him entirely. His soul seemed to be drawn away with a potent pull, departing his physical form at a breathless speed. Broly struggled fiercely to resist this mysterious and overwhelming force, but it effortlessly shattered all his attempts at defiance. In an instant, his once formidable physique rapidly diminished, his muscles vanishing like desiccated fruit. His healthy flesh turned an eerie green, and his dark hair transformed to white. He had morphed into the very figure he despised, the green-skinned murderer of his father. Ha ha! What splendid power, Broly! A mocking laughter echoed from the heavens, a voice both familiar and alien. It was his own. Broly gazed upward, witnessing a version of himself hovering in the air, wearing a sardonic smile and looking down upon his current wretched state. How could this happen? Broly's mouth fell agape, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief, his eyes brimming with confusion and fear. It was as if the world around him had collapsed, leaving him paralyzed, unsure of how to confront this sudden twist of fate. Humph! A fool unable to live without his father. Your body shall be bestowed upon me, the supreme deity of this universe, Zamasu. As for you, descend to hell. Ha ha. Zamasu, no? He should now be referred to as Black Broly, pierced his own body with a pink energy sword. Filled with rage yet lacking the strength to act, he pondered. When would the caged bird soar? Lost in an endless void of existential confusion, Broly's life seemed trapped within an invisible prison, ultimately vanishing within Zamasu's shell, dissipating into the vastness of the cosmos. Well done, another me. A rather irritating voice resonated from behind Black Broly. The speaker was none other than the immortal Zamasu. After enduring a brutal beating from Broly, he had summoned this timeline's version of himself, much like he had with Black Goku from another timeline. Zamasu had always been distrustful of others, which was why he wished for immortality. Unlike other versions of Zamasu, his character was the most twisted and deranged. He subconsciously believed himself to be the true Zamasu of the primary timeline, viewing the others merely as tools. He intended to utilize these tools to seize the wretched flesh of mortals while preserving his divine identity, orchestrating the fusion as the crux of his plan. In this world, besides me, Zamasu, everything can be overturned and rebuilt. This was the true reflection of Zamasu's inner self. He executed this plan by ensnaring a Black Goku. And now he sought to capture this timeline's Black Broly. Why? If it weren't for another me, how would I have known that such a powerful human existed on this obscure planet? Black Broly smirked slightly, a hint of pride in his tone. He glanced at Zamasu, a complex glimmer flashing in his eyes. But, other me, do you truly believe this time we will succeed? Zamasu scoffed dismissively. The last time was merely an accident. Other me, I have learned from my mistakes and will not grant them another opportunity. With my immortality combined with your current formidable body, the entire universe shall bow before us. Well, truth be told, I am indifferent, Black Broly replied, shaking his head. Then picking up a pair of Patera earrings from the ground. So shall we fuse? Naturally, other me. Fusion is the key to our invincibility. Zamasu continually brainwashed Black Broly. Very well, let us fuse. Black Broly slowly approached Zamasu, and they both extended their hands simultaneously, placing the Patera earrings on their ears. A flash of light enveloped them, their bodies colliding and illuminating the desolate expanse of planet Wampa. When the light faded, a new entity stood in their place, towering and robust. His muscular form radiated an oppressive aura. A cruel smile graced his lips. Is this our power? Ha ha ha. The entire universe shall submit to me, Zamasu. He extended his hand, clenching it lightly, causing the surrounding air to warp under his might, crackling with energy. I am now an invincible being. The fusion of Zamasu has arrived.